Afternoon, Tim Wharton with ABC News. A New Zealand pilot held hostage for 19 months by armed pro-independence rebels in Indonesia's Papua region has been released. Indonesian police say 38-year-old Philip Mertens was handed over at a remote village in central Papua before being flown to a police headquarters building. The BBC's David Banford has more.
Indonesian media reports say Philip Mertens was released by the armed wing of the Free West Papua movement following the intervention of religious and traditional representatives. He's been taken to the regional police headquarters. He was seized last year after he landed a small commercial plane in the remote mountainous area of Nduga. The rebels have been demanding the right to self-determination for West Papua, which shares an island with the state of Papua New Guinea.
Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and Joe Biden have met at the US President's private home in Wilmington, Delaware, ahead of tomorrow's Quad Leaders Summit. The pair held talks for 90 minutes discussing the AUKUS Defence and Security Pact and stability across the Indo-Pacific. Mr Albanese says tensions in the Middle East also featured during the meeting, with both the United States and Australia calling for a ceasefire in the Israel-Gaza war to stave off a broader regional conflict.
The United States is playing a role, of course, publicly. It is known and privately as well, of calling for a de-escalation in the Middle East. Australia's position is clear.
A senior United Nations official has warned that the Middle East is at risk of conflict that could dwarf the devastation witnessed in the region so far. The UN Political Affairs Chief, Rosemary DiCarlo, has addressed a meeting of the Security Council about the deadly synchronised explosions of pagers and walkie-talkies used by Hezbollah members in Lebanon. The UN Human Rights Chief, Volker Turk, says the attacks, widely blamed on Israel, could amount to war crimes.
These attacks represent a new development in warfare, where communication tools become weapons, simultaneously exploding across marketplaces, on street corners, and in homes as daily life unfolds. This has unleashed widespread fear, panic, and horror among people in Lebanon.
A near-nationwide soaking will drench every state and territory next week, including potential record heavy falls in the northwestern tropics. Rain already falling over WA will make its way across the country to the eastern states through the week. The Weather Bureau's Dean Narramore says the wet weather will bring some relief for farmers.
We should see some of that rain to ease through northern parts of the country mid next week, but some of that could move down into southeastern parts of the country as we go through Wednesday and Thursday. Some good news for farmers definitely looking for it, but still a bit uncertainty about how much and where the heaviest falls will occur.
A man has been arrested in Italy as part of a Victorian police investigation into the murder of two women in Melbourne's inner north almost 50 years ago. Yvette Gray reports.
Police say a 65-year-old man who is a dual citizen of Australia and Greece was arrested at an airport in Rome on Thursday night. The breakthrough follows the murders of Suzanne Armstrong and Susan Bartlett, who were found dead in their Easy Street Collingwood home on the 13th of January 1977. The women, aged 27 and 28, had been stabbed multiple times. Suzanne's 16-month-old son was in his cot at the time. He wasn't hurt. Chief Commissioner Shane Patton says Homicide Squad detectives have worked tirelessly over the past 4 decades to solve the case, and in 2017 a $1 million reward was offered for information leading to an arrest and conviction. Police will now work to extradite the man to Victoria.
The WA Premier, Roger Cook, has offered his support to the family of a police officer who was seriously injured after being struck by a car. Police say the officer stopped a vehicle in Belmont late yesterday afternoon, but the driver sped off, hitting the policeman. He's in hospital in a stable condition. A 37-year-old man from Stoneville is facing 4 charges, including grievous bodily harm and dangerous driving. Mr Cook says what happened was not acceptable.
And this is a shocking situation. The Blue family must be really hurting today. We wish this officer all the very best and for a full recovery. But our hearts go out to him, his family, and of course his colleagues.
And an emergency warning's been issued for an out-of-control bushfire burning in Sydney's northern beaches. Fire brigade crews are at the scene battling the blaze near Oxford Falls, which is burning east towards Cromer Heights. Firefighters and water-bombing aircraft are working towards slowing the spread of the fire. You're up to date with the latest in ABC News. For more news at any time, you can download the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sports coverage of the footy finals is in full swing on the ABC Listen app.
Doctor steady and pull the trigger!
But we also have a massive summer of sport coming your way.
It's gone for 4. Australia have won.
T20 and one-day international cricket, the BBL and WBBL, the Women's Ashes. Plus, the Test series between Australia and India.
Unbelievable.
Take ABC Sport with you wherever you go with the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
This is the 2024 AFL Final Series.
The moment of truth has arrived.
A lot more pressure. You can feel it. The crowd's a little bit louder.
What you really want to play for. You get to this point of the season and it just goes up again.
Every game you win from here, the bigger the next. There's no more second chances. Gathers, shoots, kicks the goal.
Room to steady and finish.
It's close to the goal line. And Marty got there.
The drop punt is good and the building is jumping.
We go in with a fair bit of confidence, but we know what the prize is, so it's a pretty serious game. There is something to lose, a spot in the grand final.
Enjoy the moment instead of walking out the MCG and being daunted by it. Actually take it all in and have a look around, and this is where you want to be at this time of year.
I want them big bright lights. I want that center stage. All eyes on me. Ain't this why you came?
You're listening to the second preliminary final, Geelong versus Brisbane, live from the MCG.
Got it to Myers. Myers gets it on the boot. Squeezes it through. And the Cats are rolling. Danaher's set shot. Makes no mistake. And the Brisbane Lions are back in front. Close to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Oh, there's a bit to get excited about.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Finals.
And we're not done yet.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Give me my moment, step aside.
The last spot in the 2024 Grand Final is up for grabs this afternoon at the Theatre of the Great and the Grand. The mighty MCG plays host to Geelong and the Brisbane Lions, a familiar foe at a familiar stage of the competition. It is the third time in the last 5 years that the Cats and the Lions meet for a spot in the Grand Final. The Cats won the previous two, the Lions on a redemption story, trying to make up for last year, of course, getting so close, but ultimately missing out on that piece of silverware on the last Saturday in September. This is ABC Sports coverage of finals footy. Of course, it is the second preliminary final, the winner to play the Sydney Swans back at the MCG next Saturday afternoon. And by the time we hit this point next week, it'll just about be half-time. And the biggest game of them all, of course, between the Swans and the winner of today's match, the Cats and the Lions. Corbin Middlemass alongside Clint Wilden, the Richmond champion Brett Delidio, the coaching icon Mick Moldhouse. Cameron Ling's on the way. We'll go inside the Geelong camp with their assistant coach James Kelly. Best newsbreaker in footy, Mitch Cleary. Lee Naylor, former Aussie sprinter, and of course the mum of Max Holmes, plus Gary Wilson, the Fitzroy champion, all before the bounce, which is about 70 minutes or so away.
Taylor Swift has been here more times this year than Brisbane have, and it'll come up again if Brisbane don't win this game today. 2 of 18 at the MCG, going right back to July 2015. So how much of a challenge is it for the Lions to be able to shake that off today? Because I know it's not Geelong's home ground, but they do play here a lot. And if you go back to, let's draw a line from the 22 Grand Final where they absolutely belted up the Sydney Swans, they're 6-12, so a 50% success rate against some other very, very strong clubs here.
Yeah, well, who did Brisbane play here for that matter? So they would have been playing
this year.
No, since that, for that record, if they're 2-12, did you say, Clint?
They are 2-18.
Well, that's even worse. 2-18.
So
they would have played. They would have played. If you're talking about, they would have played Richmond here, who were running hot for a little period.
They've had Richmond
Melbourne,
on 3-4 occasions. Collingwood,
Melbourne,
Hawthorn. They have had Essendon here.
Yep. Well, they may have won those two.
Easy. No, they didn't. They actually lost it by 47 points. They beat Melbourne here this year, and their other win was the semi-final, oddly enough, against Melbourne as well.
Okay, so the two wins have basically been against a side that are more hunters. Melbourne are hunters. They're a more contested possession side than a moving the ball side. So that's interesting because if you want to beat Melbourne, you beat them at the source and you get them outside. So when you analyse teams that play well against Brisbane, they are teams that don't let Brisbane set their game up. That's one. And two is they beat them at the source, which is stoppages. So you do something about Neil. So that's interesting because if you go way back to that, so that you said 2-18, it'll be the teams that may have beaten. And let's say that they weren't at the best at the time. They might have lost half a dozen of those, but the others are not inexcusable. They got beaten by better sides who perhaps play a type of game. So the fallacy about this ground is you can get away with playing open football. Chip here, chip there, and get all the way down, and then defend from the half-back line. No, that is a fallacy because you get stuck out here. SCG is similar, but you can get to the goal square a lot quicker. You still got to be in finals football, MCG. You've still got to be a competitive animal where the ball is. Make no mistake about that.
They found a way to lose a couple here that they should have won too. That game against Collingwood, they were in 3 goals up, time line in the last quarter, and couldn't convert. But same as the Western Bulldogs. I think the Bulldogs played their final here, which was a home game. They'd only played here twice in the home and away season. Obviously a bit different for Brisbane. They don't have the hosting rights. But yeah, just the 2 games in the home and away season for them on their path to the preliminary final today. This is finals footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Clint Weldon, Brett Delidio and Mick Malthouse. There was a grand final earlier today, Leeds across town at Princes Park. Keen onlooker was one Marcus Ashcroft, of course, a 3-time premiership winner with the Brisbane Lions. He was there watching one of his other sons, not Will Ashcroft. He's on the way, probably listening to us, making the mad dash across town after the Victorian Under-18s grand final where young Levi was playing for the Sandringham Dragons. Little around the ground score for us, Liz. What happened?
End result was the Dragons three-peat. They've gone back to back to back. 103 to 66 against Greater Western Victoria Rebels in North Ballarat. And, you know, the silver lining to it all is Levi Ashcroft, yes, one of the best players on the ground, but also Sam Marshall, who's also heading for the Lions. Both of those two boys, best on for the Sandringham. Wow. Both played incredibly well, and they were too good from the start. I think they shot out to a 6-goal-to-nothing first quarter lead and just held that right the way through.
So give me a scope on Levi Ashcroft. Is he I know he'll be protected to the Brisbane Lions, but in an open draft, where would he go?
In the top 2 or 3. Yeah,
wow.
He's incredible ball winner. Yeah, he's added getting on the scoreboard. His ability to break lines and just be so hungry for that footy. He's as good as any.
By the way, Levi Ashcroft, a piece of history, so becomes the first player in the history of the Vic Under-18s to play in 3 flags. He's been involved every year as a 15-year-old with older brother Will. He was part of that team, played last year as a 16-year-old, and incredibly, he's still 17. So
still like late December, yeah.
December 18, just a baby in his draft class, and yet still thought of so highly. We are counting down to the preliminary final to see who will play Sydney for all the marbles here at the MCG next Saturday. Teams are coming up in about 5 minutes from now. Mitch Cleary's going to stop by, plus James Kelly, the assistant coach from the Cats, all inside the next half an hour. But let's kick it out onto the concourse. And Ben Cameron is out there for us. Ben.
Well, I'm pleased to say I'm with a man who is a Fitzroy champion and the Football Encyclopedia listed as having limitless courage. Now, that's a nice epitaph to your football life. His name is Gary Wilson. Gary, welcome along. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Ben. It's great to be here and watching another final with the Lions.
So we look at the Lions, and through a couple of iterations, they were obviously Fitzroy. We had the Brisbane Bears days. Now we've got the Brisbane Lions. How connected do you feel to this group?
I think I'm connected, and I think most of the old Fitzroy supporters are still connected. The Brisbane Lions have adopted all Fitzroy's history, which was important, and they've basically got our colours as well. So, yeah, great connection with the Brisbane Lions and the old Fitzroy supporters and players.
So when you come and watch, do you feel like, yeah, this is my old club?
I do. I certainly do, and I still get a bit nervous with the close games, but I'm tipping a Lions win today.
So on that note, how confident are you? Obviously tipping them, but by how much?
I'm very confident. It doesn't matter by how much, but I'm very confident we'll win. We've got a great side. I think we've got a little bit better side than last year, and I think we can go all the way.
I think a strength of a footy club can be its connection to yesteryear and past players. You've got a table today, I believe, of the old Fitzroy boys. How many are coming along, and who are some of the names that people listening might know and remember?
Well, Mickey Conlon invited me along, but I think Laurie Serafini's coming along, Scotty Clayton. I'm not sure who else, actually, so it'd be great to catch up with a few of the old players.
Do you still catch up with a lot of the guys that you played with?
Only really Bernie Quinlan. I play golf with him at the National Golf Club, so I've been playing golf with Bernie for a long, long time. So regularly see Bernie, and I rang Peter Francis the other day, and I rang Lee Carlson the other day because we're Storm supporters as well. So but basically Bernie's still a close friend.
We love Super Boot. Give us some anecdotes on Super Boot.
Super Boot, well, he kicked 100 goals in a couple of years and won a Brownlow medal. So, he's had an outstanding career.
One of the things that people will remember about you was that very distinctive helmet that you wore. I don't think all the time, but some of the time. Where did that come from?
I played for 14 years, Ben, and I played 10 years without a helmet. So the last 4 years I played with a helmet. The doctor at the time suggested I wear the helmet because I had a lot of concussion. A lot of bad concussion, a lot of blurred vision. So that's how it came about.
Well, enjoy the day. It's great to hear from you. I think it's great to see the Brisbane Lions really embracing the Fitzroy heritage, the old Roy boys. You gave us your prediction, didn't you? Or did I forget that? How much did they win by? And who stars?
I gave a prediction that we will win. We've got a very even side. We've got just great players all over the field, Ben. So, look forward to a win today.
I should ask one more question. We work with Mark Murphy, his dad, John Murphy, a champion, no doubt. What can you tell us about John?
When I first started at Fitzroy in 71, Murph was already there. Kevin Murray was our captain. Played under Kevin Murray for 4 years, and then John Murphy took over as captain. And he won 5 best and fairest there, so he was a great player for Fitzroy.
Enjoy the day. Thanks for stopping to chat to us.
Oh, good, Ben.
Gary Wilson with our own Ben Cameron out on the concourse. Great to hear from Gary Wilson. What a champion he was of the Fitzroy Football Club. 268 VFL games, and he was a good player, wasn't he, for a long time, Mick?
The flea, I think he was. He was just... I'd love to know what his weight was as a player. I reckon he would have been mid-70s at best.
Yep.
Fleet-footed, beautiful, balanced player, excellent skills. The players of that era, there was a few that were just beautifully balanced players, like Robbie Flower, for instance. I can see him on the MCG, just that ability with the football, to use the football. Wilson was another one. He played inside, believe it or not, against... and he would have been playing against Lee Matthews. He said he started in 71, so he would have been up against Lee Matthews and these players. And that's a big, tall ask, because you're giving a lot of body weight for a start off. And a lot of the great midfielders were playing at that time. So, no, you're a very, very talented player, great player.
You might have heard a bit of it there. They were pretty chuffed, to be honest, the old Fitzroy boys, that the club invited them and offered them a table for the final today.
How smart that is, though.
Good on them.
That is so good. You can't forget your past.
Yep.
And Brisbane's past has been made by Fitzroy.
Yep, absolutely. And particularly for those clubs, Sydney and Fitzroy, the Brisbane Lions obviously now, and the old Fitzroy link, same with the Swans in South Melbourne. That
exactly.
Particularly when you're interstate, it can be easily forgotten, and so particularly when they come back to Victoria, it's nice that they
could have been lost, Corp.
Yep.
Look, when your team's away, look at the states, you see them. LA Rams went to St. Louis, and that sort of stuff, and they tend to lose their identity. It's never been. It doesn't seem to have been lost on Sydney nor Brisbane that their domicile, their origin was here in Victoria, in the inner suburbs, the old inner suburbs, South Melbourne and Fitzroy.
They got it back, Mick, after a horrendous step, putting the paddle pop line on the front of their jumper. And I'm quite serious, because part of the deal to go up north was to keep the Regal line. And that really did irk quite a few Fitzroy people that they moved that. But since that time, they've done great work. The Historical Society, they've got here at the Docklands, which has got all the old Fitzroy stuff. They've gone back to the Regal line on the front of the jumper. They've continued to do what we're seeing today, to have those links with the old Fitzroy. So I think Brisbane realised that they've had a couple of missteps along the way. The infamous chairman being on the footy show when it was all announced and not handling that particularly well, and then the paddle pop line was a terrible mistake. But since that point in time, they've done a really good job, Brisbane.
And they've kept their supporter base here.
They have.
It's so important.
Corbin Middlemass alongside Clint Weldon, the coaching icon Mick Moldhouse, and the Richmond superstar, two-time All-Australian in Brett Delidio. Your thoughts on the SMS, 0437 774 774. We've just ticked under the hour mark for the bounce of the ball in the second preliminary final between Geelong and Brisbane. Of course, the winner here will play the Sydney Swans in the grand final next Saturday. Sean in WA, surprise, surprise, 3 VFL teams left in the AFL finals, of course, with the South Melbourne and Fitzroy connection. We'll move on from that, Sean. And from a different Sean in Perth, I'm just wondering if Mick thinks the Swans have evolved this year, given you predicted in the paper that they wouldn't make the 8.
I did.
Jeez.
Yep. I didn't think that their younger players would come on. And I thought that their forward line just lacked that potency. And as much as I'm a Heaney man, I was not a Heaney finisher. It's a bit like with Fife. It's a bit like with other players. I see how good they are. They don't finish. He now finishes beautiful. He's the best player in the competition, bar none. And and full credit to him. Yep, I was wrong. Yep. Fantastic. It's a great result.
Let's go inside the Geelong camp. Tim Hodges is down there. Hodgie.
Corbin, James Kelly has been good enough to join us from the Cats. James, can I ask you just about yesterday first? One of your great mates, Stephen King, fell ill at training, was taken to hospital. There was a lot of concern about him. Have you checked in? How's he going?
Yeah, I spoke to Kingy not long ago before I just come here. Just give him a quick bell. He's fine. Like, he feels really good. He, probably push come to shove, he probably could have come to the game, but the priority for us as a football club and for Kingy and his family is to prioritise his health and just put the feet up and enjoy watching it on TV.
From what you hear, he's an unbelievable workaholic. Will he be hating every second of not being here today?
Yeah, absolutely. Anyone who's sort of that ilk, one of the things about Kingy is I've known him for a really long time. He's always been heavily invested in what he does, and that's probably where the stuff about him being a workaholic comes from. So, he'll be finding it really hard, but hopefully we can take care of business for him, and then he can roll in and shower himself in glory on Monday.
Now, the teams just came out as you walked over to us. No late change. That means Max Holmes is okay. He's had a bug and trained alone yesterday. There's a lot of talk that some of the other Cats caught the bug. Is everything okay downstairs?
Yeah, everything's fine. It's one of those things, anytime anyone's got a little sniffle in September or, potentially they've had a bad prawn or something, they just stay out of the football club completely. So Max trained by himself just for an overabundance of precaution, and there has been some chat. A few of our boys have been sick. That's definitely not true. So everyone's in really good shape, and this time of year, you just got to be, probably more vigilant than you should be or need to be, but we like to be that way anyway. Players even take their children out of childcare to mitigate. So, but everyone's all good.
Yeah, so Max, would you say 100% or maybe just a fraction off it with the bug he's been dealing with the last 48 hours?
I'd say it's 100.
100, great. That's good news. I'll send you upstairs. A couple of the old mates are there.
Cal, it's Brett Lidio here, mate. I just want to talk to you about your younger players, and particularly watching them your last start. Ollie Henry had some big moments. I thought Lawson Humphries has been huge for you. Shawnee Manor stood up, not as young as those boys probably, but do you put that down to just their belief in the game plan or their development led by probably Nigel Lappin down there? What do you put it down to?
It's probably a bit of everything, Lids. The work that the football club and Nigel and the development team put into those boys is fantastic. They constantly educate them, constantly training them. They're really clear on what their roles are when they come into the AFL team. But I think part of it as well is just the confidence that they have in themselves. You know as well as anyone, you build that confidence as a player just with a body of work. So the more work they do and learning lessons and Scotty sort of being prepared to back them in, that if they play a bad game, that's fine. You might play 2 bad games in a row. You might even play 3 bad games in a row. That's fine. We're just going to keep backing you and keep working with you. So I think all of those things sort of play a part. Sort of underpinned by their own work ethic and their humility and their talent, obviously.
And Tom Stewart back into the side today. Do you expect him to get any attention? What are you planning on to mitigate that throughout the game?
Just letting him be himself. I'm not sure if there'll be a bit of attention. Brisbane are a sort of team that really like to play their own way, but it might depend on how he goes and where he starts, which you guys will find out soon enough. But we'll just keep an eye on it like anything. And Max Holmes is in there, Paddy's in there as well. Lawson Humphrey gets a lot of the ball behind the ball, and there's a few guys who can impact the game as well as Stewie. So whatever we do, we'll sort of just do it all together.
James Kelly with us, assistant coach from the Cats. How tough was match committee this week, James? Obviously, you've left out Zach Tui, Stewart comes back in, but no room for DeConey, and obviously no Hawkins and no Guthrie.
Yeah, it's super tough. You don't ever want to make it about you as a coach, but those decisions are really hard, and they're hard on the whole coaching group and hard on Scotty in particular delivering the news. So, that aside, Scotty talked a little bit during the week about how close those selection decisions were. Guth and Hawk we made a little bit earlier in the week, but they were still, really close. And the main thing that Scotty and the rest of the coaching group and everyone's getting across to those guys is if we happen to get through the game tonight, next week would be its own event, and we just pick the team that we think can win next week. So, you know, it's be disappointed this week, but we've really got to be positive, and if we get through, look at picking another team next week, and everyone's available for that.
Now, in some other selection news, I did hear that your runner may have got injured playing for Deer Park in local footy, and Shannon Burns, who of course is a premiership teammate of yours. Did he pass his fitness test? Is he going to be right to go to run today?
Yeah, if you ever want to see a circus around injuries, I'll give you the hot tip about the runner getting injured, topping up playing local footy. But yeah, he passed his fitness test. He seems okay. He's been very professional in his rehab.
And just on a little more serious note, so you mentioned Stephen, and obviously our thoughts are with him, and hopefully he's recovering well. And as the club has put out that statement that he'll be back early next week. How disruptive is it actually in the box on game day though? Like, what with him coming out, what adjustments do you have to make, and how is it actually going to look inside the box?
I wouldn't say it's disruptive. It's a little unusual, obviously, but we've got Harry Corrigan, who does a lot of stuff with Kingy in the midfield. Sean Higgins is on the bench, and Nigel Lappen's there as well. So he goes already on the bench every week. Nige and Harry are going to be up in the box, and they're going to sort of cover a bit of the stoppage stuff. And one of the things that Scotty's done with us as coaches is we really coach everything together all the time, and we're all involved in the strategy, we're all involved in everything. So, you know, in these sort of moments, you don't ever think it's going to be used in this moment, but in this moment, we all just sort of chip in and do what we have to do to replace Kingy for the day. So, you know, Harry and Nige in the box, and Higo talks constantly to the midfielders coming on and off the ground anyway when Kingy's there. So we feel pretty confident. Even though we'll miss Kingy, we should be able to have a good performance in the box.
James, Clint Wilden, I reckon one of the great stories this season is what Lawson Humphries has been able to do from where he's come from, getting an opportunity now on the biggest stage in football, the MCG. Can you talk us through a little bit more about what he's done since arriving at the Cats?
Just a really steep, steady improvement. You know, we were sort of, I think he was the last pick in the draft for us. We weren't sure. We didn't know as coaches really what we were getting. And then when he came in, he's a beautiful kid. He's a wonderful person. He's got a real sense of humility about the way he trains and prepares, and he's always trying to get better. He's respectful. He's a really intelligent young man. He studies anthropology, and he actually sort of made a few comments about when he first come over, being on an AFL list, he had too much downtime. He was playing over there, and he was studying, and he was working when he was in WA. So, you know, it sort of speaks a bit for the kid, and you know, he's a high capacity person. So, you know, we love him, and every part of his game that he needs to work on, he just pulls his socks up and gets into it. His ego doesn't get pricked about it. He's like, yep, no worries, just tell me what I've got to do and I'll go away and work on it. And, you know, that's how you find yourself in an AFL team. And now we sort of, you know, we look at the team and we think we can't imagine what the back line looked like without Lawson at the minute, which says as much as anything, I think.
It's a great story, and good luck to him and to the rest of you today. James, just on Stephen King, who will obviously be watching at home on the couch, can he contact the box? Is he able to message through, or will he be doing that during play?
I can't imagine that's... I'm not sure, but I can't imagine that's... I've got to know.
Okay.
You'd have to check with someone else who gets paid more than me, I think.
Well, you never know with COVID times and all the different things. It seems like some of these rules have drifted, and I thought there may be the opportunity to coach abroad.
He might sneak in the box with a fake Mo and glasses or something. I don't know. Who knows? We'll see.
All the best without him today, James. It's old hat for Geelong. Preliminary final weekend. Your fans have been so privileged over a long period of time. Hope it's the day you want it to be. Appreciate your time.
Cheers, guys. Thanks very much.
James Kelly, assistant coach with the Cats, downstairs with Tim Hodges. This is Finals Footy on ABC Sport as we count down to the second preliminary final. Of course, the winner of this game this afternoon will take on the Cats. Cameron Ling's about to stop by for a chat. The legendary Cat. I might just welcome in, though, to join us in the box right here. Corbin Middlemass alongside Clint Wilden, Mick Moldhouse and Brett Delidio. The best newsbreaker in footy Mitch Cleary from Channel 7. Mitch, appreciate your time.
Good evening, guys. Chris Scott did allude to pre-game that maybe Stephen King will have a phone from the couch. So maybe he's got a direct line to Andrew Mackie. Only 10 phones allowed per each club during the match. So maybe if he sees something at a stoppage or a midfield transition, he might be able to flick a message across.
And so just to clarify from what James was saying there, he's okay? He's been cleared of any sort of serious ongoing sort of medical concern?
Absolutely. They're feeling it was more around exhaustion and dehydration, having flown to Giants Stadium last week to watch the Brisbane Lions win, back at training, then over to Perth for his meeting, gym session, sauna yesterday morning, then he collapsed. So they're feeling that if they win today, Geelong, he'll be back at normal duties as the next week.
And you were there yesterday, weren't you? Was it a scary, frightening scene?
Quite confronting. Jeremy Cameron was first on the scene. They were purely just chatting 10 minutes into training. A few balls were getting kicked around, pretty light session, and Jez was the first one to him and called for medical attention. The ambulance came onto the field 20 minutes later. Players were quite distressed. Jeremy was really distraught as he was taken from the field, but as Chris Scott said, they're professional players and they've got to compartmentalise this.
All right, teams?
No late changes. So Mitch Duncan, the confirmed sub for the Cats. Connor McKenna, the Lions, going with what they've done all final series. The Irishman will be the sub, no late changes for both sides. There had been some concern around Max Holmes, but as James Kelly just said, he's okay.
His mum, Lee Naylor, is going to join us shortly, so no room for Sam De Koning in the Geelong team. Just to tidy up on last night for us, Mitch, so the fallout for the Sydney Swans and now the race against time stories and possible MRO sanctions and everything else. What's the fallout from last night?
So starting with Dane Rampy, I expect the AFL in the next hour to put out a statement that he's been given a financial sanction. So escaping a ban, he'll be free to play against the winner of today's game next week in the grand final. Logan McDonald, the ankle rolling in, which is worse than it rolling out. The Swans saying today they're going to give him 24 hours more before they assess it further. He will be the race against time story. He was the man dropped for Hayden McLean back in 2022, and the back of John Longmire's mind is the thought of playing Sam Reid underdone in that grand final. So do they weigh on that, and how much will that come into the thinking this week at match committee? Callum Mills trained yesterday morning. We'll have a main session on Wednesday to try and prove his fitness. But the hamstring from time of injury to grand final day is 17 days. It's going to be tight for the captain to prove his fitness. Taylor Adams, unlikely to be picked next week.
I reckon Leon Cameron would also, from his days at GWS Giants, will be thinking about playing Phil Davis when he wasn't fit either.
Yep.
Lids, just on that, on Dane Rampy being cleared, are you happy with that?
Yeah, I thought Zach Butters bounced up pretty quickly, so I don't think there was a hell of a lot in it, although it doesn't look great, but yeah, I'm okay.
Here's one from the west side of the country. What's the latest you're hearing in regards to a coach for the West Coast Eagles? Anything close? We've seen 3 people go across, and one of them Stephen King, and actually present to the board. What are you hearing, Mitch?
I would still not commit that it's just those 3. I'm not saying I know anything more than that, but I don't know any less than that. So the 3 at the moment is the 3 that we know of, but I think there's still a little bit of wiggle room as to maybe someone else coming in late. The talk around the Eagles is they may have a decision by grand final day, but they're left to their own devices. They've got, I guess the next big thing is trade period to try and convince Jack Graham, Liam Baker and these guys to come across. So that's the timeline they're working to, purely around trade period. I don't think there's any rush from that coaching panel.
Mitch, always appreciate your time. I know it's a busy day for you with 7, so thanks for dropping by for a chat.
Thanks, guys.
Mitch Cleary, the best newsbreaker in footy, with us here on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass alongside Clint Weldon, the Richmond champ, Brett Delidio, Mick Moldhouse, and downstairs is Tim Hodges. I'm very pleased to welcome in the legendary Cat, the man who's won 3 premierships as a player. Of course, he's a premiership captain as well, in Cameron Ling, who'll be with us for the full call. G'day, Lingy.
G'day, Corbs. G'day, team. Great to be with you all today. It's exciting. It's building out there. And just to back up what Mitch was saying about Stephen King, I've been on the text message to him. He is all good, and he's said the same thing. He's stretched himself too thin. Dehydration, exhaustion, all of the above. But he's going okay, recovering, and he's waiting, once he gets the total, like, all clean bill of health, he's waiting for all of the abusive text messages staring him up to come from all his old mates to say, come on, mate, stop making it about yourself. But we're glad he's all okay.
See, now we know he's on the mend. I can say this is the damage the flight to Perth does to you, whether or not you get a business class flight. Now he's on the mend, I can say that. Wouldn't have said that beforehand. You actually deserve, forget all the other things you've done, the development part of the Geelong Cats, the ability to bring players through. That's named after you as well, the academy, isn't it?
It is. I wish I could take credit for the actual development of them. I get to have the lovely name and an incredible honour they bestowed upon me and with the academy, the first to 4-year guys. But I do get excited about seeing young players take their opportunity and grow, and Ollie Dempsey and Lawson Humphrey and all of these young players. Sean Mannor's not a young guy, but an inexperienced player. And even Max Holmes, who missed out on that grand final 2 years ago. Now he gets a chance to be one of the absolute prime movers of this midfield. I love that. That's the bit that gives a footy club its buzz and excitement.
Yeah, I asked Cal that exact question because they're the ones that have impressed me the most. Their ability to stand up in big moments is what impresses me. Like they don't overplay any situation. They just get a hand in. They do what's right all the time. And I said, was that because of development or is that just belief in themselves? But a combination of both, obviously, from Cal.
It has to be something to do with the development because no club has had the ability to take, I think it's 6 rookies, they've got 8 in total, but 6 rookies that they brought into the club who have all now played a significant part in them getting here. And Lawson Humphrey, who I spoke beforehand, I know I'm biased because he's from WA, but last year this time he's playing in a reserves grand final for Swan Districts, gets taken at pick 63. Those guys taken at pick 63 at his age should not be playing on preliminary final in his first year of senior football. The development that Geelong can have to somehow, for a long period of time, be able to pick these players up and turn them into something special is remarkable.
Yeah, I agree. It is certainly the strength of the group. And I think you see, more often than not, you see really good clubs being able to do that because it does come down to more than just teaching them how to kick a drop punt slightly better or take a mark slightly better. They're learning the game sense stuff and the decision-making and all of that, but there's more than that. It's the culture they're in. It's the standards that they're observing from senior players who've learnt from other senior players in the past. So that works. We've got a team that's already through to the grand final in the Sydney Swans, who I think are exactly the same. The way that they are able to draft some, trade for some, get some rookies, use their academy, all of that to put this team together, develop them in the right way and get themselves back up there again. So a handful of clubs do it really, really well.
Second preliminary final coming up. We're inside 40 minutes here on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Clint Weldon to call the footy for you. Cameron Ling alongside Mick Moldhouse and Brett Delidio, your call team. And Tim Hodges is on the boundary for us. And we can head right down there now, less than 40 minutes away from the opening bounce. Hello, Hodgie.
Hello, Corbin. I've got Lee Naylor, the legendary Australian sprinter, with me. She's more famous today because she's Max Holmes' mum. Mum knows best, Lee. How is Max, and how many times have you been asked how Max is going leading into today after he's bugged the last 24, 48 hours?
Well, the last 24 hours, my phone's been popping off. Everyone's very concerned about Max. He's feeling fine. He had a bit of a tum-tum Thursday night, and he's come home, bit of hydrolyte, bit of mum's cooking, bit of a cuddle perhaps here and there. He doesn't like cuddles off me, but what on earth? And no, he's feeling good. He's really excited. Happy to be here. It's a privilege to be playing footy in September. So, ready to rock and roll.
James Kelly bristled when I said, is he close to 100% or a bit under? He said definitely 100%. What would you say he is?
Well, you know what? I saw him yesterday and he certainly was not much chop. So today he's looking brilliant. He's 99%. We'll go with that.
But after what he went through a couple of years ago, this is the last thing he really wanted leading into a prelim final, right?
Oh, can you believe it? I mean, Murphy's Law, But you know what? Sport is sport, isn't it? I mean, you're measured in millimetres, you're measured in microseconds, you're measured in a kick. You don't get that sort of thrill often in life. Yes, 2 years ago there was agony, and let's hope today there's some ecstasy.
As I send you up to Corbin and Lingy in the team, when Max walked past, I thought, he might come over and give you a cuddle or a kiss or a hug or a wave or nothing at all.
I'm actually hoping that he just simply didn't see me. Let's go with that. I must say, often when I visit, I go to Geelong and make an excuse to visit him, to cook a meal or to, weed the garden. And there's often lots of young boys there, and they know that Max's mum demands a cuddle. So, I'm sort of the crazy lady that demands a cuddle from all those young boys, and I don't apologise for that.
I thought he might have rolled his eyes and said, Mum's going down Media Street. Yeah, Lee's got the cans on. I'll send you upstairs.
Lee, we are loving hearing all of this. It's Lee here. Don't worry, Somebody asked my mum about what it was like when, after I finished a game, would I come up and give a big hug, and was it great having a son who played the game? And Mum would say, no, Cameron used to give me absolutely nothing. I don't know what the point of the whole thing was. So good to hear that it wasn't just me doing it. Can you tell us about his approach to footy? When he goes out there and plays and just backs himself like he did 2 weeks ago, you must just love the fact that he has so much belief in his game, and we're talking about the very best game in the land.
Oh, look, he's loved footy, Lingy, since he was in Auskick, a 5-year-old doing don't argues and, making kids cry. And running his little heart out. And he knows his mum loves it when he runs. He knows, he'll say to, his siblings, Lily and Hunter, Mum loved that game, didn't she? Because I bounced the ball 5 times or ran. So I do love a running game, and I do love the way he takes it on. And I don't know if that's an athletic thing or it's just a footy thing, but I think each of the 23 boys in the team bring a different element to the game. That's his thing. He's probably not going to be kicking goals or doing defensive stuff, but he plays his role. And I love that, and I hope that it does give Geelong fans a bit of joy. Gives his mum some joy.
Lee Naylor, Commonwealth Games gold medalist, Aussie sprinter, and the mum to Max Holmes with us on ABC Sport. Lee, it's Corbin Middlemass here. What's easier, being a professional athlete and worrying about everything that goes into that, or being the parent of a professional athlete in Max Holmes? How do you separate the two?
That's an awesome question. Do you know, I was a very nervous athlete, running against, the best in the world, the Olympics, on your marks, get set. I would hope that the world would open up and swallow me. So I was nervous, and I feel as though I've had, I was in the Olympic squad for a decade or probably 12 years. I feel as though I've had enough nerves. So when I watch Max, I know I can't do anything for him. I'm happy just to watch. I'm cheering all the boys. I'm just cheering good play. So I'm a little bit nervous, for the game today, but I'm not particularly nervous, if that makes sense as well. Yeah.
We're pretty happy we got him, but was there a chance he may have followed your path down track and field street?
Max was a glorious track and field athlete, best in the country, under 18, national champion, 400 hurdles, third in the flat 400 against boys that have just gone to the latest Paris Olympics. He qualified for World Juniors. He probably certainly, would be an Olympian almost by now, I'd say. He was a much better junior than I was. So, he certainly had the athletic, traits to take it all the way. But you know what? He loved footy ever since he was a little tacker. And I'm glad that he can, use a bit of that athletics in the game. So, never in doubt. Let's just say it was never in doubt, yeah.
Hey, Lee, I'm running the Melbourne Marathon in about 3 weeks' time. You got any tips for me on running?
Oh, my Lord. Can I have to say I have absolute respect for that, Lingy. I have no desire. I don't understand how people can do it. I ran 1 lap, and I said to people, it's 1 lap. I'm not going to run the 800 because they didn't design the track to be 800 metres in length. So 1 lap for me. I have no tips for you except get a good night's sleep and perhaps hydrate. But good luck, darling. Good luck.
Thank you.
Lee, all the best to you and the rest of the family. Hopefully it's the day that Max wants it to be, and a huge week ahead. Really appreciate your time on ABC Sport. It's lovely to hear from you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Go Cats. And, looking forward to enjoying the game, and I hope Max has a good one. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks, Lee. Lee Naylor downstairs, former Aussie sprinter and Commonwealth Games gold medalist, now mum to Max Holmes. Great to have her as part of our pre-game coverage. We're 32 minutes away from the bounce of the ball in the second preliminary final here on ABC Sport.
I'm waiting for the day that the AFL official injury list comes out with Max Holmes' tum-tum. Tum-tum. Yes. That was great. That's the perfect mum moment. He didn't have a bug, he wasn't ill, it was stomach issues, it was tum-tum. Had a bit of tum-tum. That was fantastic.
How'd you go, Liz, if your mum was doing an interview before the start of playing, you're just trotting out there doing your warm-up?
I'd give her a kiss for sure. No, that was drilled into me from a very young age, that you do anything to disrespect your mother and look out from the old boy, and to this day, I would always give mum a kiss and a hug. And not shy about it either.
She's a listener of ours, isn't she?
Mum loves to tune in and always positive feedback, though, which is what I love most about Mum. Always positive. And no matter what
That's
game,
awesome.
when this bloke tagged me to 6 touches one day and I nearly gave up footy, it wasn't that bad. It's okay. You ran pretty hard. Yeah, to the bench.
Do you get any topics thrown your way? Because I discovered last night that Corbin gets the odd topic thrown his way by his dad when he listens in, which I thought was tremendous.
My old man, he listens to every broadcast. He'll always send me text messages during the just unsolicited sort of messages, just commenting on what we're talking about, just giving his opinion on whatever comes up. So
I think that's great.
Yeah.
Anything from yours?
Only post game. Thought you were fantastic. I love that about Mum.
It's time for us to reset here at the MCG. When we come back, a full preview. We've got 30 minutes to go before the bounce of the ball in the second preliminary final to determine who will face the Sydney Swans in the 2024 Grand Final. The full preview from Brett Delidio, Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse coming up next. This is Finals Footy on ABC Sport.
Set the mood with ABC Jazz.
Is you is or is you ain't my baby? Or is my baby still my baby?
Unwind with ABC Jazz. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Finals.
Give me my moment, step aside.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
The mighty MCG is filling up as we count down to the start of the second preliminary final. We have just under half an hour to go before the Brisbane Lions in town to take on the Geelong Cats for the last spot in the 2024 decider. The Sydney Swans winning through last night by 6 goals over Port Adelaide, so we are down to 3. It'll either be the Swans and the Cats for the second time in 3 seasons, or if the Lions win through to take on the Sydney Swans, only once before in the deep, deep history of the VFL-AFL competition. You have to go back to 1899 when Fitzroy played South Melbourne to get anything that compares to the modern-day Swans up against the modern-day Lions. So that is on offer if Brisbane are successful this afternoon. Corbin Middlemass alongside Clint Wilton to call the action. Tim Hodges on the boundary. And our experts are Brett Delidio, Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse. There is no late change. The 2 subs, Mitch Duncan, the 2-time premiership cat, is the sub for Geelong, and Connor McKenna, the Irishman, to start as the sub for the Brisbane Lions. So no change there, as has been the case for the last couple of weeks throughout September. Before we get underway with the preview, and the banner crews are slowly making their way out to set up, about 28 minutes away from the bounce, I might just take you back out to the concourse, and Ben Cameron has another special guest for us. Ben.
Well, one of the many guests in attendance here today is the GOAT, the man they call the GOAT, Nathan Lyon. Nathan, welcome to the MCG. You're a Giants fan, aren't you? What are you doing here today?
Yeah, Giants game, but here to promote the cricket and get the sales up. So, obviously big summer ahead for us, but looking forward to tonight, though.
How do you go with tonight? Who are you supporting, the Lions or Geelong?
Well, obviously I got a pretty close connection with Isaac Smith, so I'll go for his former team and go for the Geelong Cats tonight.
I've just learnt that. So you grew up with Izzy, did you?
Yeah. So he grew up about 30 minutes away from me, but we went to the same school. He was a year below me, but for many years kicking footy around at lunchtime or hitting the odd cricket ball. So
he's a bit of a scallywag. What was he like as a teenager?
Pretty similar to how he is now. I don't think he did too much schoolwork. I don't think I did either, but no, he was pretty handy though.
Any good as a cricketer, was he?
He made a lot better footballer.
Doesn't surprise me one little bit. You're here with Peter Siddle today. I'm sure a lot of people, I know he's still getting around, Sids, but we haven't seen him playing for Australia for a little while now. How is he?
Yeah, Sids is going really well. He's getting on, but he's still playing and still rolling over. Loves it. I think he's playing a pretty volatile role down here for Victoria. So just with his mentoring, a little bit of coaching, and obviously playing a bit as well.
Now, when we think about you and Aussie Rules football, we think about your nickname, Gary Lyon, the great Gary Lyon, Melbourne champion. We see him on TV now. And you were anointed that by Matty Wade saying nice Gary over and over, as we know. Have you met Gary Lyon? Have you had much to do with him in the wake of the nickname?
I've met Gaz a couple of times now, but here for the grand final a number of years ago. and we had a couple of beers over in the September Club. So there was good times. Nice guy, and good to finally meet.
How much did you know about him before the nickname?
Nothing.
We've actually got his young lad, Benny, who's just overseeing all of this as well. So that's his son, Ben, who's looking on. Here at the MCG, we've got the Women's Ashes, the first ever Women's Ashes night test here at the G. What do you think that'll look like? I mean, I know I'm working on that match. I'm very excited about it. How do you expect that to play out?
Yeah, no, pretty exciting. It's exciting on a couple of different areas, but obviously first real pink ball game here at the MCG. But with the women's test, I'm really hoping that we can get a decent crowd out here, but more than hoping that the girls can go on and win the Ashes, because that's more important. But no, it's pretty remarkable that we're going to be able to have a women's test match at arguably one of the best grounds in the world. So fingers crossed that they'll play well. I know Starkey's coming down here to commentate on it, so he's pretty excited about it.
I was a kid of the 2000s, and I was waiting for the final frontier when we would go to India and beat India over there. We finally did it. India have come here the last two times and beaten us. It's a big summer of cricket. Will we turn that around?
Yeah, that's the plan. It's been a long 10 years for not having the Border Gavaskar trophy in our hands. So there's a few guys in that team that haven't never seen the trophy. So it's time to really. Oh no, it's going to be a massive summer, but really hopefully bring the trophy home.
Have you been staying up late watching any of the ODIs?
I didn't stay up too late. I watched a fair bit about it, but I didn't see Trav Head go nuts. I saw the highlights, and I've been talking to him over the last couple of days. He's someone that I'm extremely proud about, and he's doing an incredible job.
Just a quick one to wrap up as well. Harry Brooks saying, "Who cares?" About his dismissal. Did you see that quote? And what did you think of that as an international cricketer?
That's England at the moment, isn't it? It's hard to fathom. I know if I had his skill level with the bat, I'd be pretty disappointed. But I'm Australian though.
Yep. We play with more pride than that. We'll let you go. You got to go see Sidsy. He's waiting for you. Enjoy the game. Always great to speak to you, Nath. Enjoy it here at the MCG.
Too easy. Thanks for having me.
Nathan Lyon there with our own Ben Cameron out on the concourse. A huge summer of cricket. It's really already begun, the international summer of cricket, with Australia and New Zealand underway in the women's T20s that are being played at the moment up in Mackay. Continues tomorrow. All the cricket all summer long available through the ABC Listen app, plus that white ball series between Australia and England as well available through the ABC Listen app. Bigger summer than ever before. Big Bash this year along with the WBBL, all the internationals here on ABC Radio.
Brisbane Lions banner crew channeling a bit of Ted Lasso out on the field. Believe, just one word across the banner that will face those in the Shane Warne stand part of the ground.
It's been a bit of a theme, hasn't it, for Brisbane throughout the final series so far. We had Dane Zorko on a couple of weeks ago who told us about the sort of be a goldfish and let the inaccuracies and the wayward kicking go as much as they can. You're a Ted Lasso fan, Lingy?
I am, big fan, yeah. Let's hope none of the players tear it up like happened in the show. Those who've seen it will know exactly. But then you stick it back together. Yeah.
I've seen a few banners along the way that needed a bit of sticky tape like that, Lingy.
Correct. And I think that it might even be believe around the rooms as well. So definitely a theme. And last week was the best example for the Lions about that goldfish thing. What were they? 4 goals 13 and then kicked 11 goals 3, I think.
Yeah, so quarters 1 to the 20-minute mark just about of the third term, they were shooting at 27% accuracy, and they came home from time on in the third to the end of the game at 79%. So when the game was on the line, they found their radar, but that has been an issue for them all season, ranked 15th for accuracy. We're counting down to the start of the preliminary final. We are, less than 25 minutes away from the bounce of the ball between Brisbane and Geelong here at the MCG, which is heaving today. It is an overcast day. There isn't any rain expected. It's easy for me to say I'm not sitting outdoors like Tim Hodges. He'll yell at me for going too early on that. But it's 16 degrees at the moment and dropping. 5:15 bounce Eastern time. No late change. Mitch Duncan, the sub for Geelong and for Brisbane. It is Connor McKenna. Let's get into the preview. We might just start with the Cats. They were the first team to make it through. Cameron Ling, Brett Delidio and Mick Moldhouse. No late change, which I think some of us were anticipating. Would they find a way to try and squeeze Sam De Koning into that team? Not to be. So really a very similar side that got it done in Adelaide a fortnight ago. Tom Stewart comes in for Zach Tui. And that's the group they're rolling with, Lingy.
And the Sam De Koning decision, and I'm keen to hear from you, Lids, and you, Mick. It felt like Brisbane was going to be the perfect team for him to play against. Danaher, Hipwood, Logan Morris, the height that's down there. They'd use him as an option down there, but maybe he could go into the ruck if necessary. They didn't go that way. Does that suggest to you that they're more concerned about the small to medium-sized forwards, Charlie Cameron, Cam Rayner, etc., Zach Bailey? So they want the option of an Oisin Mullen to play on one of those, or maybe Lachie Neale gets off the chain against an Atkins so Mullen can go in there. That's the bigger concern for them?
Yeah, I think so. I reckon if you're bringing Tom Stewart back in, who's going to play centre-back, and then to bring in De Koning as well, I think you need to have that flexibility. And the Lions, their red-hot quarter was the last when they subbed Logan Morris out of the game, and they went a bit smaller. You'd expect Rayner and Bailey and Cameron to be fired up. We asked Danny Daly that earlier to actually get involved this week and put that pressure on them. I know that they're not a high-pressure side, but that'll be on them to do that. So that's why I think probably keeping him out of the side and going that's a little bit smaller, a bit more flexibility. I think that makes sense to me.
Mick, you know this better than any of us here in the box about the decisions, the hard decisions that coaches have to make in order to put the best team out on the park for a final series. Tom Hawkins doesn't play, Cam Guthrie doesn't play, we know that. But then the decision around Mitch Duncan to be the sub. It's pretty clear that Chris Scott has made some very difficult calls to say, I need run and I need some real pace and ability to get across the ground out in my team today.
Well, I think it's quite brutal, and that's the unfortunate thing about a coach is that this is what I say about parents and players that get angry about not getting a game. Every coach that I've ever known and ever will know want to win the game in front of them. So they pick the best side that they think is the best side. It may not be the best, but that's their best side. So I'm actually, the question I was going to say to you, do you think De Koning should have got a game? My view is he should have got a game. But, and this is what is good for coaches, is you know more than what we know, because we're just sitting up here thinking, I'd throw him in because this and that'll happen. Look, Stengel's the shortest player on the ground. He could play back pocket on Hipwood, as could probably one of your sons, Max. How tall's Max? About 5'5". He could play on Hipwood. He has been bloody disgraceful and has done nothing to suggest that he's over anything that from last year. So they go out there with 17 players, Wingy.
Here come the Brisbane Lions. Let's listen into the reception. The banner reads, we're on thin ice, it's time to dance. Come on, Lions, take this chance. They make it back to the preliminary final for a fourth time in the last 5 years, hoping to make it back to the biggest game of all, the 2024 Grand Final. Of course, it's a redemption story for Brisbane. They're trying to do it from outside the top four. If they go all the way to win the premiership, they'll become only the second side in VFL-AFL history after the mighty Adelaide Crows in 1997 to win 3 straight road finals en route to a premiership. They're out onto the ground first. They're predominantly in red today, paying homage to old Fitzroy, of course, with the yellow lettering and the big yellow line on the front with the blue chest. They've got the white shorts. There is no change from the side that was successful last week against GWS in pulling off the greatest finals comeback in 54 years since the 1970 Grand Final. And the Lions are here for redemption.
Oh, they certainly are. And they played amazing footy in the second half. They didn't play great footy in that first half.
No, that's the trouble. That's the trouble, though, Mickey. If they play anything like that and Geelong don't let them play, there's no letting.
Bit of a story of the season, though, wasn't it? Slow start, came home with the wet sail, and what's the old adage? It's not how you start, it's how you finish.
But amazingly, the Brisbane Lions, when you're talking about just games, start well normally and then struggle a little bit as the game progresses on. That's their shot today, the Lions. Where if they can, so Geelong have played. Had the week off, had a bit of a break.
A couple of soft games.
Yeah, there's just this tiny, tiny chance that they're not quite ready and the Lions can go bang early. 6 goals to 1 first quarter. That's their shot at it, to really put the Cats on the back foot and force the Cats to play with a different style and different rhythm because they're trying to play catch-up footy.
Yeah, I don't buy into that at all with Geelong. You guys hardly train down there. You're always the freshest team and coming out. I expect them to just be hard, and then the way they have always set their young boys up especially, they're ready to go, but their older players. Danger's still, I know he's not having huge numbers, but he impacts the game with what he's actually doing. He wins big balls and he gets it going forward for them. He's still one of the best inside 50 players for him. He's only played 15 games, so he's a big ball player.
The problem for Brisbane Mick, is they don't have a good record against Geelong. They've won only 5 of their last 29 games since that 2004 preliminary final on this ground, which, of course, the Lions won. And they've won only 2 of their last 18, as Clint mentioned earlier, here at the MCG. So it's a poor record against this opponent, and it's a poor record at this ground that Brisbane come in with. As we're getting some shots now underneath the grandstands, which are heaving. We're expecting over 90,000. And Patrick Dangerfield, the last time he played in a final series was 2022. He picked up the Gary Ayres medal as the player of September that year. And he's walking backwards at the moment, just looking back at his Geelong team. And they just continue to reinvent themselves this side. A 13th preliminary final in the last 18 years, hoping to make it through to a 7th grand final in that time. And yet there's only 14 premiership players. Let's have a listen as the Cats pop out of the race, led by Patrick Dangerfield. And Tom Stewart goes bursting away. He's getting out some of that nervous energy as he bursts across the turf. They're about to make their way through the banner. The blue and white smoke and pyrotechnics go off. And here come the mighty Geelong Football Club out onto the MCG. The Cats there again on preliminary final night.
The thing I noticed about of all the teams, Sydney included, the gap between Geelong's best and worst is so narrow.
Yep.
So you know what you're going to get, and you know they can, even if they're at their worst, they're not far off being average and not far off then flicking up to be their best. Brisbane's best and worst is quite considerable, and even going as far as to say Sydney, and they've demonstrated that by, I suppose, 120 point, albeit that's 6 losses whenever it was over 7 weeks. I think they lost a couple by under a goal. So you'd almost say that they just had that spell where they weren't that great. But everything in my mind all week has said, think with your head, Geelong are going to win. But something in the last couple of days, I'm not saying it's my heart, I'm just saying it's just a feel that perhaps Hipwood, Rayner, Cameron might decide to turn up.
Yep.
And if they do, then it's going to make it easier to kick 12 or 14 goals. And I think it's going to be 12 to 14 goals that can win, so long as they acknowledge what they have to do to Geelong.
Well, this won't give you any confidence. I watched Eric Hipwood's first shot on goal, and it didn't,
did you see it?
Didn't spin.
I saw the same one, and I was trying to ignore it, betting that took more shape than, I mean, you could climb Mount Wellington on something that was similar. It was fair dinkum, dodged around, and how it got through into the goal square from 20 metres out.
Yeah.
For his sake, I hope he's used his worst one up, because...
I hope they're cutting this out and we're replaying it at the end thinking, what a day Eric Hipwood's at. He's started, torn the prelim.
Well, you know what? It'll be a miracle.
If you're a Brisbane fan, though, you're looking at last week saying Hipwood was terrible.
Yeah.
Charlie Cameron was well off his best. Cam Rayner was well off his best, and Lachie Neale was really quiet.
Oh, because they played a better side, mate, Timmy. Sorry, Lingy. They've done it right through the year.
True, but you'd also think they won't all play like that again. So
you hope.
Your Geelong side says they hope. You in your heart of hearts.
Brisbane Lions fans would be saying they won't all play like that again, and they will. Lachie Neale will get going. Charlie Cameron will find 3. I think Atkins goes to Neale.
Especially in stoppage.
Yeah, and I think they have Mullen up the sleeve if he's getting away a little bit to push it to him. But no, I think definitely Atkins.
Any
who do they tag with?
I think Dunkley probably goes to Dangerfield. Not a tag.
No,
but
that's their trouble.
Dunkley went to Tom Green last week, and Tom Green probably got a hold of him early, and then Dunkley worked his way back on top. Yeah. But you just can't let Dangerfield be the bull at stoppages, because that gets so many others into the game. And then the outside runners of Holmes and Bruin and these types of players. So I'd imagine Dunkley to Dangerfield.
What about Stewart if he starts in the middle? Do you not put someone, because we spoke to Danny Daly earlier and he said we're going to have something in place for if he's mid or if he's a back. So I'd see Archie maybe if he's a back. Defensive forward.
So do I.
And then, but inside, I'm not sure whether is that Dunkley and then handover. Handover's become messy. So
yeah, the worry if I'm looking at it from Brisbane's perspective is if it's Stewart and Dangerfield both in there and they send Dunkley to Stewart, you're just risking Dangerfield being fresh and opening up the stoppage.
Last time they played, it was a low-scoring game. Geelong smothered them, but McInerney, from memory, was off the ground pretty early.
Yep, that was a big blow. He went off with a concussion, maybe?
Yeah,
that was a big out.
Yeah, it was a big out because he technically should dominate the ruck. Now, there's a big gap between when a ruckman hits the ball and where it ends up. So I'm very much aware of that. That sometimes can be very good, sometimes not so good. The other player who I think is significant is the Ashcroft.
Yes, he changed the game last week.
Yeah, he absolutely did. He didn't play. He's now a much better player. He makes Brisbane better. The other young bloke, and I've got to say this because I've got a soft spot for Fletch, is his young son Fletcher. You know, like he is a player that has grown out of Ashcroft's shadow to be the player he wants to be, not what everyone thinks Ashcroft, and then there's fresh air between him and the next player down.
Yep. I swear I could end droughts. I said it wouldn't rain, and sure enough, it's raining already. The game hasn't even started yet, and there's light rain falling. We'll get to Tim Hodges in just a moment. We're 11 minutes away from the bounce. There is no late change, and this is finals footy on ABC Sport, approaching the start of the second preliminary final. The winner to go through and play the Sydney Swans, and Dane Rampy will be there. So just confirming what Mitch Cleary told us moments ago, or preempted, he's bang on. So careless, low and highs. The grading comes back as a $3,750 fine for Dane Rampy. So he is free to play in next Saturday's AFL Grand Final. I just want to pick up on a couple of threads here. So you can torture any kind of number within an inch of its life, particularly in the build-up to these big games. But I saw some stats during the week. Since round 18, there is a stat which Champion Data keep called damage from stoppages. And Geelong are ranked number 1 in damage from stoppages since round 18. They've changed their midfield mix considerably since the first half of the year. The Lions are ranked 16th in that category. And damage against from stoppages, the Cats are ranked 6th, so they prevent teams as well from hurting them back the other way. The Lions 13th. So not only do the Lions struggle to hurt from stoppages, they also bleed in that particular area as well. How much of a concern is that for Brisbane tonight?
Oh, I think it's really concerning. That's at the source where you've got your best players in Neil, Dunkley, Ashcroft when he's going through the McCluggage. If they're not going to win it and get it going forward to their weapons up front, then it's going to be a tough challenge for them. But yeah, if the Cats are so good at winning it, number one, but then also restricting it as well, it's a big concern, big red flag.
That's a huge step forward for Geelong, because if you'd rewound back to a week or two before that, I would have said Geelong's biggest weakness is their midfield. Strong and sound down back. You know, I understood teams were doing some stuff with Tom Stewart. Forward line that involves Jeremy Cameron is always going to be a handful, plus those smalls, Stengel, Close Myers, etc. The midfield was where I had my huge, big red question mark around Geelong. But the fact that since round 18, that has shifted, that's what set up the qualifying final win against Port Adelaide. Now, if they go on and do something tonight and then next week, that's where the huge shift is going to be.
Who's their number one clearance player, would you think, at Geelong?
It still feels like Dangerfield most of the time as far as clearances. So across the whole season?
Yeah.
Across the whole season, be Atkins.
No, yeah, it's Tanner Bruin and then Max Holmes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, then Jack Bowes, then Danger, and then Tom Atkins.
Wow.
Yeah. Jeez. But they're almost half the amount of what Lockie Neal's had.
Yeah.
You know? So they're...
So what does that illustrate? Just the amount of people that have gone through
Well,
that?
I think that's the thing. The damage that they've got and their ability to just roll numbers through there is what makes them so great. Then they've got those weapons and those numbers that can get up front as well and put the pressure on. They get up and back, Myers and Close, Stengel, Manor. Love what those boys are doing.
Since the introduction of the pre-finals bye, the numbers have changed considerably from the sides that have won the qualifying final and then parlayed it straight into a win in the prelim. Previously, from 2000 to 2015, if you won the qualifying final, you would win the prelim 87.5% of the time. Those numbers have fallen away considerably since then. So since the pre-finals bye, that winning percentage falls down to 56%. So 56% from winning a quali and then backing it up to win a preliminary final. Is that an issue for Geelong at all? This is a 16-day break between their qualifying final and the prelim. It's the longest since the introduction of the pre-finals bye that we've seen a team wait that long, from Thursday through to Saturday, 2 weeks later.
Can I just jump in? I just want to come back to that stoppage. If I just go back through that.
Yep.
We know we've got an absolutely terrible draw. So those, since round 18, outside of the final, Geelong have only played one side inside the 8. So that's what you've got to recognise also. So if we go back through it, they played Collingwood, who have got a good midfield. So okay, win that one. They got beaten by Western Bulldogs. It's a good midfield, but Bulldogs made it. So they're the only side that's made it. Then you've got North Melbourne. Well, Grong Maton can beat them. Then you've got Adelaide. Well, they can't even beat themselves. Then you've got Fremantle, who don't know how to win. And then you've got the Saints, who they lost to, who are probably the best form side outside the 8 in the last 5 or 6 weeks. Then you've got West Coast. Well, hello. So see how those figures can be so distorted.
And then Port in the...
But that's overall sides versus... You look at the midfields of those sides, barring probably St Kilda and West Coast, I think their midfields are actually pretty good.
But what I'm saying, though, it's relevant to how the sides play and how they structure up and this sort of stuff. See, I'm absolutely... there's the master next to me, is Lingy. You've got to have someone who could go, I'm playing for the team today. I'm playing for the team. And
so you think those numbers are inflated for Geelong?
They're totally inflated.
Okay.
They're totally inflated. Tell me if they've played 6 or 7, they got smashed by the Bulldogs. Now, the Bulldogs are a good side. So it's how do you play against the opposition right here and now. Have Brisbane got a good defensive player like Lingy? Probably not, but they've got someone at least acknowledged. Port Adelaide got no one.
5.5 minutes away from the opening bounce of the second preliminary final. Light rain falling. The two teams are lined up in front of the MCC members, and we're just about ready to go for the welcome to country and, of course, the Australian national anthem. And the only thing left to do after that is to decide a winner in the second preliminary final to see who will take on the Swans for all the marbles next Saturday. This is Finals Footy on ABC Sport. Let's get you down to Nat Edwards.
Preliminary final between the Geelong Cats and the Brisbane Lions. The AFL acknowledges the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, the traditional owners of the land we gather on today, and pay our respects to elders past and present. We acknowledge we play our great game on this land and respect the cultures of all First Peoples, their contribution to our nation and contribution to the game of Australian rules football. If you could now please welcome Uncle Colin Hunter Jr. for our official welcome to country.
I'd like to start by acknowledging that this afternoon we are meeting on the lands of my ancestors, the Wurundjeri people, and I'd like to take this opportunity to pay my respects to my elders, both past, present and emerging, elders from all nations, but I particularly want to pay my respects to everyone gathered here this afternoon. But I always like to acknowledge the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us. I'd like to acknowledge and pay my respects to them also. Wominjeka, welcome. Wurundjeri Balik, Yumin Kundi Bik. The Wurundjeri people welcome everyone to land today. Wurundjeri, no, Budumbur War, Kondi Ningnak, Dubin and Bik Bullet Bor, Chilikan. The Wurundjeri people want to look after and protect the land as they did long before. Wurundjeri country extends from the inner city of Melbourne. It goes across the mountains of the Great Dividing Range, west to the Werribee River, south to the Mordialloc Creek and east to Mount Borbor. And the Wurundjeri people are part of the Kulin Nation and of the Warrawong language group. And while you're on Wurundjeri country, you're most welcome to the traditional lands and the waterways of the Wurundjeri people. So Wominjeka, welcome. Enjoy the game. Thank you.
Thank you, Uncle Colin. If you are able, would you now please rise, remove your hats and join the coaches, players and umpires for the Australian National Anthem performed today by Hetty Adams.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are one and free. With golden soil and wealth for toil, our home is there by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing, advance Australia fair.
They forecast about 92,000 at the MCG. If there is 8,000 spare seats in here, I cannot spot them. This place is chockers ahead of the second preliminary final. Will it be Geelong or Brisbane to get the last spot in the 2024 AFL Grand Final? Corbin Middlemass and Clint Weldon to call the footy. What a row we have assembled in the experts' chairs. Brett Delidio alongside Cameron Ling and the coaching icon Mick Moldhouse, and Tim Hodges is with us on the boundary as always. Good afternoon, Hodgie.
Good afternoon, Corbin. The crowd, the stage, the atmosphere, simply stunning, and that was an electric atmosphere. The MCC telling us 93,000 they're expecting, and judging on how full the MCC alone is, I think we might even get more than that, similar to the elimination final in week 1. Harris Andrews and Patrick Dangerfield meeting in the middle. Just on the weather, I think I was looking at the same radar as you, Corbin. It looked like no rain. Danny Daly, I said, nice night for it. He said, yeah, no rain. And James Kelly said, no rain. And then it belted down during the warm-up. So it is difficult, and there will be slippery conditions to start. The Cats winning the toss. Patrick Dangerfield winning the toss. The Cats will kick to the city end. That's the right of screen if you're at home listening to us watching on the telly. I just want to mention the McCluggage family in Warrnambool, a big day for the family. Half have stayed home and gone to the Reed Oval to watch Hugh's little brother Miles play for South Warrnambool in the Hampton League Grand Final at the Reed Oval. And I can tell you, South Warrnambool beat North Warrnambool by 1 point. It's a result that just happened 5 minutes ago. How's the final score? 4-5-29 South Warrnambool to North Warrnambool 3-10-28. So half the McCluggages stayed in Warrnambool, the other half have come up the highway to watch how Hugh fares. Hopefully he has just as good a day as his little brother Miles.
Thanks, Hodgie. Hopefully we get a similar scoreline here today, at least in the final margin, not so much maybe the total score. Last word from you, Lids?
I think the Cats will be just too good, but hoping for an absolute cracker.
Lingy?
I'm with you there, Lids. I think the Cats can just get it done, but I genuinely think it's going to be a close one, under 10 points.
Mick?
Well, I'm just going to lean towards I'm leaning towards, which is Brisbane, for no apparent reason, because all week I've just seen Geelong as being the most consistent side. But I'm going to lean towards Brisbane.
That's what it's about in September, just a feeling.
Yeah, it is a feeling.
That's what you get when the MCG is full, the penultimate game of the year. Who will stick around and write history with the Sydney Swans? There's one ticket remaining to the 2024 Grand Final. Geelong or Brisbane? The second preliminary final on ABC Sport. You're with Clint Wilden.
The bounce of the footy, the rucks go at it, comes out from the side from McInerney's hand, but to Atkins of the Cats. Gets a kick high up into the air, out in the direction of the Shane Warne wing, and Zorko read it well. He took the mark for Brisbane, moves it on to Neil. Dual Sandover medalist marking on true centre wing for the Lions, and he pauses. Thought about going back with the kick. He'll now be told to move it on. Has a bit of a trundle, and then will kick into the right forward pocket. Archie flew. Stewart got a fist of the footy for the Cats and sees it over the boundary line. Hughes happy enough to see it out for what will be a throw-in. About 45 out from Brisbane's attacking goal in the right forward pocket.
What we just saw is a snapshot of what Geelong are so hard to score against. They just got their players back. Neil had no options but to bang it in, and Geelong are the best side at spoiling in the air, bar none.
McInerney front position against Stanley. Had the more telling tap. It's down to Cameron Roving. Got a snap away. Got no purchase on it. Mark wasn't paid to Stewart. Grabbed it, lost it. Trying to work it out. Ashcroft. Here's Archie at right full forward. Hand passing back again to Dunkley. Then to Ashcroft. He'll get a kick towards goal. It's touched across the line. It's a minor score.
It's going to be a free kick. Sorry, Clint. Yeah, pushing the back.
Just push him straight out. Dopey.
Cats will have it at fullback. Umpire said it was missing across the face nonetheless. A chance to bring it back into play here through Guthrie. No score so far, opening 90 seconds.
Guthrie goes on a run, kicks to half-back. There's another whistle on the play. Had 50 free kicks last night. In comparison, the 2005 Grand Final had only 25 free kicks, so twice as many. 19 years on, free kick going to Blitzarves in the marking contest against Hipwood. Long kick to a contest on that southern wing. Cameron knocks it away down to Lockie Neal, who's out there. Hand pass straight to Myers, gives it to Holmes. Kicks Geelong inside 50. Bouncing footy close to the boundary line, and it'll trickle out just in front of Lester and also Neal, who race out after it. That's Shannon Neal, of course. Shannon Neal playing for the Cats. And Lockie Neal, his namesake out there for the Brisbane Lions, the two-time Brownlow medalist. No score through the opening 2 minutes. This is finals footy on ABC Sport, the second preliminary final.
Again, McInerney locks arms with Stanley, neither with a telling tap. McInerney gathered, though, got a kick around the body. Stretching Myers, not far enough to be a mark. He'll kick towards goal. He'll miss the lot. Very hurried free kick for the Lions at right full back. Andrews to take it for them, and he'll caress the ball back into play. Oh, Berry not far enough to be a mark. Just got the hand pass away. Stengel applied the pressure. Andrews spilt it, fumbles it across the line, and the Lions dodge one then. Be a throw-in at left full forward for the Cats.
Umpire got that totally right. That was nowhere near 15 metres.
It's good pressure. The Cats were onto it straight away. Stengel did well. Tom Stewart starting behind the ball. Callum Archie with that matchup, as Lids suggested before the game.
Forward 50 stoppage for the Cats. Comes down towards Atkins. He's tackled straight away. We'll do it all again. So Geelong in the hoops. In the traditional jumper with the navy blue shorts. And for Brisbane, they're in their old Fitzroy jumper. All in red with that yellow line and the blue chest and the white shorts from the restart. Spills down to Lockie Neal. Back pocket for Brisbane. Hand pass away to Zorko. Kicks out of defence. Up to the wing. They all overrun it. Spills out the back to Stewart. Just got to collect. He does so now and retreats all the way back to blitz halves. He marks defensive side of the wing, southern side. Long kick looking to switch play out to Jet Hughes, who marks outer edge of the centre square.
And he sweeps a hand pass forward to Cameron, and another sweeping hand pass comes to Bowes. Steps around Cameron, sends it deep towards full forward for the Cats. Trying to get there was Dangerfield. Good spoil. Starcevic in the middle of the pack sees it across the line for a throw-in. Deep at right, full forward for Geelong.
Trying to pick up the Brisbane player that's playing at the ball and leaving Geelong player free. Just can't get him at the moment.
Spun in again. Stanley took clean possession, tried to hand pass it out to Manor. He lost it. Lions get a clearing kick away. It's brought to ground. Umpire spots a free kick. Cat being infringed.
Yeah, push him straight in the back.
Here's Jack Henry. He'll put it back inside forward 50 for Geelong. Leading out and dropping the mark, unfortunately, for the Cats was Stanley. The Lions look to soccer it away, only as far as Stewart. Hands it off to Guthrie from 51 metres out. He goes for goal. He's missing left. Minor score. First score of the day, though. 4:35 gone in the first. The Cats lead by a behind.
Geez, they set up so well, don't they? They just complement each other, look after each other's back.
Oh, sorry, Lid. Zorko has a clanger off the side of the boot. Bowes went up. He was taken high. Free kick for Geelong. High half forward advantage applied. Cameron clever. Centering kicks a good one. Finds Atkins at centre half forward.
I'm staggered at listening to Danny Daly saying that they're going to make sure that Geelong don't get a spare. They have saturated the game so far with just that spare.
Yeah, their ability to orchestrate that is as good as any team in it.
You play six forwards?
Yeah.
Tom Atkins, at true centre half forward. He'll have to kick it 52 metres out. He gets close to the man on the mark. Drives his right-footed drop punt goal, and it fades to the right. It's a behind. 5.5 minutes in. Geelong 2 behinds. Brisbane yet to score. No late change coming in. Mitch Duncan is the sub for the Cats and Connor McKenna for Brisbane. This is Finals Footy on ABC Sport.
Zorko, long kick, turns it over. Holmes took the mark. Plays on by hand to Manor. 51 out from goal at left half forward. Kicks the Cats towards full forward. Spilling down. Ollie Henry tried to kick it over his head. Couldn't get any purchase on it. Came out to Berry again. Got a hand pass away. Fletcher under extreme pressure. Bounces a kick through. Finds McCluggage. He's run down. Great tackle. Holmes got him. He'll get the free kick. The pressure is coming from Geelong, and at the moment the Lions are unable to withstand it.
No, and the worst still for Brisbane, no teammates around him. They left him high and dry. Geelong had 3 players around him, so whatever ball he was going to give, he had to virtually go back to a Geelong player.
Well, he wanted to kick, didn't he? No one down the line. Then wanted to handball and had no help.
Yeah, it's just staggering.
Holmes from 45, out left forward pocket, across the face. Another behind to begin for the Cats. They're 3 behinds. The Lions yet to score. 6.5 gone in the first. Finals Footy on ABC Sport. He's Corbin Middlemass.
They can't get it past halfway at the moment. As Zorko to McCluggage, and he turns it over. Intercept mark for Holmes on the wing. Is that a haircut, Lids? What would you say about that trim?
Yeah, you can set your watch to it.
Had the ears lowered, as you'd love to say, as Holmes on the southern wing kicks inside the forward 50. Andrews punches it away for Brisbane. Outside the defensive arc, here's Starcevic, and Holmes on him again. Tackles him out of play. Boundary throwing between wing and half forward for the Cats. In fact, it was Cameron coming across with the tackle.
The Lions defenders now, they'd be feeling the fatigue. The ball is living there. The one thing in their favour is the fact that Cats haven't capitalised yet, but they would be feeling all sorts of pressure right now.
Well, it's 6v4 down the lines in. It just doesn't work.
McInerney front position. A telling tap against Stanley. Ball's there to be won. Bruin picks it up off the deck. Gives it to the Cats for close. Now here's Holmes again. A burst of speed. A driving kick inside forward. 50. Henry marks. Player went down off the ball. The reason The Lions were unhappy, but it's going to be a shot at goal from Ollie Henry, pretty much right in front, and he'll kick from no more than 35 out.
They've lost their way in the structure at the moment, the Lions, haven't they?
Terrible.
Without their forwards, as you called for them, just get your 6 forwards, try and beat them at the source to give yourself a contest forward of the footy, but the way Geelong is setting up, they're not winning it at the source for one, but they're getting swept up from behind.
Berry just fell over in that contest. Here comes Henry for the first of the day. He missed. That is a bad miss for Ollie Henry. 33-17 for the season. Make that 33-18 now. 4 behinds to start this game for Geelong. 8:24 gone in the first.
Short kick out. Leicester finds Wilmot, who takes the mark, trying to draw Ollie Henry on the mark. Very mature decision, says everyone to settle down, goes short out towards half-back. Finds Ainsworth, his kick a shocker. Turns it over again to Humphreys, and again Geelong keep it in their front half. Kicking to the city end of this opening term. Short kick to Bruin. Marks on the wing, hand pass away to Kolajasny. He's off and running, kicks into the forward pocket, wants Cameron too deep. Out of bounds on the full.
It's just staggering. Brisbane want to keep this kick mark, but it's kick Geelong mark. There's no play on. They're not putting any pressure at all onto Brisbane, onto Geelong.
Able to work their way up the middle to Dunkley here, the Lions. Stab the pass short. This is Cameron who marks in the centre square. Goes across the centre circles with the kick to Ainsworth. Moving it on again. Ball bounces the way of Andrews. Hands it off to the run of Zorko. He's got himself towards right half forward. Kicks into the right forward pocket and Fletcher marks. Hard up against the boundary. He's about 35, maybe 40 from goal.
Much better ball movement by the Lions because they actually took the ball off the line a little bit, changed the angles.
Yeah. Kicked it where Geelong weren't.
Yeah.
No, he could have given that ball off to Danaher, actually, young Fletcher. Danaher was on his left-hand side running past. No Geelong player within 5 metres of him.
The 20-year-old in his 40th game, a noted goal kicker this season, 5-7 for the year from deep in the right forward pockets. He's missed across the face. It's all behinds at the moment. 4 behinds to Geelong. There's the first score for the Lions. They're 1 behind. 10 minutes gone in the opening term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
No surprise that their best bit of ball movement was Dane Zorko being involved a couple of times out of there. Moved it down the ground beautifully.
Brett Delidio alongside Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling, our experts, as Tom Stewart goes too wide. Took some ground, kicked out to Cameron on the kick out, but put it out on the full. And Berry takes the free for Brisbane. Heads to the Brownlow medalist, and Neil marks. Left half forward for Brisbane, 52 metres out.
Yeah, too slow, Brisbane.
And Neil arcs out to the right. He's just going to kick to the hot spot. Lohman flies over the front of the pack. Can't complete the mark. Spills down towards McCluggage. Hand pass trying to link up with Rayner. Picked up by Blitzarves, and Rayner tackles him out of bounds. We'll have a throw in here. Left forward pocket for the Lions. Kicking to the punt road end. Geelong by 3. 4 behinds plays 1 behind after 11 minutes. This is finals footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Clint Wilden calling the action. Tim Hodges on the boundary line. Brett Delidio, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling, your call team.
Thrown in left forward pocket for Brisbane. Taking it Danaher. Immediately got a kick away. He was the ruck for the Lions. Bounces across the face of goal. Kolajasny gathers. Hand pass to Bruin. Runs beyond defensive. 50 towards left half back. His kick was poor towards the outer wing. Zorko got in front. Handed it off to Wilmot. Goes on a run. Hand passes forward to McCluggage. Now to the right forward pocket to Bailey. He'll kick long towards goal. It's across the face again and tumbles across the line. On the bounce, it's over for a boundary throw-in where we were about 40 seconds ago, deep in the left forward pocket for Brisbane. Geelong still lead by 3 points. Everyone's missing today. 4 behinds plays 1 behind, 12 gone in the first.
And it's not just the goal kicking, it's the field kicking as well.
Even that there, that's just terrible, really.
Boundary throw in, Stanley reaching over the top, palms it down to Dangerfield, tumbles a kick out of defence for Geelong, finds the boundary line, ump says insufficient intent, free kick Brisbane.
Well, anything that falls short of the wing is almost bad luck. You're just going to have to pay a penalty for being a poor kick or a bump kick or whatever.
Oscar McInerney takes the free for Brisbane. Contest kick to half forward. Over the back, Blitzarves knocks it away. Back out of the defensive arc for Geelong. Close had it. Tackled by Neil. Pack forms around the pair. And the ump says, I'll have it. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin Brandon Starcevic back on the ground has been patched up at a nasty cut to the forehead. And interesting, both teams have their boot bags on the bench, so players are being offered new boots with longer studs. I think the torrential rain in the warm-up actually caught both clubs off guard, as well as the tens of thousands of fans who are here, who are all absolutely drenched during that warm-up.
And commentators, boundary riders. Thrown up again. Along with the more telling tap, comes out to McCluggage, just got a hand pass away as he was being tackled by Bowes, who couldn't take it. The ball slipped away from him. He dives onto the turf. Will he be in trouble? Here he is. Dragged it back in and got Ping. Berry up quickly. Great effort again, though, from Bowes. Applied pressure, went as far as Manor, had to go back again. It's sloppy football at the moment. Dangerfield able to move it on. It came again through Mullen, then Myers. Dangerfield once more. Now to Bruin. The Cat's still there. Myers has to backtrack. He's at right half back and he almost turns it over. McCluggage stretched, couldn't mark, spill down to Lohman. Shrugged one tackle, kicks towards left half forward. Marked by Dunkley.
Dunkley moves it by hand over the top to Hipwood. Still 55 out on the boundary line. Hipwood kicks to full forward for Brisbane. Stewart goes up. Good connection in the air and punches it out of play. Heavy landing on his way back down to earth.
Well, he's hurt himself too, I think. Landed right on his back. It was a great spoil, though. He was in no position to get to that fantastic spoil.
Oh, that'd take the wind out of you, wouldn't it?
Almost say he saved it. Well, I don't know if he saved the goal, but he certainly saved the score.
Halfway through the opening term, boundary throwing. Danaher grabs it out of the ruck. He's tackled immediately by Stanley. Ball up, 15 out from the Lions' goal at the punt road end. 4 behinds, plays 1 behind. Geelong by 3. Finals footy, ABC Sport.
Into the air, blitz arms, run it down. Stanley looked to work it forward. Taken here by Berry, tackled by Mullen. Looked to lose the footy. Umpire says play on. It's taken over the line again in the left forward pocket. There'll be a throw in again.
Bill off the SMS. Bad time slot for this game. All to please the Lions. It does allow Brisbane to get home. A lot of people are supportive of the 5:15 start.
Yeah.
Family friendly.
A lot of families that I spoke to really liked it.
AFL testing out a Twilight Grand Final in future, probably call them too. As the Cats win it down, they knock it back into the middle of the ground. Plodding over the top of it, Bruin couldn't pick it up. Here's Ashcroft, got it knocked out of his grasp by Humphreys. Ball towards centre half back for the Cats. Close, got rid of an opponent. Starcevic coming the other way. Kick was smothered. Goes inside forward 50. Kolodjasny's back there. Gave it to Humphreys. He was tackled to ground by Lohman. Ball up again inside Brisbane's forward 50. It was 9 inside 50s to 2 at one stage. Now 9-7. Still in favour of the Cats, though.
Forward 50 stoppage for Brisbane. Stanley wins the hit out, but straight down to Berry of Brisbane. Handball away to Bailey. Hooks a kick to full forward for the Lions. Morris edged out of the way. Jack Henry collects. Fends off the would-be tackle from Fletcher. Hand pass away to Stewart for Geelong. Kicks out to half back to a one-on-one. Dangerfield and Berry wrestle for it. Berry wins it. Hand pass inside to Manor, though. Tackled by Rayner. Ball held in. Ump says I'll have it. And a ball up 25 metres out from the Lions' goal.
Some strong tackles here at the moment. Pressure's on, especially with a bit of wetness on that footy, making it hard to handle.
Cats by 3, past the halfway mark opening term, still don't have a goal from the restart. Ashcroft has it, he's tackled by Atkins, dispossessed, spills to McCluggage. He's wrapped up straight away and the ump calls for it again. Another stoppage, Lids.
This feels a lot more like a prelim final than last night did.
100%.
Intensity around the ball. Whew.
One gets genuine clearance away. It's still to be won. Dangerfield shoveled it out, went straight to Lohman to Bailey. He was tackled by Humphreys. It bounced off the shoulder of Blitz arms, went over the boundary line. They've spotted a free kick. It's a holding decision. Well, it's coming the way here of Brisbane, and they'll be able to have it in the left forward pocket. It's Lohman on the deck.
Yeah, it's a tackle by Stewart just before he had the ball.
That was never a tackle.
Yeah. So it's sort of like an arm across the chest.
Is there anything wrong with that?
No, I disagree with it. I don't think that's the right call at all.
Just bumped him straight up and down
He just bumped him.
The ball's within 5 metres.
He didn't tackle him.
Yeah. No, I reckon he's called it. I reckon he's called it without the ball. I agree with you. I think he's very, very lucky to get on that.
I'm bewildered by that decision, having seen the replay. Here is Lohman from deep in the left forward pocket. The Cats fans feel there's a bit of justice as he spun it to the left, missing another minor score. 2 behinds the Lions, 4 behinds the Cats, 17 gone in the first.
Often umpires just react to what looks like a big collision. and think, oh, that must have been something bad, I'll pay a free kick.
Unnecessary roughness, perhaps. A long kick from Henry out towards the wing, picked up by Brisbane though as Andrews got it from Wilmot, now feeds it back to Lester. He kicks down the wing, hands on it from Fletcher, no mark. Now Myers wants to pick it from him. Ball up on the southern wing. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
The Brisbane doctor, Corbin, has been out to Lohman. He's come back and he's happy. The Geelong doctor has been out to check on Tom Stewart and he's come back and he's okay with it. And just interesting, Dane Zorko, he's had some strapping over the head, not around the head. So a lot of strapping out there already for the Brisbane Lions.
Yellow Sharon tossed up, hurried kick forward from the Lions, reaches Humphreys. He gets out of the would-be tackle from Bailey. Has it for the Cats, hand pass to Guthrie, kicks down the wing, hands on it from Blitzarps, no mark, spills through to Andrews, hand pass to Fletcher again, kicks from the logo, down to half forward for the Lions. Arriving late Morris, no mark, Bailey clever, picks the pocket of Kolajasny, hand pass for the Lions, inside 50, Morris paddles it out in front, Guthrie had it, lost it, invites Lohman in, gets boot to ball, it floats goalward, it's offline. Cameron claiming it. Mark Pade. Cameron next to the behind post. He was tiptoeing with the white line, and in the end, the umpire gives him the benefit of the doubt. And Charlie Cameron will have a look from the left forward pocket.
Lohman's still in strife, by the way, with the ribs. He's still holding them.
There's a high floater across the goal face. Cameron collects it, and now he's got the game's first goal. It's taken 19 minutes, but Charlie Cameron drives through the opener. Brisbane on top. 1-2-8. Geelong 4 behinds. And the opening lead change to the preliminary final on ABC Sport. Brett Delidio, Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse.
Well, the inside 50's 9-2, I think. Clint told us. Now it's 9-9. So really, the last, 8 minutes has been played in Brisbane's half of the ground. And even the couple of times there where Geelong tried to get the ball going forward, Harris Andrews, the Brisbane defenders, flipped it back around. And eventually, weight of numbers, we finally get our first goal.
Yeah, and you probably got to go back to Zach Bailey, that slip the hand, just to break that ball up. I know it was a errant kick from Lohman, but well done Charlie Cameron, just keeping his eye on the ball and a nice finish in a big game.
Wonderful finish. A little angle to work with. Blitzarms wins it down for the Cats. Lockie Neal's there for the Lions. Gives it to Zorko. Kicks forward. Humphreys takes the mark.
Impressive, Humphreys. Very, very impressive.
Terrific young man. First season. Kicks out towards Myers. Marks just shy of the wing in front of the Shane Warne stand. He'll move it on to Kolajasny, who marks. He'll trot back to be on true centre wing. Humphreys gives him an option if he wants to go backwards. Instead, he'll kick long towards left half forward. Big pack up, off hands, no mark taken. Stengel looks to slap it forward to Neal. Hand pass now to Atkins. It comes to Cameron. He throws it on the boot. The immediate reply for the Cats. The crowd roars, and it's Camerons at both ends kicking goals in the preliminary final between Brisbane and Geelong. Geelong take back the lead. They're up by 2. Geelong 1-4-10. Brisbane 1-2-8. Here on Finals Footy on ABC Sport. We've travelled 21 minutes into the opening term.
It comes from the Lawson Humphreys intercept mark. He was under the pump there.
He's so calm, isn't he?
Yeah, amazing set of hands. He hasn't played that much footy. He's only playing game number 11. But from there, a little bit of controlled possession.
Yep.
And then the long kick, and it was just swarming of numbers at the contest.
Yeah, Stengel onto Neal. Good hands to be able to flick that onto Atkins. And then Jezza on the right boot. That's where they are. They're dangerous up front, aren't they, the Cats?
Trading behinds and then goals and Camerons.
Like it.
Charlie and Jeremy back-to-back. The game's first 2 goals. Time on opening term. Cats by 2. Back in the middle. Hand pass got to McInerney. Tumbles a kick to centre half forward. Here's Morris. Hits up. Tackled. Lost it. Berry keeps it going forward to Bailey. Some Bailey brilliance. Kicks it on the run. And the Lions landing some early punches. And both teams heading up now. This back and forth preliminary final. 22 minutes in. Brisbane 2-2. Geelong 1-4. Lions by 4 points. The preliminary final footy on ABC Sport.
Well, remarkably, I thought McInerney would dominate the ruck, but he hasn't. and it's Stanley who's doing it. But again, as I always say, when the ruckman hits that football, he's got to be really counted. It's got to be able to go in the favour of his teammate. The clearance rate at the moment is a bit of a concern. You know, we spoke earlier about the clearance rate of how Geelong have been going since round 18, but they're getting cleaned up today. And this is a goal directly from that type of burst that Brisbane can create.
10-4 clearances Brisbane's way.
Yeah.
It's all behinds. Now it's all goals. Game has lifted. And here's Lockie Neal bursting through, getting the clearance for Brisbane. Kicked all dry half forward. Going up, Hughes couldn't mark. Allows Charlie Cameron a chance. Tapped it once, tapped it twice. And then has to affect the tackle. It's spilled down. Holmes got it. Managed to work it out though. Clearing kick came from Jack Henry towards left half back. It'll be put back in by the lines immediately. Fletcher tapped it out. Here's an opportunity for Hipwoods. Oh, he's kicked this one straight around the body, and it sails straight through. And Brisbane have got their third. And I tell you what, that meant a bit to Eric. He'll high-five anyone nearby. 3-2-20 Brisbane. The Cats are 1-4-10. 24 minutes gone now in the opening term. Finals footy in ABC Sport.
He was listening to you, Mick.
Well, he crumbed it. That was a good contest. Again, as Lingy said before about the balls going into the forward line, you really have to make something of it. And there was a good contest. He actually crumbed that football. So it was Charlie Cameron who created the initial attack on the football, then the tackle.
Yep.
And Hipwood was really cruising in front of the pack. Probably not expected to actually be a crumbing player.
Guthrie just sort of sagged off a little bit.
Yeah, he did sag right off him.
Restart back in the middle. Picked up here by Ashcroft. Got a hand pass away towards Dunkley. He's tackled straight away. Ball up again in the middle. So fourth preliminary final for Eric Hipwood. He's returned so far 1 goal, 2 goals, 1 goal. He's got an early one here at least. And he's fourth prelim.
There's a shoulder done by McInerney.
Oh, that would be massive. That is huge because the clearances have been dominant for the Lions.
That
is awful.
McInerney's left shoulder is out here, so he looks in a lot of pain.
Oh, that could change everything.
It will change everything.
Yeah.
That will change. Unless they can bring it back and he can play with it.
They're going to put it back in on the ground.
It's his left arm. So given it's his left arm, he's probably can still ruck if he can come back on.
Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
So many times you take your cues on how much pain he is in. He is in agony. He's grabbing his head, the top of his head. It's just, it is excruciating to look at. The left shoulder completely out. He's right underneath me now, being taken straight down to the rooms. They'll try and put that in by the time they get to the bottom of the stairs. But, he is in so much pain. It's hard to think that he could come back on the ground.
This is a moment in the preliminary final. So Oscar McInerney is hurt. His left shoulder has come out. The sub is Connor McKenna, and it means Joe Danaher is rucking. So Oscar McInerney hurt in the opening quarter of the preliminary final with Brisbane up 10. Boundary throwing now on the wing, and we'll have another stoppage.
It's easy from up here to say this, and it's going to be painful, but it is the sort of thing that if it goes back in easy enough, he can actually play, which is crazy to think that it's...
No, you can do it.
Yeah.
If it's a non-preferred arm, and he's a right-hander, he will get away with just being a ruckman. He won't do much marking. He won't do a lot of other things, but if they want to get through the game, he can play.
Stanley wins it down to Neal, who gave it to Ashcroft. He's taken high, and Ashcroft retreats, goes back to Andrews, and a short kick to Answorth, who marks at half-back. Brisbane by 10, 26 minutes into the opening term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Answorth from left half-back. Kicks down the commentary wing. Pack of 5 up, front position. Mark going to be paid to Morris here? No. Umpire said there was a touch on the way through. Let's quickly head downstairs again. Tim Hodges.
Connor McKenna, the subs for the Lions has been told to start his warm-up, so they are preparing just in case Oscar McInerney can't come back into this game.
Stanley took clean possession for the restart, hacked it forward. Only Henry couldn't take it. Comes back to the Lions. Wilmot gave it to Zorko. Now to Starcevic into the middle of the ground. Great vision. Rayner marks and plays on. Kick wasn't as good though from Rayner down the throat of Stewart, marking at the top of his defensive 50. And he'll flare it out to Zach Guthrie, who marks at left half back for the Cats. They trail by 10 points, 27 gone in the first.
Guthrie short to Bowes, so he's one of the new faces. Only 14 premiership players there, 9 the turnover from 2 years ago. Heads down to Cameron. He's a mainstay. Takes the mark at left half forward for the Cats.
That's not a good matchup. Andrews trails players in all the time. Cameron is too fast in the lead. Have to change that.
Oh, what a kick.
Gloomy day in Melbourne with the floodlights on. He goes out wide with the kick and back to Bowes, who takes the mark wide out at left half forward. Geez, worked hard. He kicked that ball to him originally, and then Bowes got inside 50, hits up Lingy in the pocket and takes the mark left half forward.
Yeah, and he was shaping to go long, Jeremy Cameron, wheeling on that left foot and just checked it late. Actually, as I said, what a kick. I thought it was to a Tyson Stengel lead, which was a little bit more corridor side, but still was able to hit up Bowes.
In his first preliminary final, the boy from Cairns. He kicks into the man on the mark. Ball ricochets out towards Ashcroft. He's bowled over. Free kick. And now 50. As Stengel picked it up, kicked on the outside of his right boot and drilled a goal. But
what was the free kick for?
High contact, I think, as he came in on the Brisbane player on the ground, Ashcroft.
Free kick for Ashcroft, who will be marched to the middle of the G. It is Brisbane by 10 points, 28 minutes into the opening term. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Oscar McInerney down in the rooms, having his shoulder looked at, his left shoulder coming out of place.
Ashcroft went to Berry, went to centre half back to Andrews, and then into the middle of the ground. It came to Lockie Neal. He'll go all the way back to Danaher again at left half back, and he'll flare it out.
Well, this will
towards the boundary line. This is Starcevic. Sorry, Mick.
No, sorry, Clint. This will suit Geelong. There's no pace on the game. Geelong love a game where they can get their settle in the defend, get in the right position.
Oh, Starcevic to a pack at left half forward, and a good mark again to Stewart in the middle of it, dragging him in. Back in the team this week. Making every post a winner for the Cats at the moment. Kicks towards right half forward, and that's another fine mark for the Cats as Stanley drags it in. 80 from goal. Heads into the right forward pocket. Andrews taps it away from Cameron, but the free kick is going Cameron's way of the Jeremy version.
Yeah, Harris Andrews gave a nice shove with his left hand.
Yeah.
Tried to...
Too big, though, wasn't he? Too big for Leicester.
Yeah, Stanley's the one. As soon as he realised that McInerney had gone off, he grabbed the ball out of the ruck, kicked it forward.
So here comes Jeremy Cameron looking for his second. He puts it to the left-hand side and misses. A minor score. 1-5-11 Geelong. 3-2-20 Brisbane. Tim Hodges is downstairs.
Clint, this is amazing. The Lions have said they've put the shoulder back in place for Oscar McInerney. They are going to strap it up and they're going to put him back on the ground for a number of minutes and try and do it before quarter time just to see if he can deal with the pain he's in right now.
Thanks, Hodgie, to racing the clock as we tick towards the quarter break. Long kick down the line from Zorko is punched out of bounds. A throw in between wing and half forward for the Cats.
Can I just say, Timmy, while you're down there, that pain automatically goes when it goes back in the joint. You're just putting up a little bit of stiffness where perhaps a bit of bleeding. So it won't be a pain factor, it'll be a functional factor.
Boundary throw in. Stanley rucking for Geelong, wins it down. Myers whacks it over his head straight to Bailey. Back of the stoppage. Hand pass goes back to Starcevic for Brisbane. Short kick down the wing finds Dunkley. It's their time for Brisbane. They lead it by 9. Half-hour mark in this opening term. Dunkley comes wide using the full width of the G. Finds Answorth.
Just watching Brisbane players say, settle it down. Is there much time left? Oh, there's seconds.
25 seconds to go before quarter time. He kicks to a contest on the wing. Danaher enters from the side. Got a hand on it. Tips it down to Zorko. Back on the right peg. 60 metres out. Kicks to full forward. Arriving late Morris. Hits the deck. Ball spills out. Buse picks it up for Geelong. Hand pass to Cameron deep in defence.
And Jeremy Cameron with a clearing kick towards the broadcast wing. Fine mark floating back. Wilmot. Fell to ground, bobs up. That's quarter time. Quarter time in the preliminary final between Geelong and Brisbane. Sydney watches and waits who will meet them in next week's decider. Brisbane lead by 9 points, 3-2-20 to Geelong, 1-5-11.
One to Charlie Cameron. He kicked the game's first goal. One for Hipwood and Bailey, while Jeremy Cameron has the only goal for Geelong. Riley says, I'm sick to death of players slipping over at crucial times in crucial games. I don't want to see any players slipping at crucial times today. From Matt in Milwaukee. tuning in again, listening with my amazing wife, Sarah. She stayed up this week. Have a great call. Calm the Lions. Thanks, Matt. Nice to hear from you. The SMS number 0437 774 774. The thoughts of Brett Delidio, Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse in just a moment. It is the Lions by 9 points at quarter time in the prelim. Back in 30 seconds.
G'day, this is Becky Cole inviting you to join me each week for Saturday Night Country. For more than 30 years, we've been playing the best in Australian country music, as well as the overseas artists that you know and love. So whether it's the classic tunes that you grew up with, the best new releases, or the interviews of your favourite acts, you'll find it all on Saturday Night Country. Saturday Night Country. Hear it anytime on the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2024 AFL Final Series with ABC Sport.
Guthrie had it, lost it, invites Loman in, gets boot to ball, it floats goal when it's offline. Cameron claiming it. Mark Payne. Cameron next to the behind post. There's a high floater across the goal face. Cameron collects it, and now he's got the game's first goal. It's taken 19 minutes. But Charlie Cameron drives through the opener.
Stengel looks to slap it forward to Neil. Hand pass. Now to Atkins. It comes to Cameron. He throws it on the boot. The immediate reply for the Cats.
Morris hits up. Tackled, lost it. Berry keeps it going forward to Bailey. Some Bailey brilliance. Kicks it on the run. And the Lions landing some early punches.
Clearing kick came from Jack Henry towards left half back. It'll be put back in by the Lions immediately. Fletcher tapped it out. Here's an opportunity for Hipwoods. Oh, he's kicked this one straight. Around the body. And it sails straight through. And Brisbane have got their third.
There's a shoulder done by McInerney.
Oh, that would be massive. That is huge because clearances have been dominant for the Lions. That is awful.
McInerney's left shoulder is out here, so he looks in a lot of pain.
This is the 2024 AFL Finals.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Finals footy right here on ABC Sport. Let's see who is going to play the Sydney Swans in the 2024 decider. At quarter time, it is the Brisbane Lions who led it by 9. Brett Delidio, Cameron Ling, Mick Malthouse with their take.
First half of that quarter, it was all Geelong. Just all over them.
9-2 inside 50s.
Yeah, the one thing they didn't do was capitalise and finish off their work and kick the goals. Then it was very much Brisbane's game in the second half of that quarter. And it was on the back of clearances. They were dominating around the ball and pumping it forward. Amazingly, I know we'll go down to Hodgie soon, but Oscar McInerney has reappeared on this ground with his left shoulder strapped. Let's have a go at it.
Yeah. Let's just do that quickly. Hodgie on the boundary.
Just amazing, the roar for Oscar McInerney when he walked up the race. That left shoulder is clearly heavily strapped. The shoulder is back in place, thankfully, for his pain threshold. And he's going to start this second term. They're going to give him, as they said to us, about 5 minutes just to see if he can deal with it. But what a fillip that could potentially be for the Lions if he can play out this game and play a significant part because he is so unbelievably important.
So with that, Reece Stanley's got to be really smart now. So position himself on the side where Oscar McInerney is forced to use his left arm, his injured arm.
He won't use his left arm. If he's dislocated his left arm, he'll continue to go right arm.
So Reece has got to make sure he's on his right arm side so he's somehow got to use his left arm but won't want to use it.
I would say right now that McInerney will not use his left arm, so therefore everything is going to be, his body's going to shuffle towards the ball and use his right arm to disrupt, if anything, because we just saw when he came off, the most dominating player was Stanley. Surprise, surprise. Took a big mark and didn't worry about palming it, just smashed the ball clear. Now, we know that Danaher can't ruck, and you take him away from the forward line, so they're in a real lot of trouble if they can't keep McInerney out there. And only all he has to do, we know he goes for forward pocket and takes a mark. Well, that's out. We know he can go behind the play and perhaps take a mark. No, that's out. So just he can get by. Make no mistake, he can get by. He'll feel really stiff in the arm. It's probably bled. Don't worry, when it comes out like that, you've done some damage. But he would have taken some sort of medication. Use your right arm and he'll get by. Probably won't jump as much because when you jump, you've got to put your arm up. So I would say that what he'll do, he'll just try to go body to body.
Chris got a few extra minutes with the Geelong boys. What would he be saying, Lids?
Oh, I'd be asking my forwards whether they're going to put some time into Dayton Zorka. I think he's been arguably their most damaging. He's had 11 already and the most metres gained on the ground with 286. So I think he helps set them up so much. It takes the kick in, but then he just continues to charge down the ground. Take his body, get him out of the game. I don't think they're going to set a specific tag, but let's just be aware of him and not allow him just to do it all on his own terms.
I don't reckon that match-up with Andrews and Cameron's going to work. Andrews is an expert at trailing in, expert at trying to get the big third one over, but Cameron doesn't take big pack marks. He comes up and runs. In fact, he's not going to pick him up. I knew that. Leicester. Well, Leicester had him early. Leicester had him for the first 15 minutes of the first quarter, and I don't understand why. In fact, when he kicked a goal on Leicester, so perhaps they felt a bit nervous after that goal was kicked.
Lions are the best first quarter team in the competition, and they lead again at the first break. A 9-point advantage as we start the second term. And McInerney back on the ground after that dislocated shoulder. Leaps up, wins it down, but Geelong first possession. It's Max Holmes who kicks to full forward. Stengel to fly. Neil at the back marks, but Stengel gives away the free.
Gee, that was silly by Stengel.
Why would you do it? You're just a crumbing player.
He went crowd surfing and got nowhere near it on the shoulders of Jack Payne. Takes the free, goes short to Ainsworth. Last line of defence at the punt road end. Brisbane kicking to the city end. Second turn.
Wow.
Kai Lohmann. Cobra Kai takes to the sky and pulls it down for Brisbane.
That's a beauty.
That's a hanger in a big-time spot for Kai Lohmann. Kicks down the wing. No mark for the Lions. Comes to McCluggage. He turns it over by hand. Guthrie sends it back in the other direction and it slides out of bounds. Happy with that work from Kai Lohmann?
Oh, very nice. Huge contest and just to sit on Zach Guthrie's shoulders. Great launch. He's a powerful athlete, Kai Lohmann.
Bell record.
Real energiser bunny.
Lions by 9. 1 minute into the second term. Finals footy, ABC Sport.
Throwing it again. Stanley got the more telling tap against McInerney. Gathered by Wilmot. Hand pass was to Dunkley. Shoveled it short to McInerney. He was immediately tackled. Ball up the call again. Left half forward for the Cats.
Yeah, he's gone straight to his right and hit forward, yep.
Did slap it forward. Cameron was there with the Geelong description. Jeremy kicks around the body into the left forward pocket. 3-on-2 battle favouring the Lions. Came off the hands of Andrews. At the back, Ollie Henry kicks the goal. He crumbed at left full forward. It all opened up for him and he didn't miss. 3-point ball game still in favour of Brisbane. They're 3-2-20. The Cats move to be 2-5-17. And we've travelled in the second term nearly 2 minutes.
And that speaks to exactly what we're talking about pre-game in the young players not overplaying the situation. All you have to do is create that contest, keep your feet. He was able to nudge Harris Andrew under the ball and then get out the back and kick a great goal. That's the sort of stuff that you teach, the game sense stuff that we spoke to James Kelly about before the game, that you see all these young Geelong players do.
Yeah, it's a good call because it was a smart play. There was a nudge there, but just didn't over push him. Wasn't going for the mark. It was just wanting to make sure that Harris Andrews didn't mark it and sneak over the back. Nice finish.
He, of course, was a Collingwood player the last time the Cats won in 2022 and then the other way around last year. Hoping to win his first premiership. Stanley wins it down to Dangerfield. Kicks to centre half forward. Spills down to Manor. Soccer's goal, but he's going to chase up his own footy. Manor, clean collection, forward pocket. Hand pass, turnover. Away to Ainsworth of the Lions. Hooks a kick out. Holmes can't mark. Follows up. Collects the half volley. Hand pass a little too hot for Ollie Henry. Scooped up by Wilmot. Hand pass to Bailey. Kicks into open space on the wing for Brisbane.
It'll tumble end on end and then knocked forward. That's cleverly done. Morris runs onto it. Ugly kick. Didn't get anywhere near the purchase he wanted, though. It sat away from Blitzarves. Bounced up here for Danaher at right half forward. 51 out for goal. And he goes looking for Ashcroft. Didn't go for goal. Just put it across half forward and Ashcroft marks about 45 out from goal.
We had a text message before from one of our listeners. I think Chris Scott's with him on that, about slipping over. Yeah. 2 crucial slips by Cats players.
Ashcroft runs to 50 out. Sends it long towards goal and it hits the right-hand goal post. It looked like it was on target, not to be on that occasion. 3-3-21 the Lions, 2-5-17 Geelong. Nearly 4 minutes gone in the second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Who goes on to play the Sydney Swans?
Stewart Exiting kick, goes to a 2-on-1. Wilmot climbs up, spoils it down away from Holmes. Brisbane with the numbers win out. Rayner collects 70 out, kicks to full forward. Morris got his mitts around it and marks it full forward for Brisbane.
Brilliant. Was it Darcy Wilmot who read that kick out to Max Holmes? Superb play. Playing your outside wing role in that kick-in zone type setup. Read it beautifully. He's created this shot at goal.
Slight angle to the left. He'll hook around the body on his right side. The youngest man on the ground with a big-time goal. And Brisbane steady up again. The Lions playing from in front in this prelim. 4.5 minutes into the second term. Brisbane by 10. 4-3-27. Geelong 2-5-17. 5 gone second quarter. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
He's a really good size, good speed, good route of the play. He can have his bad days. He's 19 years of age, so he's a kid playing finals football. He just got in the right position and was able to hold a mark under that pressure. So that kick off though, when you kick the ball to 1v2, you either punch the ball out or it's an inevitable result. You're going to lose it.
What I love about Wilmot is that he plays the game that's in front of him. He doesn't try to overcomplicate. He goes straight at it. He runs straight and goes at the game. Tries to take it on. Love it.
First MCG final for Logan Morris. He's got his name on the list of goal kickers. McInerney out after a Dangerfield. He gets a hurry kick away to Manor. He's able to gather. Runs inside forward 50. Pressure came from behind, but the kick was true. It skidded along the ground and went through for a major. Another immediate response from Geelong. Manor brings it back to again what is now a 4-point margin. 4-3-27 to Geelong 3-5-23. 6 gone in the second. They burst out of the middle, the Cats.
They burst out because he was forced to go. McInerney was forced to go left hand and had no power in it, and all he did was pull the ball virtually straight in front of him.
And you know who's realised that better than anyone in the field is Patrick Dangerfield. He knows he can get on the charge because either Stanley's going to win it and hit it his way, or McInerney's going to win it and it can't go with any real distance.
Only right hand
can
he go distance.
This time last year, Sean Manor was getting an early night ahead of the VFL Grand Final. Came out and kicked 6 in a losing team and know where he'd rather be. Here preparing and getting ready to go in a preliminary final. He's right in the mix here. Kicks a goal for the Cats as they try to work their way back into it. Free kick in the middle going Brisbane's way. Hand off there from Dunkley. Got it to Lester, who slipped over. Back to Dunkley. Kicks to the hot spot at centre half forward. No mark for Brisbane. Ball hits the deck. Archie overruns it. Close goes in and collects for the Cats. Hand pass away to Bowes. Tumbles a kick down the wing for Geelong. Hitting up here is Andrews. Hand pass close to the boundary line. Zorko's out of room. And the boundary throwing between wing and half forward for Geelong. So the Brisbane Lions by 4 points. 7 minutes gone second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Clint Weldon. Tim Hodges on the boundary. And our ABC Sport experts Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling and Brett Delidio.
And Mullen's certainly going straight to Neil.
4-point ball game. Lions in front. 7.5 gone. Second term of the preliminary final. Swans wait and watch. McInerney gets the right hand of this. Slaps it forward. It's out over the boundary line for a throw-in.
That's very brave. He's using his left arm against Stanley to get his right. He's using it to push him to get his right arm. It's fantastic to just watch how brave he is in this.
It's winning the hit-outs 18-8 at the moment. Still there, McInerney. Come down again by Stanley. They take it. Berry. Strong tackle. Dangerfield wrapped him up. Got him beautifully. Took him to ground. No problems. Ball up the call. Still at right half forward for Brisbane. Comes down here from McInerney's touch now for another boundary throw-in.
I'm watching the Mullen-Neil matchup closely, and Mullen is getting a little lesson on some of the just brilliant subtleties of stoppage craft from Lachie Neale. He has got his hands full. I don't love his starting point. He's starting in front of him, and Neale will just lose him.
6 p.m. local time. The foreshadow starting to appear on the players as the floodlights take over. Myers clever at the stoppage. Whacks it forward to close. Kicks to centre half forward for Geelong. Hands on it from Payne. No mark. Spills through to Ollie Henry. High up and under. Deeper forward. Punched away by Answorth. Straight to Jeremy Cameron. He makes him pay. Jez has got a couple. And we've got a lead change in the second term. Cats back in front. 9 gone in the quarter. Geelong 4-5-29. Brisbane 4-3-27. And Jeremy Cameron exactly where he needed to be. He's got a couple. Brett Delidio, Cameron Ling, Mick Malthouse on ABC Sport.
Gee, it was a crucial 50-50 ball win by Ollie Henry.
Again, yeah.
He was out of position and it was going to be marked by his Brisbane opponent. He somehow brought it to ground and then hacked it forward. And from there, chaos and players hunting after the ball. Then your real skill and class of players like Jeremy Cameron can come to the fore.
Yeah, I love that. Just the fundamentals to continue to compete and not allowed to be outmarked or let the Brisbane side run away with it. Manor again brings the ball to ground. Jezza Cameron just outworking his opponent.
I tell you who was in the right position though was Close, was in a magnificent position.
Stanley won it down. Ashcroft, though, picked it up, kicked it inside the lines, forward 50. Morris is out after it. Blitzarv's right with him. Morris tried to tap it to his own advantage, gathers and then takes it under pressure over the boundary line for a throw-in. 45, let's say 40 out from Brisbane's attacking goal. They're kicking to the right of our broadcast position, the city end of the MCG. Missed the second term. They trail by 2 points on the scoreboard. Put back into play. Danaher does the ruck work up against Stanley. Stanley slaps it down. It came to Neal, though. Otter Morris. He was run down by Myers. Got it away, though, inside forward 50, and then Fletcher tackled over the boundary line. It'll be another throw-in. Still 40 out from Brisbane's attacking goal.
There was no late change, so no Sam DeConey. The two subs, Mitch Duncan and Connor McKenna.
Yes. Lucky to get that away.
Cats by 2. Forward 50 stoppage for the Lions. Stanley palms it down. Fletcher passing through. Grabs it. Tackled. Lost it. Mullen sticks the tackle. Ball spills out. It's like a rolling maul at the moment. You can throw a blanket over around a dozen players. Eventually Holmes picks it up, squeezes a kick out, touched on the way through, but got it to Bruin. He gets it moving in open space, kicks down the wing to Shannon Neal. Turns, hooks Geelong into the front half. The upset, Neal was out of bounds. Throw in on the southern wing. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, I just want to ask Lingy about Mitch Duncan. He's the sub today. He hasn't sat in the sub spot once. Even now, he's standing talking to Tyson Stengel. He's like a full-time assistant coach there. Just what an impact he can actually make while he's waiting to get his chance to come on the field. It's quite remarkable. I haven't seen anything like it from a sub this year.
Yeah, well, he's such an experienced player. We'd understand the importance of being that extra coach. He'd hate being the sub, but he's obviously attacking it in the right way.
Holmes kicked down the outer wing. Jeremy Cameron took the mark for the Cats. Lions were bringing it away. They thought it was their mark. Not to beat. Comes back to Jeremy Cameron. Runs into the centre square. Kicks into the right forward pocket. 2-on-2 battle. Fine mark to Andrews. Hold on. Takes it and then sends it by a little pop kick over the top to Payne. Oh, dangerous kick was short. It just made its way to Berry. Close was closing him down. Berry was able to take the mark. He has it deep in the right back pocket. A little bit of paper floats across the ground as Berry kicks towards centre wing. Again, a big group up. Oh, huge fly. Got good hands. Blitzarvs couldn't get to it. And a strong mark again comes the way of Morris for the Lions.
Morris kicks to a 1-on-4. Geelong players everywhere. Stewart spoils. Ball hits the deck. Bowes for the Cats. Hand pass back to Stewart. Great run. Darting through the middle of the G. Takes a bounce. Kicks Geelong to centre half forward. Close leaps up. Hands to it. No mark. Payne there with him. Close sockers it deeper forward. Myers in the pocket running out of room. Keeps it alive. The silky skills. Myers. Great cross.
It's unbelievable.
And Ollie Henry puts it in the back of the net. Brian Myers never gave up on it. And the cross from the corner brings about the goal. The World Game on show for Geelong. A second for Ollie Henry. They both come in this second term, and the Cats move to 5-5-35. Geelong 4-3-27. Cats by 8 points. 13 minutes in the second term. Finals footy, ABC Sport.
Wow.
That's one of the great goals. Great team goals, yeah.
They just showed it on the big screen, and it just got an extra raw because people just appreciated what had happened. Completely intentional from Brian Myers, and
right on Tom Stewart.
Yeah.
Spoil initially, but then to take the game on. Close that makes the contest. Brian Myers, that soccer goal, and Ollie Henry, right spot, right time.
There's a real difference between the two forwards on it. One's a working one, Geelong, and the other one really wants it on the platter, and it's just not happening.
Danaher wins it down. It's a chance for Holmes, though, who gathered it for the Cats. Kicks towards left half forward. Good defensive effort came the way of Wilmot. Spilled out, though, to Matter. Popped it over the top, and it's marked here by Dunkley. Dunkley has it for the Brisbane Lions at right half back. The kick's not long enough to be counted as a mark. Ashcroft got it. Moved it on again. Here's Leicester into the middle of the ground and then turns it over to Zach Guthrie. He kicks towards centre half forward and then he turns it over. That was messy. Leicester marking it centre half back, right on the defensive edge of the centre square. He goes short and dangerously as well. And a chance to build up once more. 5-5 plays 4-3. Geelong over the top at the moment. 14 gone in the second term.
Darcy Wilmot at centre half back marks and then kicks long to a one-on-one. Out there Dempsey and Berry, and in the end it's knocked out of bounds. Southern wing right on halfway. Cats by 8. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, we are supposed to get more rain after 6 o'clock. I don't think it's far away. The wind has picked up. The flags on top of the scoreboard are blowing off their posts. So, yeah, it's wild at the moment down on ground level.
4 goals to 1 in this second quarter. After trailing by 9 at quarter time, Geelong taking over. McCluggage, hand pass away towards Wilmot. Handball back to Ashcroft. The Lions need a few stoppage wins and he's caught. On the wing, we'll have a ball up. Southern wing. Cats by 8 points halfway through the second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
It was Brisbane by 9 at quarter time. Geelong had the early advantage. Couldn't make their opportunities count. Opening stages. They've started to take control of this game in the second term. Ball's on the Shane Warne wing. Slapped forward twice by Blitzarves. Only went as far there as McCluggage. He had to work it backwards. Picked up by Dempsey. His hand pass stolen. Came to Ashcroft. Lions have it through McCluggage again. Long kick from Wilmot towards left half forward. Umpire spots a free kick. It's against Cameron. It'll come back here to be taken by Buse of the Cats. Moves it forward to Holmes. Sweeping a hand pass over the top. Dempsey, hand pass inboard to Atkins for Geelong. He gets a kick high up in the air. It'll still land on the wing, waiting underneath it and going up to take the mark is Wilmot. He's got it for Brisbane. He'll go back to take his kick at left half back.
It's almost like Brisbane have been told, don't kick the ball up the line, through the corridor because Geelong will get you with the extra number, but no play on. They're just making it hard work.
Wilmot wide to Charlie Cameron, goes long to high half forward and Hipwood takes a juggled mark, moves it on off his knees, away to McCluggage, hand pass to his mate, Berry's crunched, took too long, ball spits out, says keep rolling, centre half forward for the Lions, comes out the back door Geelong's way, College Asney, hand pass to Buse, caught, Loman tackles him, ball comes out, says ball up now.
How was that not holding the footy before?
Yeah, exactly. The slow motion play is just going to kill Brisbane.
Had an eternity, Berry, caught by Bruin. Said keep rolling as they do again here and throw a blanket over 12. We'll have a ball up as Archie's caught. 40 metres out from the Lions goal at the city end. It's Geelong by 8.
And now by the Cats through Blitzarves. It came straight away here to Holmes. He got wrapped up and that's holding the ball. Now that's interesting. Talk us through it, gents.
Oh, well, you know what? When you look at it again, he took 2 steps and was readying himself to be hit.
Yeah.
So he's had the chance to kick or hand pass.
And didn't throw it away like Berry did.
Berry was wrong and this was right. But Berry was certainly wrong.
Yeah.
It's the consistency factor we're questioning.
Of course it is.
Yes.
You've got 4 umpires. They all eat at different places and live at different places, honestly.
McCluggage won't care. He's got the free kick. He comes in and he kicks it for the Lions. A big moment for McCluggage as the Cats looked like they were starting to take a little bit of control of this quarter. He puts Brisbane back to within 2 points. They're 5-3-33. Geelong are 5-5-35. 18 gone in the second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
So what Geelong, this quarter, they got on top on the back of some clearances. They were 8-2 up.
Yep.
Then Danaher comes into the ruck. Obviously, McInerney needs a lot of support today with what's happened to his shoulder. But Geelong have gone to Blitzarves to play on Danaher rather than thinking, well, hang on, do we try and get a big advantage and leave Stanley there while Danaher's in there?
He can run all day.
Yeah.
Stanley's got the capacity, hasn't he?
So maybe they're thinking, well, McInerney's going to keep coming back on the ground, so therefore we'll keep Stanley fresh. But I'd say Danaher's probably got the advantage over Blitzarves.
18 minutes into the second term, finals footy, ABC Sport.
Not on that one.
The big hit out win the other way. Knocked down towards Berry. Shakes the would-be tackle from Bruin. He kicks Brisbane down to half forward. Hand on it from Humphreys. Spills down though Brisbane's way. Archie to Charlie Cameron. Slick hands to Berry. He misses. Into the open goal. Bailey had to try and put it through and just shakes the kick out to his left. And Zach Bailey had the goals there in front of him and not to be on the run.
Yeah, rushed it, Corb. Had more time, needed to run in to almost make a certain yard from the top of the goal square.
Yeah, close enough, really.
Geelong by 1, 19 minutes into the second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport, but Brisbane swinging back a bit of momentum here.
Lions fans around the grounds asking, how did they miss? Because the Cats beyond defensive 50 and a big mark taken by Danaher just forward of the wing commentary side. Danaher will put it back from whence it came. Sends it towards full forward. Big pack up. Kolodjasny got a touch on it. Came down to Humphries. Was tackled immediately by Cameron. Ball up the call again.
Here's slow motion going into their forward line, though. I mean, they're really relying on crumbing players or a spectacular mark.
Sarves wins the tap down. It came to McCluggage, though, of the Lions. Hand pass out to Neil. Right forward pocket. Couldn't quite get away from Myers. And then, falling over Hipwood. Tried to get a kick away up against the boundary line and missed it completely. It's a little tap on the side from Neil. It spilled the Bruin, who got tackled, and ball up is the call. And you can hear the laughter around the ground as the rest of the ground got to see it on the big screen. There's a free kick being paid here against Bruin. It'll come to Neil. He's got it in the right forward pocket.
Well, I've got to explain this to our listeners. That ball fell with Neil. It was punched clear by Bruin, and there's nothing else outside of the fact that he's awarded it for deliberate, which it's not, and it hasn't been paid deliberate. It's over the shoulder. I can't quite come to grips with that.
I'm glad you explained that, Mick, because I had no clue what it was for.
Well, I'm only assuming that.
Lockie Neal from deep in the right forward pocket puts it across the face. It's punched through defensively by Geelong for a minor score. So scores level, 5-5-35 apiece. Into time on in the second term. Tim Hodges has news for us downstairs. Tim?
Clint, just worth mentioning Oscar McInerney. He's on the bench for his break. The doctor walked over to him to check on him. He put his hand up and said, I don't even want to talk to you. So, Mick, you were bang on that they've strapped it up. The pain's gone away and he's just dealing with it, and he doesn't want to talk to the doctor at all, so he's fine to come back on.
Stewart on the kick out, goes along the wing, hands on it from Blitzarm, spills through to Berry. He's tackled by Dempsey and a ball up on the wing. And a dislocated left shoulder in the opening quarter. Oscar McInerney's had it strapped up and he's continuing on. Played out this second quarter as Blitzarms wins it here. Hand pass to Bruin, kicks down the southern wing. Close takes the mark. Hand pass away to the runner Dempsey. Kicks further afield. Shannon Neal marks 60 out. Keeps it moving inside 50. Great save from Bailey. Spoils it down but straight to Myers. Hand pass to Bowes. Spin move. Got it to Myers. Goal. Myers kicks his second of the term. And Geelong pull back in front by that kick. The Cats by 6 points. 22 gone in the second term. 6-5 to 5-5. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Cameron Lang, Brett Delidio and Mick Malthouse.
Well, once they opened it up on the wing there, I think the mark was taken by Brad Close. Yep. The run of Ollie Dempsey, it was just options galore after that. And I think
the kick wasn't great, was it? I don't think.
No, but once it went inside forward 50 and it wasn't the perfect option, it was then the threat of Tyson Stengel, I think, that led all the Brisbane defenders to think they're going to give it to Stengel, and they went back the other way and ends up with Myers. And
there's a difference between making the most of it and going all the way to the goal square to ram it home, whereas Zach Bailey didn't do that at the other end.
Yeah, but it's also a difference in technique. This is slow motion forward of centre.
Going fast.
And Geelong are just murdering the ball forward. So they don't let Brisbane players settle into their position as a backline player.
Big O's back on the ground. Blitzarms won it down against him, though. Came to a pack. McCluggage looked to hack it forward. Rayner slapped it forward. Here's McCluggage again, got it away. They'll burst through the middle here, Brisbane to Bailey. Runs the 51 out, drives it towards home and misses again. To the right-hand side this time. Chances going begging for those red, yellow and blue. 5-6-36 Brisbane, 6-5-41 Geelong.
Kolodjasny with the kick-out duties, comes wide and Andrews punches it out of bounds, so a throw-in 70 out from the Lions goal.
Well, I was just saying, particularly Bailey's had two running shots for goal, 150, 115, and really there's two setters.
He's getting himself in a great position, so he's up in the traffic around the midfield congestion and then really bursting forward. And back of this stoppage too, he could get on. No, he's not going to.
McInerney palms it down to Neal. Hurried kick inside 50. Unkind bounce for Archie. Spills to the back for Stewart. He's shoved out of bounds by Danaher, so a throw-in 35 out from the Lions goal. Cats by 5. They've kicked 5 goals to 2 in this second quarter, which is 24 minutes old. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Of course, the winner of this goes through to next Saturday's grand final to play the Swans.
He's with a bit of a problem with the right hand. He's back into the fray. It's McInerney up against Stanley. Stanley won it out towards the boundary line. Mullen lost his footing, slapped it up into the air. It's come off Cameron, but it's all right.
Brisbane
Goes for
Lions.
another throw-in.
Sorry, Clint. Brisbane Lions have got Geelong a little confused at these last couple of stoppages. Even Dunkley then spat forward with no one on him, and if it had fallen forward side for the Lions, he'd have a shot at goal.
Danaher to do the ruck work. A little telling tap against Stanley. Jack Henry tapped it down. Archie has it. He's been wrapped up by Bruin. Umpire will ball it up again.
Well, that's good play by McInerney to come out of there. Let Danaher do the ruck work.
Gutarms palms it down for the Cats. Trying to emerge with it was Dunkley. Shovels the hand pass towards full forward. Cameron went to ground. Stewart picked it up. Kicks the Cats up into the air. Beyond defensive 50 towards left half back. Dangerfield got a tap on it down to Stengel. They're bursting away now, Geelong. To Atkins. They come through the middle of the ground. Taking a bounce is Mullen. Mullen from inside the centre square. Goes long. He wanted Shannon Neal. Spoil came from McInerney. Spills down again. Out it comes to Ollie Henry. Gave it to Dempsey. Remarkable. From hard up against the boundary in the right forward pocket. Somehow has found the major opening. Top draw stuff to give the Cats what is now an 11-point lead at the 25-minute mark of the second term. 7-5-47 to Brisbane 5-6-36. That is some goal. Well done, Ollie Dempsey. His 22nd of the season is a beauty.
Well, we spoke about Wilmot before and his ability to read it. He just got sucked in there on Stengel, went and flew, didn't impact. Stengel stays down. They just created that over. They have three players running through the middle of the ground.
It's come from the back line, though.
We've got the vision here. Ollie Dempsey, you see him starting in the back 50 there, running with this play. I mean, that is going to be shown in the edits in the meeting on Monday. Incredible run from Ollie Dempsey.
Isn't it a contrast, game of contrast? So Geelong, their speed, and Brisbane want to play, I don't know, mark, kick, mark.
Cats going forward again. Stanley down to Atkins. Hand pass to Dangerfield. Got it away as he's being tackled to Max Holmes. He's 60 out. Kicks to full forward. Jeremy Cameron just out of reach. Shannon Neal still on. Hand pass over his shoulder. A turnover. Andrews for Brisbane from the back pocket. Kicks into space at half back. Cats will get there first. Stewart collects 65 metres out. At half forward. He kicks to full forward. Wants Neal. Caught at the back. Spills down towards Zorko. His hand pass, a turnover, forward pocket. Myers from the tight angle. Oh, don't tell me. Brian Myers.
Wow.
That is artistry. From the right forward pocket, floats it through. His second of the turn. And the Cats out by a new game high. Geelong by 17, 8-5-53. Brisbane 5-6-36. 27 gone in the second. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Well, make no mistake about it, that was just a horrible setup by Brisbane. When that ball was exited out of their back 50, their forward line was non-existent. It was sitting so far back, it gave no support. Geelong played 10 yards in front of their direct opponents, or even 15 to 20 metres, anticipating a ball that was going to come out. It was going to come out haphazard. Geelong got it, drove it back in. No Brisbane player within 30 metres of the kicker, and you pay a massive penalty.
He did not mean that, but it's a great goal.
That is one of the all-time floaters.
That was like Eric Hipwood's first kick, wasn't it? That one didn't spin.
Dempsey took the low road. He took the high road. Two great goals. Whether or not they were meant. Cats working immediately towards centre half forward. Here's Ollie Henry again, eventually able to gather. Tries to get a kick inside forward 50. Myers couldn't take the mark. Spilled down to Starcevic of the Lions. Swept a hand pass towards left half back. Bailey went to ground for Brisbane. Ball still there to be won. Humphries hits the ball with real pace. Hands it off to Holmes. 60 out from goal. Kicks towards right full forward. Shannon Neal flew at the back. Stengel. He couldn't get it first time. Sliding out Dempsey. Smashes it into the right hand upright. Hits the post, if we're going to continue with the soccer analogies. And the Lions quickly move it back into play. Comes to Rayner. Takes a bounce and runs to right half back.
Lucky to get it out of there as Rayner goes long, looking for Danaher. He waits for it. Blitz halves, covers across, spoils, and Buse sees it out of bounds. So a throwing 70 out from the Lions goal. A 7-goal quarter so far for the Cats. 7 goals to 2. They lead it by 18 points. Game high, 29 gone second term.
I thought that was Tyson Bartlett down there, Mickey Malthouse in the forward line. He doesn't like the handball, does he?
Oh, what about the forward line of Brisbane, though? How far deep they're playing?
Boundary throwing close, got a handball away straight to Ainsworth, to Ashcroft, hand pass away to Neal, handball out wide to Dangerfield, fights through one tackle, hand pass slides out of bounds. Boundary throwing on the wing.
All Brisbane players with their opponents are sitting right back inside back 50 or front 50, so the middle of the ground was open, and that leaves Geelong running power through there and no Brisbane competition, so structurally Geelong are murdering Brisbane.
5-1, 31 from stoppages of the Cats, 2-4-16 the Lions. Ball on centre wing. Here's Lockie Neal. Goes to Dunkley. Dangerous kick for the Lions. Trying to knock it down was Mullen. Just got its way through to McCluggage. Hand pass went behind Zorko. Close got in the way. Won it down. Mullen tried to get it forward. Turned it over again. Dunkley able to move it on again. Here's Fletcher stabbing the pass. Low, flat and hard to Rayner. Running by McCluggage. Kicks in the direction of Danaher. Good spoil came from in front, really. He turned around to make sure that Danaher couldn't take the mark, and Blitzarves wins that battle and sees the ball across the line for a throw-in at left full forward for Brisbane, who trail on the scoreboard. 5-6-36 the Lions, 8-6-54 the Cats. It's an 18-point advantage to Geelong. Half an hour gone in the second.
7-2. Quarter so far the Cats' way. Stanley reaching from the back, palms it down. McCluggage wins the footy, spun around. Hand pass away towards Morris. High up and under, floats to full forward. They come from all directions. Spills down to Jack Henry. He's tackled by Morris, taken high. Free kick going the Cats' way at fullback. Jack Henry will take it. There's a 9-point lead for Brisbane, by the way, at quarter time, as Jack Henry told to keep going. Short kick, not 15 to Stewart. Hand pass back to Jack Henry. Hurried handball, last line of defence to Humphreys. Tackled, dispossessed. Ball out of bounds. McCluggage forces it out of play, and we'll have a throw in right forward pocket for the Lions.
McCluggage is the one who's trying to lift them in this last 5 or 10 minutes.
Still should have knocked that goal over.
Yep.
That was, that's
rather than kicking to Danaher.
Well, I don't know whether he did kick to Danaher. He's 40 metres out.
Spun back in. Blitzarves got rid of Danaher, punched it forward. Here's McCluggage once more. Gives it to Ashcroft. His kick was straight into the chest of Humphreys. He puts the Cats beyond defensive 50. Close, couldn't mark. Neal gathers. Hand pass to no one in particular. Hitting the football at real pace. Close is forced to take the tackle on Wilmot. On Ainsworth, beg your pardon. And he's got it. He takes the free kick at left half back.
I think it's Close who's done the job on Dane Zorko this quarter. It kept him to only 2 touches, 11 in that first term for Zorko.
Close in the long sleeves for the Cats. Goes down the line. Umpire, the non-controlling one, has spotted a free kick. It's coming back here for Andrews. He's got it at right half back for the Lions. As we close in on half time, Geelong's lead remains 18 points. 32 gone in the second.
Short kick to Wilmot, of course, debuted in the elimination final in 2022. Has not missed a game since, so his 55th consecutive game for Darcy Wilmot. Goes long to half forward, turns it over. Guthrie takes the intercept mark, half back for the Cats. A light rain falling again, as Hodgie predicted just after 6 p.m. That rain has arrived, and the Cats protecting a 3-goal lead. 33 gone in the quarter. Long kick down the wing, and Stanley takes the juggled mark. Right on halfway, the Cats load up again. Whacks it inside the forward 50. Stengel the target. Starcevic flies up. Falls down to Payne. His hand pass picked up by Ainsworth under pressure. Squeeze the kick out straight to Dangerfield. Drew the tackler. Hand pass away to Bruin. Hand pass inboard, finds Close. Works it back to Holmes. Hurried kick off a step to full forward for Geelong. Down there, Blitzarves trying to hug it in. Unsuccessful. Charlie Cameron paddles it out in front. Manor right there with him for the Cats.
And Manor slapped it back. That was clever. Got it to Stengel. Centering kick. Punched away. Going up to get a hand on the football. He had to really stretch for it, was Payne, and sees it across for a throw-in left full forward for Geelong.
I reckon he was shooting there. Stengel again. He's shaped to try and banana that. He's unbelievable.
He's got the licence, doesn't he?
He'll shoot from anywhere.
Yeah. He's been able to do the miraculous more often than not. Well, put back into play. McInerney won it down with the sore left shoulder. Comes towards the boundary line, and Manor is taken over.
Again too.
McInerney, yeah.
Well, that was used the left arm and therefore the left shoulder to win that down. He stayed out there. He is in pain, had it dislocated and put back in, as we were told by Tim Hodges earlier in this game. Coming in stage, 24th minute mark of the first, when Brisbane led by 10. He's in the ruck contest, but he couldn't get to it first. Stanley could, spilled out. Fletcher tackled by Manor, wrapped him up. Ball up the call. They'll throw it aloft, still in the left forward pocket as far as the Cats are concerned.
Geelong by 18 late in the quarter. As Stanley hooks it down to Manor, trying to get boot to ball, can't quite. Zorko slides in on top of it in the goal square, becomes tackler, and in the end will have a ball up as he locks up Mullen.
Clever by Zorko. He actually gave that to Mullen to say, I'm going to be pinged if I keep it.
Ball up, tacking goal square for the Cats. Comes down, the line, soccer it out of play. Umpire says, all okay. Off his backside in the end, kicked away by Dunkley. Gets the benefit of the doubt.
Even Dunkley's laughing at that one.
Just socketed it straight out of play. Didn't touch anyone on the way through, and
that's not insufficient. That's deliberate.
Boundary throwing, still in the hot spot here for the Cats. Full forward for them, punched away by Wilmot, couldn't clear it. Here's Dangerfield, hand pass out to Stangl. He snaps goalward but misses near side. Geelong by 19 points, so every score here increasing that game high. Lead for Geelong, 19 points up, 35 go on second term of the preliminary final. Of course, the winner plays Sydney in the GF next week. Finals footy, ABC Sport.
Lions move it towards the right back pocket. Wilmot to Jasper Fletcher. He goes short again. This is Answorth. It's got the left shoulder heavily strapped as well. Damage not done this afternoon though. And kick the yellow Sharon towards centre wing. McInerney front position. Stretched out the right hand this time. Spilled down to Neal. Lockie Neal swept a hand pass forward. Went as far as Jack Henry. Gathered and kicked back towards left half forward for the Cats. Cameron was there. Couldn't get it against Payne, who sees it over the boundary line and gets up looking a little worse for wear. He's got a slight limp as he makes his way back inside his defensive 50 for Brisbane. Throwing left half forward for the Cats. 8:7:55 to 5:6:36. Nearly 36 minutes played in this second term. McInerney takes clean possession, couldn't get a real kick away. It came to Answorth, worked it down towards Ashcroft, and that's well done. He finds Danaher, who marks on the logo, commentary wing.
Tick, 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 tick. Late in this second quarter as Danaher's got to go. The last of the seconds peel off the clock before his kick enters the forward 50. And that'll do us to half-time. That is a dominant quarter from the Cats. A flex from the 2022 premiers. They kick 7 goals to 2. And turn around a 9-point quarter-time deficit to lead by 19 at the half. Geelong 8:7:55, Brisbane 5:6:36. The goal kickers to half-time, 2 each for Cameron, Myers and Ollie Henry. Singles for Manor and for Dempsey. While for Brisbane, we got 1 each for McCluggage, Morris, Cameron, Hipwood and Bailey. A 19-point advantage for Geelong at half-time. This is Finals Footy on ABC Sport. The thoughts of Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling and Brett Delidio.
Impressive quarter of footy by the Cats. It's obvious to say that, but you look at some of the stats and you just see the two real contrasts in the way they're trying to play. So the marks in that quarter alone, 20 marks to Brisbane, only 6 to Geelong.
Slow.
So Brisbane wanting to play a controlled style of football.
As they have done all year, mostly, haven't they?
Exactly. The Cats really comfortable with it in a bit of chaos, bit of a chaotic situation. Bring the ball to ground, rush onto it with numbers, hunt after the footy at ground level. They end up getting the goals from it. I've got to quickly say, Oscar McInerney is putting in an incredibly brave performance.
You've got to lid to him, don't you?
Oh, don't you? He looks so sore.
He's not been able to lift that left arm at all, has he? It's even flying for marks, and he's just going one-handed into the packs. But, geez, he's a warrior.
Well, he has to do it because if Danaher does, he's going to get smacked in the ruck by Stanley, and that leaves Hipwood.
Yep.
1 out. Well, their forward line structure is just horrible. And I say that, and I know I keep harping on it, but when the ball's in your back at 50, your role is to come up the ground to make sure that when you're under pressure, they can kick the football to you under that pressure. And more often than not, it's not going to be a 50-metre kick because you've been stretched, strained and whatever. Time and time again, I look up and 4, let's say 4, with their opponents are back inside, right back deep inside their front 50, which means that the gap in the middle, Geelong can control that, get that, and take the ball forward at will, but then pick off what they want to pick off. And their speed has absolutely destroyed a side that wants to mark the football on a wet day with no movement. There's a game structure, you can see it saying, let's not get the ball in there and give it to Stewart. Go wide, we'll find a target and then find another target. The trouble is with Brisbane, they cannot find a target in their front 50 because they're getting trapped in the centre of the ground.
Yeah, I've got an issue with their work rate of their forwards. I don't think they work hard enough to get separation nor get to the right spots. I don't want to harp on your boy Eric Hipwood, but you've only had the three. Just be a presence for us. Give us a target down the field. Try and get in the line of the footy. Cam Rayner,
that's it.
Be able to get some separation and do what a close is doing. If you can't impact the game, go and take out one of their backs. And keep them out of the game. Go to stand next to Tom Stewart. I reckon he'll put you in the right spot. So,
well, you know what you do there. Move Archie into an offensive role.
Allow him to get busy.
And get Rayner, who's useless, put him onto Stewart and say, this is how and where you get when you've got a player like Stewart who's an All-Australian several times over, play on him.
Yep.
Your strength-wise will be the same. He may outmark you, but at least be where he is, because at the moment they're wasting Archie. He's a player that can actually create something and kick a goal.
And take it overhead mark.
And
he's dangerous.
And take it overhead mark.
Remember all their misses early as well, Lingy, for the Cats. So they kicked one goal from their first 6 scoring shots. They've now gone 7 from 9 in that second quarter.
Yeah, and we know big games, big finals, it comes down to skill, execution. And if you're a Cats fan listening to this early on, you would have started thinking, we've blown some of the chances and now Brisbane have got it back on their terms. But in this second quarter, we saw Geelong just able to counter-attack and run and create so many better looks in the forward line. Mind you, I must say, Zach Bailey had a couple of chances that were that you should have gone through the big sticks. You kicked those two. I think Hugh McCluggage, you mentioned another one there. There's still the odd chance for Brisbane. It's
not a domination.
No, it's something that when you go back to the first quarter, Brisbane fix up a couple of little things. And this game is certainly back on in a big way in the third quarter.
Remember, not that it's recommended to leave it like this, but last week, of course, they did haul in a 44-point deficit. So they're coming in good form, turning games around. But, they have to turn around a 19-point deficit here at half-time. So Geelong, 8-7-55. I mentioned 7 out of 9 shots. Their last 2 scoring shots were both behind. So they kicked 7 straight to start the quarter. They were 1-5. They moved to 8-5, and at half-time, the Cats now 8-7-55, leading Brisbane 5-6-36. Quickly off the SMS, hi, listening to the call all the way from the Singapore Formula One Grand Prix this evening. As an Eagles fan, it's nice to enjoy an intense preliminary final as a neutral from Steve G. Thanks, Steve. Rolling through the vineyard running a fungicide program. ABC Sport keeping me company. Flagmantle died. Now I'm on the Lions. Thanks for the call, Maddie in the Swan Valley. Nice to hear from you, Maddie. Jan in Geelong says, how hard is it to get long stops on in the prelim? Jeez, our listeners aren't happy with slip and slide.
There's still a lot slipping.
There is. There's no doubt about it. Rich from Ocean Grove, feeling very nervous about my beloved Cats. Logically, we should win, but if you follow the Cats, you know that logic doesn't always turn up to play. There's a few Geelong fans with long memories. I think the younger ones have probably been treated to some pretty happy times and a lot of success recently. The Cats in their 13th preliminary final in 18 years. They're 6-6 in those prelims. And, of course, all that success in that time with the 4 premierships. More from Cameron Ling, Brett Delidio and Mick Moldhouse coming up, along with Clint Weldon and myself, Corbin Middlemass, Tim Hodges on the boundary, your call team for the second preliminary final to see who will play the Sydney Swans in the GF next Saturday. All right, it's half-time, second half action not far away. We'll see what adjustments the Lions can make. We'll bring it to you momentarily, but in the meantime, let's get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
Tim Wharton with ABC News. New Zealand's Foreign Minister has confirmed the release of a New Zealand pilot held for 19 months by pro-independence rebels in Indonesia's Papua region. Laurie Buttrose reports.
Winston Peters says the government in Wellington is pleased and relieved to confirm that Philip Mertens is safe and well and has been able to talk with his family. The pilot from Christchurch was held in captivity for 592 days. His ordeal began after he flew his commercial light aircraft to a remote part of Indonesian Papua for work. The rebels had wanted to use him as a bargaining chip to press for independence from Indonesia, but in the end decided to release him for humanitarian reasons.
US President Joe Biden has opened his personal residence to Australia's Prime Minister. North America correspondent Jade McMillan reports.
Anthony Albanese says he's become the first foreign leader to be invited to the president's personal home in Delaware. Joe Biden's withdrawal from November's US election means it could be the last time the pair meets one-on-one in an official capacity.
It was a very warm and engaging discussion.
Mr Albanese is in the United States for a meeting of Quad leaders, a grouping that includes Japan and India. The White House views the partnership as a way of countering China's influence in the Indo-Pacific and has downplayed questions about its future once Mr Biden and outgoing Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida leave office.
Meanwhile, the Prime Minister and the US President discussed the situation in Lebanon during their 90-minute meeting this morning. Mr Albanese addressed the meeting after the meeting, and urged Australians still in Lebanon to leave as fears grow that war is about to kick off in the country. Overnight, an Israeli airstrike on the Lebanese capital of Beirut killed 14 people, with militant group Hezbollah confirming one of its commanders was amongst them. Anthony Albanese says commercial flights are still operating, but he's not sure for how much longer.
So I take the opportunity now to once again call for Australian citizens who are in Lebanon to please come home. It is a fact that this situation might become more difficult.
The acting Prime Minister, Richard Marles, says new documents presented to Parliament have torn apart claims Palestinians fleeing Gaza haven't been subjected to proper security checks. This week, the Senate was provided with documents showing Australia's domestic spy agency, ASIO, was given a list of every Palestinian visa holder in March for security checks. The Coalition has argued that evidence of a problem, insisting checks should have been carried out prior to the people arriving in Australia. But Mr Marles says security agencies have everything in hand.
They really undermined the messages that come from our security agencies about the fact that they do their work to keep Australia safe, and that's what's happened in relation to this cohort.
Victorian police say families looking for answers after an alleged double murder nearly 5 decades ago feel speechless and appreciative after hearing a suspect has finally been arrested. Police say a 65-year-old Greek-Australian was arrested at an airport in Rome, and they're now working to extradite him to Australia. It's a major breakthrough for one of Australia's longest cold cases, in which 27-year-old Suzanne Armstrong and 28-year-old Susan Bartlett were allegedly stabbed to death in their home in Collingwood in January 1977. Police Chief Commissioner Shane Patton says investigators working on the case feel elated.
There is simply no expiry date on crimes that are as brutal as this. When people think about cold cases, they're never cold. We continue to revisit them, we continue to reassess them, we continue to reinvestigate them. It was an absolutely gruesome, horrific, frenzied homicide.
A man has been charged after a police officer was struck by a vehicle east of Perth yesterday. Macy Turner has the details.
A male police officer is in a stable condition in Perth Royal Hospital this morning after being hit by a vehicle late yesterday afternoon. Police say the officer was trying to speak to the driver of the vehicle, which was stopped near the intersection of Stanton Road and Epsom Avenue in Belmont. The 37-year-old male driver then sped off, hitting and seriously injuring the officer. Police say the vehicle later crashed in Bellevue and the man was taken into custody. The Stoneville man will face 4 charges in Perth Magistrates Court today, including dangerous driving causing grievous bodily harm.
In sport, in rugby union, the All Blacks have retained the Bledisloe Cup after beating the Wallabies by 3 points in Sydney. The Kiwis, who led 28-14 at half-time, held on to continue their 22-year domination with a 31-28 point victory. You're up to date with ABC News. I'm Tim Wharton.
Cricket is back with live coverage of the T20 and one-day international matches between England and Australia from the UK. Live and commercial-free coverage on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the ABC Cricket button.
Hi, Zanro here. And if you want to keep your finger on the pulse, the ABC Listen app has all the podcasts. Why not give Bang On a burl?
What are you doing? This doesn't sound normal. You're going off piste.
Get a pop culture hit with Stop Everything.
And I feel like celebrities should get a piece of that as well.
Or Not Stupid with Jez and Julia is a bit of a no-brainer.
We chat about the stories that are making us go, what?
Load up a podcast and stay across what's happening with the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2024 AFL Final Series with ABC Sport.
Myers clever at the stoppage, whacks it forward to close, kicks to centre half forward for Geelong, hands on it from Payne, no mark, spills through to Ollie Henry, high up and under, deeper forward, punched away by Answorth, straight to Jeremy Cameron, he makes it pay. Jez has got a couple, and we got a lead change in the second term. Cats back in front. Ball hits the deck. Bowes for the Cats. Hand pass back to Stewart. Great run. Darting through the middle of the G. Takes a bounce. Kicks Geelong to centre half forward. Close leaps up. Hands to it. No mark. Payne there with him. Close sockers it deeper forward. Myers in the pocket running out of room. Keeps it alive. The silky skills. Myers. Great cross.
That's unbelievable.
And Ollie Henry puts it in the back of the net. And the cross from the corner brings about the goal. The World Game on show for Geelong.
Mullen from inside the centre square goes long. He wanted Shannon Neal. Spoil came from McInerney. Spills down again. Out it comes to Ollie Henry. Gave it to Dempsey. Remarkable. From hard up against the boundary in the right forward pocket, somehow has found the major opening.
Stewart collects 65 metres out. He kicks to full forward. Wants Neal caught at the back. Spills down towards Zorko. His hand pass and turnover. Forward pocket. Myers from the tight angle. Oh, don't tell me. Brian Myers.
Wow.
That is artistry. From the right forward pocket. Floats it through. He's second to the turn.
This is the 2024 AFL Finals.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
It was a powerful quarter from the Cats. They kicked 7 goals to 1. They kicked 7 straight to open that second quarter. 8-7-55. They lead the Brisbane Lions 5-6-36 at half-time. So 3 lead changes after Brisbane led by 9 points at quarter time. It is now the Cats by 19 at the half. Corbin Middlemass alongside Clint Wilden calling the footy. The coaching icon Mick Moldhouse, the dual All-Australian Brett Delidio, and the 3-time Premiership captain in Cameron Ling. Tim Hodges on the boundary, your crew for ABC Sport. It was an overcast afternoon into evening. There have been some light showers, both pre-game and then again just before half-time. It's currently not raining as the Oz Kickers do their best work out on the hallowed turf at half-time, Mick. A 19-point advantage for the Cats. So if you're Chris Fagan, take us inside the Brisbane Lions rooms. What would you be telling his team at half-time, again trying to turn around a deficit in a big-time fight?
Look, the only thing is, Corby, he'd almost have to tell them that the game plan we've had is no good.
Do you think
even though we've been doing this for 3 years, it's no good?
So you think...
Can you imagine him saying that at
No,
half-time?
exactly. So how's he going to get there and say, well, guess what? You know what we've been doing?
Yeah,
No, scrap it after 3 years or 4 years or 5 years. We have to move the ball quickly.
Yep.
And we're going to have 6 forwards, so we're going to rely on just 1v1, six midfielders.
Do you think the way they're playing, they're not going to win this game?
They can't win this game in this structure going forward, the way Geelong are playing. They can win that against 10 sides. They cannot beat a side like Geelong who run the ball, have changed from being they've adapted to everything, Geelong.
Yep.
They run the football, and unless you stop them, you will not be able to get that ball turned over. So the only way you can meet that is to put their backline under pressure by saying, we're going to run the ball in, but then it gets down to the personnel in front of the ball not being lazy and putting pressure on to turn that ball over. And at the moment, for the life of me, I can't find too many workers on their forward line. I mean, that is an indictment. But I would say Archie's the only bloke over the last month I've seen is actually a worker. The rest rely on, I'll mark it, I'll take a nice kick, I'll do this and do that, but they're getting nothing out of their main players to get the football into the position to win the game.
Can I add one more player to, as far as work rate, who I think is having an impact but could have had a much more impact, is Zach Bailey.
Yeah, because he comes up the ground.
He gets high, loses whatever it is, and is bursting through hard. Now, it's a completely different half of footy for him if he nails both his goals. Then we're raving about him. So he hasn't finished his work. But he's at least one of those forwards who's prepared to get up the ground, do something structurally, put some pressure on, do everything like that, but then also work really hard to get back inside forward 50 and at least give himself a shot at the drop of the ball.
I think they've got to make a change on the bench. I know McInerney, you've just got to... This is a game... There's no tomorrow. So
what, you'd tap McInerney out?
No, I'd take Hipwood out, and I'd bring in a...
Just play
because
small.
you don't... Look, if it's going to rain... I mean, he's bad enough... I know I'm harping, but he's kicked that goal.
Yep.
But he's not
Hasn't been in great form.
He's not offering a target, so therefore you need to get another runner on, if they've got a runner. Is a runner on the bench? Yeah, well, there's a runner.
Dane Rampey's been handed a fine by the match review officer, so cleared to play in the grand final. Just repeating that. So Dane Rampey will be there. The question marks now are the ankle complaint for Logan McDonald. We'll talk about that all week. And the hamstring, of course, for their captain in Callum Mills. So they're the race against time stories for the Sydney Swans. Of course, they'll get the winner out of this. The Cats by 19 at half-time. What are you looking for here, Lids? Start of the third.
I'm looking for Geelong just to come out and almost put the game beyond reach for the Lions. I thought the Giants did that relatively well last week against the Lions, but they weren't able to finish off. But the way they've structured up, we had question marks over the amount of footy they played over the last couple of weeks. I think they've certainly put that to bed with their pressure. They've had 44 tackles, I think, for the half. They've out-tackled the Lions. They've put a heap of pressure on. They've got the game on their terms at the moment, but we need to see the Lions respond, and can they then up the ante and play on, take the game on a bit.
I spoke to the Brisbane Lions president in Andrew Wellington last Sunday, and I said, what about the start time? It's 5:15, an unusual start. I thought it would have been earlier than that, so on and so forth, to allow the Lions to get home. He pointed out to me the last year's prelim started at exactly the same time, the game between Brisbane and Carlton, which I must admit, maybe because there's a bit more natural light later in the day up there in Brisbane than perhaps there is in Melbourne at this stage of the year. It didn't sort of resonate with me in the same way, but what do we make of it? Do you like the start time of 5:15 opening? I mean, it's just coming up to 7 p.m. now, 10 to 7. It's clearly the floodlights have taken over. What do we think of the start time?
Well, can I talk really briefly from a Cats Geelong perspective?
Yep.
It is an incredible start time. As opposed to a night game for those fans who want to get up the highway.
Yep.
And it's a tougher drive than it's ever been because it's heavy over the West Gate. There's roadworks, there's everything like that. It's very easy to say, nah, I'll stay at home and watch it from the couch. But with this start time, you can go, I'll put the 3 kids in the car and bring them up. So it is brilliant from a Geelong perspective. That's not necessarily the case for all teams, though.
Could you see us perhaps playing an even bigger game at this time going forward?
Absolutely.
It's a really good time.
That's what this is for. This is a little test, a litmus test. Does everyone like it? Did it work okay? Were we all happy with it? I'll die with my hill on saying I want it to be a day grand final. I've always stuck that, and I'm happy to get it. But that's what this is about today.
What do you reckon, Lids? Do you like it?
I'm neither here nor there, to be honest, Corb. It's a great game of footy that, the start time doesn't really worry me too much.
Pure footballer, that's what I want to hear from you, Lids.
Anytime, anywhere, Lids.
Brett Delidio, Cameron Ling, Mick Moldhouse, your experts on ABC Sport. Tim Hodges on the boundary. I'm Corbin Middlemass, and here's Clint Weldon as we start the third term. The Cats by 19.
Second half underway. The clearance goes the way of the Cats. Dangerfield getting onto it. Bounces a kick in towards Ollie Henry. Tackled by Andrews. Just got a hand pass out. Scooped up by Bowes. Kicks towards right full forward. Here's Stengel. Gathers. Misses. Wow. He has missed a couple tonight. Could have actually just had a normal kick at goal. A normal drop punt. Decided to run it along the ground and put it across the face. It's out of bounds for a boundary throw-in.
Yeah, I think the danger signs are there, and that was Dangerfield out of the centre for a start off.
Here's Stanley getting a hand pass forward. Stengel's lurking again. Lockie Neal coming the other way. Clearing kick for the Lions towards right half back. Punch came from Kolajasny. Hits the deck. Got it to Buse. Here's Holmes again. Wobbly kick inside forward 50. Sat there for Fletcher for the Lions. Goes back to Payne. Another clearing kick towards right half back for Brisbane.
Hipwood arrives. Takes the mark on his chest.
Here he is. Up the ground.
Let's see what Eric's got for us. He kicks in ball.
Rayner's up the ground.
And Rayner takes the mark.
Yes, but they're up the ground, but have a look where Geelong are now. Behind the ball, they've got 6 feet 2.
Yeah, it's a good point. So now you've got to make sure you get back inside forward 50. Work really hard.
Well, they're not working.
They're stuck on the wing.
Kicks wide to Danaher, who marks just inside the boundary line, southern side. Cats by 19.
And everyone's having a go at Danaher. Move the ball. He's kicking the ball to no one.
Danaher decides to go short. Finds Fletcher.
And that doesn't help.
Son of Adrian Fletcher. This is young Jasper. Trying to make it through to his second grand final. Kicks into the forward pocket, but Stewart's back there with the intercept mark. He's got it back pocket for the Cats. They lead by 19 points, opening 2 minutes of the third term finals footy on ABC Sport.
There's the Kolajasny, fullback, Mick.
Why wouldn't Danaher, after he kicked that ball, make a beeline to the forward line, at least create an opportunity?
Or Hipwood. Zach Guthrie goes beyond defensive 50. Shannon Neal, good mark in a pack. Big Cat will put it down the line. And slipping over, that's exactly what we heard a correspondent on the text line say. Ollie Henry just lost his footing, allowed Andrews to mark. He's back to Zorko, and then Zorko looking to go across half back, had it stolen away by Holmes, goes over the top to Dangerfield. Oh, that hurts. Dangerfield kicks the goal. He was in the goal square when the ball arrived. Could not miss. The Lions punished by a turnover across half-back. Geelong with the first of the third term, 9-7-61 to Brisbane, 5-6-36. Danger signs indeed for the Brisbane Lions.
But it can't force them completely back into their shell. I mean, a horrible kick, turnover, awful, easy goal Cats. But I've got to say, at least trying to take the ball off the line, trying to take the corridor is what Brisbane needs to do.
Well, play on though, Liggy. This stop, kick, 5 metres, 10 metres, it's getting them nowhere because they're not working forward of the ball. And once you start doing it, you have to go sideways and then you get picked off. Yep. That's exactly what Geelong is sweating on them making a mistake and punishing him unbelievably.
Geelong by 25 points. Brisbane need a tone setter here early in the third quarter. They've conceded the opening goal. McInerney down to Lockie Neely. Kicks to half forward, but Buse wins it. Whacks it back the other way for the Cats. Harris Andrews arrives late. Breaks up the mark from Dangerfield and a knee into his back as well. Danger sore. Brisbane win the footy. Ainsworth kicks to Hitwood, who floats through, and Eric marks at centre half forward for Brisbane. Dishes off a hand pass to the running Zorko. Short kick turns it straight over. And Guthrie takes the intercept mark. Another clanger kick from Zorko. As the Cats work it out wide. Here's Kolajasny. Loops a hand pass over the top to Bowes. Fend off. Caught. Great tackle, Dunkley.
You don't get round Dunkley, do you?
No. Dunkley will get the free in front of the benches. Geelong by 25. 4 minutes gone, third term.
One of the premiership players out there who won it, of course, with the Western Bulldogs. Kick inside forward 50. No mark taken. Spill down to Archie. Sends it through for a goal.
Wow.
They absolutely needed that. He kicked it from 45 outs. And there's life still here for the Brisbane Lions in this prelim final. Some news downstairs. Tim Hodges.
Just been watching Patrick Dangerfield. He's really sore. The doctor has been out to him. He's waved him off and he's going back into the middle, but he was cannoned into the back, in his back. Yeah, you worry about his ribs, but he's soldiering on out there. But it does look like he's in a lot of pain.
So that score, the Cats lead cut to 19 points. 5 minutes gone in the third. Geelong 9-7-61. Brisbane 6-6-42. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Well, that's the first time for ages that Brisbane have moved the ball quickly, even though it looked like it could have been possibly a free kick paid to Geelong. But nonetheless, when the ball gets moved quickly, it makes everyone accountable. If you make everyone accountable, you only need one ball that doesn't go where it's needed, and anything can happen.
Back to the half-time margin, 19 points Geelong's way as McInerney swats it down in the middle, comes Brisbane's way. A little kick out here from Dunkley, got it from McCluggage, kicks to the wing, here's Fletcher. As he just arches the back, tries to evade Holmes, got past him once, not the second time. Handball to McCluggage, Dangerfield says come here, and they penalised him for a rough tackle. Slung him to the ground and a free kick for Brisbane, and that is a bailout for the Lions lids. McCluggage will take the free, goes short and wide out to Lockie Neal. Gee, that looked like holding the ball.
Yeah, and when you're trying to kick it while you're being tackled, yes, you're going to lose your feet. That's what I disagree with it.
Heads down to Ainsworth. Loman cuts it off, wins the footy, kicks inside 50. Here's Rayner. Hand pass back to Ainsworth. Not a noted goal kicker. Hooks it right to the goal line. Free kick for a hold. It's going Geelong's way. And it'll go to Tom Stewart, last line of defence. Geelong by 19 points. Game's gone up. 6 minutes into the third term of the preliminary final on ABC Sport.
Stewart out to the Shane Warne wing. Here's Dangerfield again. Takes the mark. Goes on a run immediately. Steps around two lines like they weren't there. And then kicks towards left half forward. Unable to take the mark. Andrews worked it through Neal. On in turn to Ollie Henry. Works it now to Manor. Bounces it towards goal. That wasn't clever. Reynolds on the ground and taken across the line for a rush behind. It's through for one more to the Lions score. 9-8-62 to 6-6-42.
A couple of times now Geelong haven't taken the simple handball that needed to be taken to make a certain goal of it.
Lions by hand, work it up to halfway. They run the gauntlet. Lester to Lohman, kicks back into the corridor. Charlie Cameron's got it, kicks a dart. Inside 50 and Lockie Neal marks. They're on deeper forward. Neal takes his time. Geelong man him up. Neal goes short to Charlie Cameron. He marks 40 metres out dead in front.
Well, again, I must stress it's ball movement. They're quicker and they've had to. So they've had to rearrange themselves to put some pressure back on Geelong. It's not necessarily neat and tidy, but it's getting them inside the front 50.
Staines are going to be in trouble for that. You'd hate to see it.
Yeah, it could very well be.
It's a heavy tackle that head of McCluggage bouncing off the deck. McCluggage appears to be okay. The Lions trying to build some momentum. Charlie Cameron, his drop punt will help. He's got two. And the Lions ain't done yet. Margin closes to 14. Geelong lead at 9-8-62. Brisbane 7-6-48. 8 minutes gone in the third term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Well, when you're trying to chase the score down, you obviously need to do a lot of things right yourself, but you're also relying occasionally on the other team, just not putting little moments away. We saw it last week. The Giants, Brent Daniels, obviously the soccer off the ground when the advantage was paid. Lockie Keefe misses a shot at goal. For the Cats, Tyson Stengel misses a pretty easy one. And then Sean Manor just not giving that extra handball to Stengel on this occasion, making a certainty of it. Goes down the other end of the ground. All of a sudden the Lions are starting to feel good about themselves again. 14 points down. Kicked a couple. Feeling great.
McCluggage has got concussion. And Dangerfield is in real trouble with that from what we've seen earlier this year, but he's okay at the moment. Trying to get the ball out here was Lockie Neal, tackled by Holmes. Ball still there in the middle, trying to work it out. Eventually umpire says, holding the ball, let's head downstairs, Tim Hodges.
Yeah, Oscar McInerney, that shoulder has gone out again. It's gone out again and it's down near his chest. Oh, that's terrible. So the doctor is holding his arm up and he's going to have to come off the ground. And I'm not sure, Mick, can you keep putting it back in place, strapping up and sending him down?
He's going to need a recall at the end of the year, that's for sure.
So the doctor is holding his arm because it is out of its socket right now as he's coming off the ground.
The ball's gone by Leicester inside forward 50 to Hipwood, who is marked. He'll be able to have a shot on goal from the left forward pocket.
And the Lions have got the momentum. They are feeling it right now, winning crucial 50-50 balls. They've obviously got Oscar McInerney to deal with, but as far as play goes, they've just swung it a bit the other way and the movement is quicker. This would be huge if Hipwood can nail this.
He's in agony again, McInerney. Now focus turns to Hipwood. From right on 50, a metre in from the boundary. The kick is not going to have the carry at the back. It spills down to Dempsey for Geelong. Wasn't a mark, but a little touch on the way through. Cameron for the Lions couldn't mark it. Spills again for Brisbane. Sharing it, Wilmot. Got it back to Bailey. Kicks into the right forward pocket. Jack Henry with the spoil. Lohman with the centering kick. Stretching Morris. One bite, two bites. Couldn't mark. Hit the deck. Geelong still under real pressure. Trying to get away through McCluggage. Lohman again. He snapped was straight into traffic. Probably bounced off of all people Colin Jasney, who was running by rather than trying to spoil. And it's been locked in inside forward 50 for Brisbane, who still trail on the scoreboard. It's still the Cats by 14 points, 11 in the third.
Forward 50 stoppage for the Lions. One down by Danaher. McCluggage. Hand pass away to Rayner. Trickles a kick to full forward. Stewart coughs it up. Lohman goals. Believe. The theme all week for Brisbane. And they are living the mantra. And Colin Lohman goes to celebrate with those in the front row. And Brisbane have kicked 3 on the bounce. Geelong's lead cut to 8. Geelong 9-8-62. Brisbane 8-6-54. Drama aplenty. 11 gone in the third term on ABC Sport. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, so Oscar McInerney has gone down to the race. His left shoulder is out again. I'm more interested right now. Max Holmes came off the ground. He's gone straight to the physios. He's got 3 physios working on him at the moment. Life couldn't be cruel enough to have him injured again in another prelim final. We know what happened to him in 2022, so he's got 2 physios working on him, and another is speaking here to the guy on the headset Oh, gee, this is going to be a real watch over the next few minutes to see what Max Holmes is, if there is an injury to him.
Connor McKenna's got the shirt off as well, so McInerney, of course, that dislocated left shoulder out for a second time.
Danaher has to do the ruck work. Got it and swept it forward. Stewart intercepted, trying to shovel it down for the Cats. It's been locked in. Desperate play coming from McCluggage, wrapping up Guthrie. Ball up the call. Forward of the halfway point for the Lions in the centre square. Blitzarves gathers. Kick was into Rayner. Spilled down. Berry. His kick is up into the air. Took a little deflection. Tap forward by Ashcroft. Lions have got the numbers. Archie trying to work it forward. Coming the other way was Jack Henry. Gave it out, though, only as far as Berry. Worked it off to Answorth. His kick brilliantly smothered by the Cats. Still they can't get it beyond their defensive 50, though. Eventually it bobbles out towards centre half back. Here's Manor. Throws it on the boot. One-on-one contest in the middle of the ground. Cameron had it rent straight into Starcevic. Ball up will be the call. Cameron put his head down.
Yeah, a bit unlucky not getting a free kick, though. Over the head, over the shoulder.
Strong tackle. One down by the Cats out of this. Dunkley looked to tap it forward. I reckon Cameron was held without the football. Umpires think differently. Dangerfield gathers.
Hand pass away to Bowes. High up and under in the same spot. Attacking edge of the centre square. Cameron, that's Jeremy, takes it. Rips a handball away straight to Wilmot. Just jams it on the boot. Surge kick down the wing. Geelong by 8 points. Halfway through this third quarter. There's a pack on the wing. Ball spills down Geelong's way. Myers takes it. Kicks back to the corridor.
Pick up.
Numbers in support. Mullen clean. Kicks to full forward. Turnover. Payne takes the intercept mark, and again the lights are green for Brisbane. They go immediately off the back flank. Bailey marks, pokes the kick out in front of Fletcher, who's got it between wing and half back for the Lions. Geelong by 8 points. 14 gone, third term, finals footy on ABC Sport.
Fletcher to right half forward. Archie set himself for a fly, and he's going to give away the free kick. Unrealistic attempts.
Yeah, that was the old schoolyard where you put your hands on the opponent's shoulders and try and give yourself a nice little launch.
The marker's up.
Yeah.
Got to be somewhere near the football, though.
Yes.
Hipwood should have been the player going for that ball so that Archie doesn't have to fly for it.
Guthrie gets the free kick. Puts it back towards left half forward. Dangerfield couldn't complete the mark. Got a hand pass out, though, to Myers. Beautiful kick around the body to Dempsey. Releases the hand pass to Manor from the left forward pocket. Centering kick. Hits the deck. Bruins onto it, surrounded by Lions. Breaks the tackle. Got a hand pass to Blitzarves. Kicks around the body on the left. Oh, that will bring the MCG to its feet. Great goal. Mark Blitzarves. He ends a run of 3 unanswered goals for the Lions and gives the Cats a little bit more breathing room. Geelong by 14 points, 10-8-68 to Brisbane, 8-6-54. 15 gone in the third. Tim Hodges is on the boundary.
Oh, this is a fascinating watch. You can see Max Holmes, the two physios and the doctor have been with him. They're trying to let him to see if he can run through. I think he's done something. He's uncomfortable. They're trying to work out whether it's serious or not. So that's going to be enormous. Just repeating, Connor McKenna has been subbed into the game, and the paramedics who sit beside us on the boundary have been called. So Oscar McInerney will end this night not on the plane back to Brisbane, but unfortunately in a Melbourne hospital. He's going to be taken to hospital for that shoulder.
And just watching Max Holmes too, thanks to that, Hodgie, they're all the tests that the physios and docs go through for a hamstring injury. He's doing all the awareness testing that they do. That would be awful. That is just cruel if that's the case.
Did his hamstring in a corresponding game 2 years ago against the Brisbane Lions. Missed out on the premiership. And Max Holmes concerns over his hammy again. Geelong with a momentum shifter to settle it down. Here's Mullen, back edge of the square. Hand pass to Atkins. Handball away to Stewart. Cats by 14. Handball in the middle of the G. Danaher attacks it. Got a kick away off his backside, but turns it over. And Buse marks at centre half back. So McKenna in, McInerney out. Meanwhile for Geelong, concerns for Max Holmes' hamstring. The Cats leading by 14 in the prelim. 16 gone in the third. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Buse kicks out in front of the members. Picked up by Berry. Hand pass to Lohman of the Lions. Handball away to Starcevic. Feeds one further forward. Back to Berry. Running out of room. Hand pass over his head. Got it to Starcevic. Lines are out. They work it through the maze. To Lohman. Kicks to half forward. Here's Archie. On they go. Hand pass away to Rayner. Rayner kicks it. The Lions are building momentum. And they are hunting this lead. 8 points down again. 16 and a half gone in the third term. Brisbane to 9-6-60. Geelong 10-8-68. What a fascinating preliminary final in front of us. It's finals footy on ABC Sport.
Young Lohmann has had a magnificent 15 minutes. Yeah, probably the whole third quarter. What he's probably tapping on the shoulder to Chris Fagan is saying, play me further afield, because he's good enough to win and have one touch. And when he has the one touch, he's making things happen. So
it's inside to out, doesn't he?
Yeah. So the only downside about that is you end up with a forward line that perhaps can't hold it in there. But he's had a massive impact so far.
Lions have changed the way they're going about it, Mick, and they're getting a result for it, aren't they?
Yeah, they're moving the ball quicker. And don't forget, Geelong have lost one of their key running players.
A bounce, Danaher against Stanley. Stanley palmed it down, spilled though to Lockie Neal. Jewel Brownlow medalist kicks towards Ryan half foot. It went past McCluggage. Buse picks it up, breaks the tackle of Archie. Lost possession of the football though. It's gone across the boundary line, right where the 50-metre arc meets it at right half forward. It's a throw-in.
He's an impact too, Archie. I don't know what he's had as far as stats goes, but he's made his presence felt where he hadn't in the first half.
Back into play. Rucks lock arms. Ball went past him, gathered by Manor. Threw it on the boot. Kick towards the wing. Shane Warne stand end. Spills down off hands. Nicely gathered by Answorth of the Lions. Kicks Brisbane to right half forward. Rayner got hands to it. Couldn't mark, but he followed it up. Picked it up and then kicks into the right forward pocket and misses everybody, putting it out of bounds on the full. Free kick to Geelong in the left back pocket. Geelong's lead is 8 points. 19 gone in the third. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
That's Clint Wilden. I'm Corbin Middlemass. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Brett Delidio, Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling, your call team. Cats by 8 points. 18 and a half gone in the third. Long kick down the wing from Geelong. Spills down to Payne. Hand pass missed his intended target, Berry. Manners onto it. Long kick into an open forward line for the Cats, but Starcevic is back to save the day.
Yeah, very good. Well done by Starcevic.
He was cut earlier. Had the tape around his bonds in the opening half, but had that tended to at half time.
Great option.
Pulls the trigger straight into the middle of the G. Finds McCluggage. Moves it on by Handu. Ashcroft. Hand pass to Charlie Cameron. Another handball to Rayner. Steps his way around Mullen. Rayner from 55 out. Kicks to full forward. Archie climbs. Ball slides past a couple. It bounces through. It's a goal.
Not sure. I reckon it might have been touched by a Geelong player.
Mark it down to Rayner. But the Lions have come roaring all the way back in this third term. 10-6-66. Geelong 10-8-68. 2-point game. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Well, they will do the review as they always do as it goes back to the centre. Jed Buse is adamant on our replays that he's touched it. But the vision is going to have to be conclusive because it's been called a goal and no review called for.
He said it from the word go.
He's missed it with his right as he's trying to knock it through. I think it's in his left hand on the way through.
So we'll have a look in the arc.
Yeah, there it is. I think it's moved.
I think it's in his left foot, left hand, fingers. Yep, certainly has.
All right, Rayner's goal will be cancelled out. Scratch that. So it goes back to a 7-point margin. One comes off for the rush behind, or put it down to Rayner, however you mark these things. What you need to know is Geelong lead the game by 7. So it's 10-8-68 to 9-7-61. 21 minutes gone in the third term. This is finals footy on ABC Sport. Brisbane with all the momentum in this third term.
Just the very fingertips proving the difference. It was a Lions player too. Geelong launched from the kick-in into the middle of the ground. Danaher stretches, dragged it down, hand pass back to Rayner. They'll move it forward through Dunkley. Brisbane to left half forward. Morris Marks. Lions surge inside their attacking 50. He waits a little too long perhaps. Goes to the attacking point of the centre square to Zorko. He'll try to spot someone inside forward. 50 stretching Dunkley. Atkins gone up, got a fingertip on it. Spilled down to Guthrie. Tackled and taken to ground by Dunkley. Ball up again inside Brisbane's forward 50. The Cats lead still by 7 points. 21 gone in the third.
It's been their quarter as Stanley palms it down. Lohmann puts his head over it. Numbers get around him and we'll have a ball up half forward for Brisbane.
Geelong have got to clear this ball. They've got the dominant ruckman. They're putting a young fella up against Stanley who should slaughter him as far as there it is.
Up it goes. Stanley just whacks it about 20 metres further afield. And it'll be Dangerfield to run onto it. Bursts through a would-be tackle from Berry. Spins onto his left peg. Kicks down the wing. They all fly for it. Spills to close. He left it behind. Ainsworth for Brisbane. Shoots a hand pass out to Zorko. Short kick to Ashcroft. Who marks told to keep going. Kicks it into Shannon Neal. Smothers it in front of him. Falls down to close. Slick hands to Bowes. Back to Shannon Neal. Sends the Cats to half forward.
Kicks long. Couldn't direct it where he wanted to go. 2-on-2 battle. And good mark coming the way then of Brisbane. Leicester. Brisbane through the middle of the ground. Through Bailey. Now to Lockie Mill. Running by Rayner. He keeps going, Rayner. Kicks long in the direction of the left full forward. Loman up. Couldn't mark. They've just tried to keep it in here. Berry stopped it, allows Humphries to go bursting away. 2 bounces, a third, runs to right half back. Beautiful kick, finds Myers. Myers turns, plays, butchers the kick. Inside forward 50 again, and Leicester marks once more. I feel we've been here before. The Lions might go through the corridor. No, not this time. They'll come to the wing as Ashcroft moves it short to Ainsworth, who comes to Zorko again.
Yeah, it's 3 times now the Brisbane Lions have marked the ball at about the Geelong attacking 50 and have 2 of those times went flying back through them. On this occasion they've gone a bit slower, though this Zorko kicks open things up.
Potts the kick off and finds Bailey standing right in the middle of the G. Inside the centre circles, goes short to Wilmot. Developing story on the bench for Geelong. 13 minutes now. Max Holmes has been off, having work done on his hamstring again in a preliminary final. Hands it off Wilmot to Leicester. Kicks inside 50, centre half forward. Berry attacks it, gives it to Archie. Hand pass back to Bailey. He jams it through. And the Lions are dancing on the G. They will not lay down. 2 for Zach Bailey. And Geelong's lead is cut to just 1. Geelong 10-8-68. Brisbane 10-7-67. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
They're unsettled, the Cats here. They're being opened up through the middle of the ground, but the Lions being brave.
The turnover of the football, though, Geelong have given Brisbane the ball back
access in the corridor.
At front 50, at back 50.
Yeah.
And for some reason or another, Geelong in the first half would come up in and cover that middle.
Yeah.
What they're hanging back on the back forwards, which means now Brisbane have got players through the corridor and they can pick anyone they like out.
They're trying to bomb inside their forward 50 and only just getting shallow entries versus running it like they were in the first half and getting it deeper.
What a game. We wanted a close preliminary final. It's what we've got at the moment. And Brisbane will get the clearance again. Here's Lockie Neal. High wobbly kick towards left half forward that Hughes is happy enough to take over the boundary line. He only gathered it less than a metre out from it. Takes it across the line for a throw-in. 52 out from Brisbane's attacking goal.
I don't know how long Danaher can keep playing this way, but he's made a difference because he's like another ruck rover at the ball.
Goes again. One down though by the Cats. Only came as far as Neil. Got it to Fletcher. Kicked inside forward 50. Archie flew. Couldn't mark. Still there to be won. Archie went a second try. Tried to soccer it forward. Cameron couldn't quite get there. Ricocheted away off Dempsey and off his shins and goes through for a minor score to the right. A rush behind. Scores a level. 10-8-68 apiece. The Cats and the Lions looking to book themselves a ticket to take on Sydney in next weekend's grand final. 25 minutes gone in the third. Finals footy. It's a ripper on ABC Sport.
We'll get down to Hodgie in just a moment on Max Holmes' watch. Scores level. 25 gone in the third. Kick goes out wide from Humphrey. Slides out of bounds. Throw in between wing and half forward for Brisbane. Tim Hodges.
Corbin, Max Holmes is just uncomfortable. I'm not sure he knows whether he's done a hamstring or he's done damage to his hamstring. They've had 15 minutes they've worked on it. Like, at some point, Chris Scott would probably want to pull the trigger, wouldn't he, Mick? To say, let's make the sub, let's bring Mitch Duncan into this game. He's now going to the telephone. I think maybe he just doesn't want to sub himself out because he knows that means the hamstring's gone. So it's just an unbelievable story unfolding here.
And the time he's been off the ground, Geelong's lead is now gone. Scores level. Brisbane win it back, middle of the G. Ainsworth, hand pass away to Zorko. Hurried kick to half forward and hit with marks. He's got it, pokes it into the pocket for Loman. And Kai Loman, the 21-year-old, has it left half forward for Brisbane. He'll kick from 25 out, tight angle.
Well, we rode Eric Hipwood, didn't we, at half-time? And he's actually got on his bike.
Well, they're coming up the ground.
They're coming up the ground,
yeah.
But it was also the work of Kai Loman. Lawson Humphries just trying to guard space.
Yeah.
Slipped him, got too much speed. He's not going to catch him once he gets around you.
No, and he's a good mark as well, so one-touch player.
Max Holmes back on the ground. After 14 minutes having his hamstrings worked on. Here's Kai Lohmann for the lead. It's just a behind, but it's enough for the fourth lead change in the match. It comes at the 27-minute mark of the third term. Brisbane by a point.
And
Holmes had a long chat, by the way, to Chris Scott. Just watched on the big screen. A long chat.
Yep. And he's back on the ground now.
Half back.
Yep.
Well, I think that's where they've got to see whether he can run.
We'll need to find out now then next week. As Guthrie goes long up the corridor. Andrew's got a fist to it. Bounces back towards centre half forward. Oh, that's a free kick against Hipwood. Surely, I thought Buse was taken high. Umpire says no, play on. Charlie Cameron overruns it. Guthrie picks it up. Here's Holmes involved. Close gets barreled over, but got a hand pass away. And then Dunkley.
There's a free kick back. Clint,
close.
After,
close.
Yep.
Well, Close has come a long way up the ground too. I think they're getting get the reinforcements from the half forward line coming up and just see if they can settle the run from behind down. So it'll take Brisbane now will have to start to change just marginally what they do with the ball.
Dunkley got abused in a tackle that didn't count but did hurt. So the Cats towards centre wing, commentary side. Myers, clever kick, bounces away of Stengel, put it into the middle of the ground. And Stengel has it, he sends it inside forward 50. Great spoil came from Bailey. Dempsey was out to mark. He continues on though, the Cat. Dempsey picks it up, puts it inside forward 50 and Starcevic marks. And he had three options. And shows the fourth of them, and that was the one in the Lions jumper, and he'll move it out towards the left back pocket. Fletcher marking beyond defensive 50 to Payne.
Starcevic has had a huge third quarter. He's cutting everything off at the moment.
Gee, they've answered the bell all year, Brisbane. In season, from one year to the next. And in play, as we saw last week, turning around a 44-point deficit to pull off that dramatic comeback in the semi-final. Well, they were 25 down here earlier in the quarter. They have since kicked 5 of the next 6 goals. And Brisbane lead it by a point as we close in on three-quarter time. Fletcher short to McCluggage. Hughes holds him up. It's 50.
Silly play. You've got to wait for the umpire to call that. Don't just assume that's a 15-metre kick. Or it's not a 15.
I reckon with the interaction on the bench, someone from the bench was calling no 15, but probably appealing to the umpire.
Yeah, it's true.
Hughes took it as that and closed it down. They've got to be smart with what you're yelling out.
McCluggage kicks for Lohmann. No mark, spills down to Rayner. He snaps goalward, misses near side of behind.
She's had a big quarter.
Brisbane by 2 points. Half-hour mark of the opening of the third term. Half-hour mark, third term. Brisbane by 2.
Yeah, 11 possessions, Rayner. Well, you know, if criticism's fair, in the first half, fair dinkum, he could have been sitting in the grandstand. Should have been paying to come in, but now he's been worth it.
Jeremy Cameron is back in his defensive 50. Long kick to the wing. Commentary side, off hands. Neil looked to slap it towards the boundary. The Cats try to emerge with it. It's bounced off the shins of Mullen. Dribbled across the line just to the right of the Cats interchange gates. Brisbane by 2 points. Just about to tick up to the half-an-hour mark of this, the third term. Great fight back by the Lions. As Corbin told you, they were down by 25 points early on in this quarter. One down here by Stanley. Bounce back to him. He gathers and then kicks high and long towards right half forward. Ball's allowed to bounce. Andrews palms it down. Zorko couldn't take it first time. Had to dive over the top of the football. This will be interesting. They'll ball it up instead. Perhaps a little bit lucky. Ball up right half forward for the Cats, who trail by 2 points.
Lions with 5 of the last 6 goals. Danaher grabs it out of the ruck. Surge kick forward, and Jack Henry low down takes the mark to chop it off on halfway. One of the 14 premiership players out there for the Cats. He goes back to another in Guthrie. He's the only man in Brisbane's front half. So the Lions well set up. Guthrie now going forward, urged by the crowd. Kicks out to half forward. Lohmann stands in front of a charging Dangerfield and takes the intercept mark at half back. He kicks wide to Hipwood. Can't collect the half volley. Dangerfield wins it back. Hand pass along the boundary line. Zorko weaves it through by hand to Dunkley. Back to Zorko. Hand pass to Wilmot. Oh, there's a free. Downfield, it's going Brisbane's way. Hipwood takes the advantage, and Archie wins a one-on-one.
Did well, got in front, juggled the mark against Zach Guthrie. Was able to complete it, though. Spots a player inboard, finds Starcevic. Marks and plays on quickly, and then coming the other way, Blitzarves picks it off for the Cats. Might have been held up. Geelong, they wanted 50, the fans. It's not been paid. Blitzarves will move it out in the direction of Myers, and he marks. He looks to play on almost straight away, and the umpire again has to make a decision. He says sensibly, just go on and take your kick. He does so by running back into the centre square. Centres the ball inside forward 50, and the siren sounds for three-quarter time. Cats fans unhappy with a few of the late calls from those in green. What a preliminary final this is. Before we do anything else, let's head downstairs. Tim Hodges, what have you got for us?
Clint, I'm just watching Max Holmes, and I asked Lingy to watch him for a little bit. He never hit top gear at any point when he returned to the field. He's going to the doctor now, and just what would this conversation be like, knowing full well if they sub him out, it's probably going to make his week a horror one. But he's clearly got something wrong with that hamstring. He spent 16 minutes on the sidelines during that third quarter having treatment. I think in the end they just rolled the dice to put him back out there and think, if it's going to go, we may as well do it in the second half rather than wait all week and let it happen next Saturday. And just as I send it back to you, so all three paramedics, there are three paramedics at every AFL game. All three have gone down to the rooms. So they're struggling to put Oscar McInerney's shoulder back in its spot. He's going to be taken to hospital. You would have to think, even if Brisbane advanced through tonight, he would have to be almost impossible for him to play next Saturday in a grand final.
Let me Fort get a job. He's a ruckman. You're lucky that they've got another ruckman. If they get through, this there's a long way.
Well, I was thinking the same thing with Max Holmes, where the talk about it's going to be heartbreak for him next week. He's back out there because there might not be a next week at this stage. The way that the Cats are going, they led by 25 points. They've conceded 5 of the next 6 goals. And at three-quarter time, the Brisbane Lions, the comeback kings, lead it by 2 points. The thoughts of Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling and Brett Delidio coming up in just a moment. This is Finals Footy on ABC Sport.
ABC Sports coverage of the footy finals is in full swing on the ABC Listen app.
Time to steady and pull the trigger.
But we also have a massive summer of sport coming your way.
It's gone before. Australia have won.
T20 and one-day international cricket, the BBL and WBBL, the Women's Ashes, plus the Test series between Australia and India.
Unbelievable.
Take ABC Sport with you wherever you go with the ABC Listen app. This is the 2024 AFL Final Series with ABC Sport.
Andrews to mark. It's back to Zorko. And then Zorko looking to go across our back. Had it stolen away by Holmes. Goes over the top to Dangerfield. Oh, that hurts. Dangerfield kicks the goal. He was in the goal square when the ball arrived. Could not miss. Kick inside forward 50. No mark taken. Spill down to Archie. Sends it through for a goal. They absolutely needed that. He kicked it from 45 out. And there's life still here.
Yeah, Oscar McInerney, that shoulder has gone out again. It's gone out again, and it's down near his chest. Oh, that's terrible. So the doctor is holding his arm up.
Forward 50 stoppage for the Lions. One down by Danaher. McCluggage. Hand pass away to Rayner. Trickles a kick to full forward. Stewart coughs it up. Loman goals. Believe. The theme all week for Brisbane. Lions are out. They work it through the maze to Loman. Kicks to half forward. Here's Archie. On they go. Hand pass away to Rayner. Rayner kicks it. The Lions are building momentum. Hands it off Wilmot to Leicester. Kicks inside 50. Centre half forward. Berry attacks it. Gives it to Archie. Hand pass back to Bailey. He jams it through. And the Lions are dancing on the G.
This is the 2024 AFL Finals.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Gee, they're living the words of Chris Fagan. He said it all year. If you're skating on thin ice, you might as well dance. And the Brisbane Lions did that in the third term. From 25 down, they kicked 5 of the next 6 goals, and they lead it by 2 points at three-quarter time. Drama everywhere. Left shoulder dislocation for Oscar McInerney. He's off to hospital. Max Holmes has an issue with his hamstring. But for now, the thoughts of Cameron Ling, Mick Malthouse, Brett Delidio.
Well, we were all just talking then in that little break about the just complete domination of the Brisbane Lions in that third quarter. You look at every single stat you want to look at, but look just purely at disposals. Actually winning the ball, having the ball in your hands.
Plus 50.
Plus 50 for the Brisbane Lions. And Mick, you were calling for it. Lids, you were calling for it. They moved the ball fast. How many times did we look up? They won the ball back at half back. Starcevich was terrific. And then bang, straight through the corridor. Run, give a handball, receive. and the game opened up for them.
We saw it really early, didn't we? We saw Hipwood right up on the wing. We saw Danaher right up on the wing. Rayner did a heap of damage that quarter, had 11 touches.
Lohman up on the wing.
Yeah, 248 metres game, 1 goal, 2. Like, could have had a huge quarter, Cam Rayner, but they got up and then they burnt back, and that's what tested out that Geelong defence. They didn't have time to set up and support each other.
No.
So that's why they got on top in that quarter.
And it also gobbles up your free man. If you go in there really quickly, your free man's got to be... When you're going slow, he positions himself.
Yep.
Oh, look, I know you can only kick 50 metres. I'm standing right here. But when that ball goes in like that, because default you go back, it opens up... Look, how many marks we've now seen play... They haven't kicked all goals. Oh, Rayner did, and maybe Cameron did. They've come up the ground and found little space in front of those defenders, because your natural instinct is to defend back.
Yep.
But if you defend, if you move the ball slowly, you can stand 3-3 as a backline player and go, well, you just keep kicking to me.
The round the stoppages where we thought with Oscar McInerney's injury that maybe there'd be a little bit of an advantage for the Cats. Joe Danaher, excellent in that quarter, just standing up and providing a contest. Lockie Neal, the champ, 6 clearances in that quarter alone was massive. Corbs?
Brisbane by 2 at three-quarter time. Tim Hodges is on the boundary. Hodgie, any update on Max Holmes?
No, you can see he's still doing run-throughs on the wing there. I've never seen a guy not sure, and even all the physios and all the doctors who worked on him, they're just unsure on what it is that's wrong with him. And maybe he's in denial. Maybe he doesn't want to admit that he's done some damage there, but he doesn't look right. And he's starting on the ground in this final term on the wing, so it's going to be a watch.
Timmy, we're discussing also up here, a fine-tuned athlete sometimes needs to be fine-tuned to the point where they don't want anything being wrong with them, so it plays up with them. They overthink things, and it becomes it's totally consuming.
This is the moment they pictured themselves being in, I'm sure. In a 2-point game, in a preliminary final. It's all on the line with 20 minutes to go. One spot in the grand final up for grabs. It is the Lions by 2 points. Away we go on ABC Sport final quarter action. Dempsey gets a kick away. Ollie Henry centre half forward. Hand pass to Manor. Oh, he's hit the post, Manor. Low down from out wide on the run and a behind. Makes it a 1-point game. We got a good one going at the G. The Lions by a point in the prelim.
Sort of Manor forlorn with that. It's with Dunkley into the middle of the ground. His kick, it's been spilled there by Rayner. Blitzarves gathers as the rain tumbles down again. Kick deep inside forward 50. Offhands, no mark. Close is there for the Cats. His hand pass intercepted. Lester, and he stabs the pass short. They'll work it forward again here through McCluggage. Lester on over the top, hoping to get there first. The Lions couldn't. Coming the other way, Blitzarves got in front of Ashcroft. Blitzarves moves it to close. On in turn to Ollie Henry. Wobbles a kick that bounces inside forward 50. Stengel slides, can't gather. Picked up nicely by Starcevic in the wet. The kick missed its target. Over the top, it goes towards the wing.
Close to it, Mullen trying to shepherd it away. Lohman just goes and gets it and then slips out of play. Ball goes out. Did he handball it out? Yes. The field umpire looking for support from the boundary umpire, and he said, yep, that was insufficient intent. Free kick, Geelong.
Just comes straight out of his hands.
Guilty as charged.
I just think that when you've got a lot like that, you've got to turn with the ball.
Split in the box, Mick Moldhouse and Brett Delidio. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Brisbane by 1. Mullen kicks down to half forward. Ollie Henry, juggled mark. It's paid. Andrews thought he had a touch on it, not to be. Henry can kick the full forward, leaping over the back. Shannon Neal, no mark there. Hits the deck. Lester bangs it out of the defensive 50 for Brisbane.
Punched back here by the Cats. Blitzarves gone to it. Spills down here. Holmes, this will test the hamstring. He gets away from Lohman and gets a kick for Geelong towards left half forward and finds Stengel, who marks on the 50.
Holmes didn't want to go on his left foot then, did he?
He looked over the bench. No, he's going to come off the ground now. He knows he's in trouble. I'll keep an eye on Stengel. We'll go down to Tim Hodges in just a second, but he knew he was in stripe then, Max Holmes, and he comes off the ground. Whatever happens, that might be his grand final over. Ball inside forward 50. Dangerfield couldn't quite take it. Umpires spotted a free kick. It's now with Starcevic at right half back. Tim Hodges.
I've never seen that. Max Holmes walked off the ground and walked straight to the back seat of the bench. He took himself out of this game, and Mitch Duncan is now in, and Max Holmes is now going to be the story if the Cats advance. It looks like he's done another hamstring in another prelim final.
Cats win it back on the wing. Stengel kicks inside 50. Zorko takes an intercept mark for Brisbane. Lions by a point. 3 minutes gone. Final term. Gee, footy's a cruel game.
Miserable.
Max Holmes is a young man, did a hammy 2 years ago. He's come back as a superstar in this Geelong midfield and now seemingly done a hammy again in another prelim. By the way, his teammates no guarantee to advance without him. They trail this prelim by a point. Brisbane with the footy. Dunkley, who knows all about it. He kicks down to half forward and Jack Henry, big contested mark, takes the intercept grab. Half back for the Cats. Lions by a point, 3.5 gone, final quarter.
That's a great mark. That is an absolute, that's a prelim winner, that one.
Jack Henry towards the logo, commentary wing. Knocked forward here by Bruin. Sliding the ground was Stengel. They're able to work this out here, the Lions. Zorko involved. It comes to Berry. Now surging away is Neil. Kicks towards right half forward. Big pack up. Hipwood flew it. Spilled down to Loman. He was tackled. That's holding the ball. Had a chance to get rid of it. Couldn't. Guthrie got him. Zach Guthrie will have the free kick in the left back pocket. You thought Taylor Adams is a hard luck story. And what about that from Max Holmes?
A little worry again for the Cats too.
And more concerns. Jack Henry limping his way towards the interchange gates. Tim Hodges?
Yeah, so he's with the physio. I'm just sorry, guys. I'm still looking at Max Holmes. I'm looking for the emotion from him, the devastation, and maybe Mick. Would Geelong have said to him, we will put you on for the first 3 minutes of this final term just to see, and if it's going to go, you have to come off? And he knew straight away after that one possession he had that he'd turn to the bench and walk straight off.
Well, he would have been put out there because they wanted to test him. There's no tomorrow. You wake up tomorrow morning, winner or a loser. You don't play the next week if you've lost the game. So they would be testing him out to see whether he can actually stand up to the pressure. He's declared himself he can't.
Brisbane by 1 for the boundary throw in. Danaher doing a mountain of work in the ruck in the absence of McInerney. Wins it down. McCluggage to Archie. Hand pass to Bailey. Can just chip a kick inside 50. Hipwood flies. No mark. Spills down to Stewart. The greasy footy kicks it out wide and Myers takes the mark. Half back for Geelong.
The other big concern for Geelong is they just cannot win any 50-50 balls in their forward line. The forward, if they're getting it in there, it is just coming straight back out.
Myers plays on. 5 gone, final term. Brisbane by a point. Myers kicks down to Shannon Neal, who takes the mark on his chest.
It's a beautiful kick. Find target in that sort of so much traffic.
Neal back to Humphries. Lawson. It's an option in short. Nothing immediately presents. Now gets told to move it on. So Humphries will kick towards right half forward. Flying Stanley. Couldn't mark. Manor knocked it on to close. Now to Dempsey. Broke the tackle of Danaher. Back to Manor. Kicked around the body. Payne in the right spot. Proving to be just that for the Cats. He marks deep in the left back pocket. Tim Hodges, any more updates for Jack Henry downstairs?
Yeah, so it's a right ankle for Jack Henry. He's got the boot and sock off. He's having it re-strapped and they're trying to get him on as quick as they can.
Brisbane work it up to the wing. Geelong win it back. Stengel, hand pass to Jeremy Cameron. Gives it to close. Kicks to full forward. Shannon Neal had a fair piece of it. No mark. Falls to Leicester. Lost it in the tackle. Hunt says, pushing it back. Free kick Brisbane. Or a throw, in fact. Free kick Brisbane. Regardless, the Lions take the advantage. The two-time Brownlow medalist Lockie Neal darts away. Hand pass to Berry. Handball back to Neal. Back flank for the Lions. They lead it by a point. 6 gone, final turn. Surge kick forward. Turnover. Stewart takes the intercept mark on the wing. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Lions by 1.
He kicks to Collier. Jasny with a deep kick inside forward 50. It's been kept in play only just though by Bowes. He got it on there. Henry kicks towards goal and then ricocheting off the chest of Bailey. It's through for a minor score. They're level again, these two teams. 10-10, 70 apiece. 7 gone in the last.
They've got very lazy again, Brisbane. That forward line, they can't move the ball into their forward line because they're Hipwood and Rain are right back in the goal square. Being right back that far, they can't get the ball to them.
Lions led it by 10 in the opening quarter and the second term. Geelong led it by as many as 25 in the third. There's been 4 lead changes and the score's level in the prelim. There's 13 and a half minutes on the game clock and yet it already feels like it's going to be about moments, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And this final term, all on the line.
That's a great kick. They're the kicks you got to keep taking, then give that handball.
Ashcroft to Starcevic, lays it off by hand to Zorko, kicks to centre half forward, Dunkley the target, Colajasny knocks it away. McCluggage picks it up, got it out, but Stewart collects for Geelong. Kicks into space on the wing. Ollie Dempsey marks and he's off and running. Trying to turn Danaher inside out. He retreats back by hand to Jeremy Cameron.
So Jeremy Cameron into the middle of the ground, dangerous. Oh, wonderful Wonderful fly. Wilmot was up. He drags it back in. That is one of the big moments. The Cats looking to surge forward. The Lions head towards right half forward after the mark. Socket there by Lockie Neal. Unable to gather was Lohman. Coming the other way, Hughes. Hand pass over the top. Sat there for Bowes. Now to Close. Wants someone to come towards him. He'll kick towards left half forward. Here's a decent battle as Answorth got in front, but then gives away the free kick. He's taken Ollie Henry high. He'll have the free kicks for the Cats at left half forward. 9 gone in the last. Score still level. 10-10, 70 apiece.
Ollie Henry kicks into the forward pocket. It's very wide. It's a mark to Andrews in the back pocket. The Lions win it back. There's the corridor kick to McCluggage. They will not die wondering, the Lions. Long kick out towards half-back, finds Bailey. Immediately he plays on. Kicks Brisbane to half-forward. Charlie Cameron hangs onto it. Cameron's got it 50 out. He rolls. Charlie Cameron pulls his kick unselfishly and finds Archie, who marks just left of centre. He'll kick from 30 metres out.
Yeah, you talk about moments, Corbs. Geelong were going forward. Ollie Henry with the kick. Bad kick inside forward 50. Out in the full, it was going to be a Harris Andrews mark anyway. And then the Lions, they took their moments. Great transition of the footy. And then Charlie Cameron, within his rights to blaze away and have a shot, instead did the great team thing. Set up his teammate for a nice, easy set shot at goal.
Big time kick. Calamachi. Bless you. Brisbane by that kick. The Lions on top by 6 points. He's got a couple. 10 gone in the final term. The Lions 11-10, 76. Geelong 10-10, 70. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Well, you're a Cat supporter. You're saying, why did Ollie Henry kick it there? Well, it's because of the setup of Starcevic and Harris Andrews. That's what makes them kick towards the pocket and try and set up defensively. But then it's a work rate. Zach Bailey getting up as a half forward, burning down, but not waiting and trying to play that kick mark, saying, you know what, I've got the leg speed here through the middle. Get Charlie Cameron out the back. Unselfish play, as you called, Lingy. That's a nice finish from Calamachi. You called for him to be injected into the game, Nick, and he's injected himself.
Well, he had to, because he was playing a defensive role. It wasn't suited. You've got to find your target there. That's why I'm just wondering why Stewart, we put in Stewart where the ball is.
Stanley wins it down for the Cats. He got it back to Bowes, who will thump it long. Inside forward 50. Front position was Starcevic. Got the drop. Came out to Myers. Can't break the Wilmot tackle. Got a hand pass out. Intercepted by Dunkley. Now a long kick from Fletcher towards the Shane Warne wing. He wanted to try to get it on. Looking for Morris. Spoiled by Blitzars over the boundary line for a throw-in.
Yeah, we have to spoil that because Morris took really good position for a young fella, 19 years of age. He was fantastic in that contest.
Lions by 6 points, 11 gone in the last. Winner through to the grand final to take on Sydney. Loser says farewell to 2024. Both rucks had a go at it. Cameron decides to just soccer. It goes straight up in the air. Is it far enough for your mark? Umpire says play on. Ashcroft moved it through to Wilmot. Kicks inside forward 50. Ball's allowed to bounce. Getting out to it, Rayner. Taps it into the path of McKenna. He centres it. Morris has it. He kicks his seconds. That is a telling blow for Brisbane. The Lions fans, the smattering of them here at the MCG, they are in sheer delight. They're up by 2 goals at the 12-minute mark. A 12-point lead, 12 minutes gone. 12-10, 82 Brisbane. 10-10, 70 Geelong.
Well, twice now, those last 2 goals, the Brisbane Lions players had a right to have a shot. Instead, did the incredibly selfless thing and the right thing and got it to a teammate in a better spot, make a certainty of the goal. 2 goals. Rewind, different parts throughout the game. We saw on a couple of occasions Geelong players, instead of giving that handball and making a certainty of it,
comes back to bite you, doesn't it?
They make a mess of it, and in a prelim final, that can be the difference. Realising it doesn't matter about who gets the goal as long as the team definitely gets the goal.
The Lions fell 25 down. They've kicked 7 of the next 8 goals in the game. They lead it by 12. Blitzarves though the centre clearance. Out to Myers. Kicks inside 50. Shannon Neal takes the mark out on a searching lead at right half forward for the Cats.
Well done, Mark Blitzarves there, taking it upon himself to not only win that tap, but break away from Ashcroft and Myers. Just good patience. Allowed Neil got enough time off the mark. Geez, this is a big kick. He's had an almost night, Shannon Neil. He's got his hands on a lot of balls.
It's generally a pretty good kick from here, though. It's good distance.
Can he be the next great forward at the Cats? He's keeping the last one out. Shannon Neal, right footed drop punt, lands short. Danaher marks it on the goal line. Danaher goes darting away, no score. Brisbane by 12 points.
Turns it over though, putting it down the throat of Dempsey, who marks for the Cats at right half forward. 90 from goal, goes looking for Jeremy Cameron, marks 50 outs.
Question, can that be reviewed, just out of interest?
That's
only if the goal umpire says so.
Okay, because that was borderline when Danaher marked it. I think he did get it inside the field of play, but
Rush of blood though, wasn't it? He got excited by taking the mark. Didn't need to play on.
Well, if you're going to play on, either just
where was it?
Torp it or put it on the ground. Don't kick it straight back to, especially when Cameron's got it.
No Geelong players, and Danaher takes a chest bump.
Jeremy Cameron gives the footy a massive squeeze and then pops it towards goal and misses to the right. A minor score. 11 points the margin in favour of the Lions now. 12-10-82 to 10-11-71. 14 gone in the last. Finals footy on ABC Sport. This has been sensational.
Wilmot kicks out wide, carries the head of his intended target and slides out of bounds as Guthrie sees it out of play in front of the benches. Oh, it's had drama, it's had a bit of everything. 4 lead changes. Geelong led it by 25 in the third. They now trail by 11. The Lions on top halfway through the last. Oscar McInerney off to hospital with a dislocated shoulder. Max Holmes seemingly done a hamstring again in a prelim. And the game on the line. Who will play Sydney in the grand final next week? Lions by 11 from the stoppage. Manor kicks inside 50. Shannon Neal hands to it, no mark. Spills down to Leicester. Hand pass away to Ashcroft for Brisbane. Hand pass to Zorko. The All-Australian miss. Kicks it slides out of bounds. On the bounce. Boundary throwing on the wing. Finals footy on ABC Sport. 11 points, Brisbane's lead in the final quarter of the prelim.
I reckon if it gets to about 5-minute mark, Lingy, I'm suggesting that you don't have an extra play behind the ball. It's not going to serve you. You've got to really, Geelong, if they're going to win, they've got to bring up 6-6-6 just to play on their players and create an opportunity.
Danaher has made a difference in the middle. He won it down, but it spilled the way of Atkins. He hurriedly gets a kick towards the wing, and it's been pinged as insufficient intent. Bailey will take the free kick. Been told just to take a little step back over the boundary line. He's just a little bit shy of where the Lions interchange gates are. Now Bailey for Brisbane, kicking towards right half forward, and that's a good mark to Morris.
Another moment.
Yeah.
It's up in a line of about 7 of them and dragged it in.
See, no one's going near Stewart here. This is interesting by Brisbane. They just don't have a player, and Stewart's going to influence it.
Logan Morris kicks inside forward 50. Loman becomes the Hyman out on the ground. He surged into the night sky and takes a second screamer for the evening. Wow. That is a great grab, and that is a moment to remember in this prelim. He is right in front and will put boot to ball from, let's say, no more than 35 out.
He was the one who made it his. I think Jed Hughes trailed up and just gave him nothing. Stewart was there, as you called, Mick, but almost got just ball watching, and Loman said, well, that's my footy. I'm going to grab it.
His first MCG final already with 1. Kai Loman has missed. It was there for the taking. Just missing to the right-hand side. Back to a 12-point game. 12-11 plays 10-11. 17 gone in the last.
12's an interesting number in our sport. That makes it 2 goals neat. Long kick into the middle from the Cats. They get it out. Hand pass finds its way to Mullen. Hot handball away towards Jeremy Cameron. Just releases in front of Stewart. Brisbane win it back. Starcevic again with the dirty work. Hands it out, but only as far as Mullen. He kicks down to high half forward. This is close. Mark 70 from goal. Kicks inside 50. Blitz arms the target. Ollie Henry in front of him. And young Henry takes the mark for the Cats in the right forward pocket.
That's a really great mark.
Yeah.
Let me go left footer here too.
With bodies coming at him from behind, had to stand under that.
He's had to wait for his moment in the spring. Ollie Henry snaps, goals. He's tailor-made for September. We got a 1-score game approaching time on in the prelim. Henry's got 3. And Brisbane lead it by 6 points. 18 gone in the final term. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Brisbane 12-11, Geelong 11-11.
We keep talking about big moments, don't we?
Yeah, but the movement from the back line.
Yeah.
That came off a point, I think.
Yep, the Loman miss.
So you have a look at the ball movement by Geelong was really precise. And it was quick.
Close get out like that much, though.
I realise that. That's
a breakdown. That happens.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a breakdown for sure.
Yeah, Wilmot just coming off his man. Great vision. And then Henry to go back with the flight with traffic coming, as you said, Lingy. That's good sticky mitts.
93,066 in the MCG tonight. Brisbane still lead by a goal. McCluggage tried to work a hand pass out. Myers intercepted in the middle, got it to Dangerfield. Kicks inside forward 50. 3-on-3 battle. Payne at the front, won it down. Coming through Stengel. He was taken to ground. Ball up. Right full forward.
How important are clearances?
Massive.
It's straight out of the centre.
Deep into attack for the Cats. One down there by Danaher. Dempsey had a kick. Ricocheted away off a number of players. Dunkley tried to get rid of it, or McCluggage rather. Scooped up again here. Almost by Jeremy Cameron. Ricochets away. Brisbane keep applying pressure. Here's Connor McKenna, just elects the soccer it forward towards left half forward. Zach Guthrie slipped over. He's kept his ground though, Blitzarves. He was the last man back and he kicks to the wing outer side, and here goes Humphreys.
The Cats are out. Humphreys takes a bounce, kicks inside the forward arc. Andrews gets across and punches it into the advertising hoardings. Boundary throw in, 40 out from the Cats goal. We are approaching the final 5 minutes of the prelim to determine who will play the Sydney Swans in next Saturday's grand final. What a game it's been. The Cats by 25. Brisbane seemingly had it in their keeping. They've opened the door and the Cats are right there from the stoppage. Stengel, hand pass to Jeremy Cameron. Can he bounce it through? No. It's a behind. And that shifts the scoring from a one-score game to now a 5-point lead for Brisbane. And it takes out, at least for the time being, the possibility of extra minutes. 20 gone in the final term. Brisbane by 5 points in the prelim.
Everything you'd hope for in a preliminary final. Zorko with the kick in. Colin Jasny goes up at left half forward for the Cats. Couldn't mark. Duncan's there at the drop. Wrapped up in a good tackle. Starcevic got him. Ball up. Brisbane looking to go back into a grand final after last year's disappointment. The Cats, Corbin, looking for their 7th since 2007. They've got almost a semi-permanent booking on the last day.
What was Paddy doing there? You can't do that.
No, so Paddy was the nominated ruckman, but Reece Stanley didn't realise that Paddy had nominated, so
he blocked
Joe Danaher, yeah.
So there's a free kick for Brisbane at right half back. Danaher stands the mark. Takes the kick as Dangerfield stands the mark, and he heads in the direction of right half forward. Right there by the Cats. They'll get it back again through Stanley.
So this is half forward line again by Brisbane, not coming up and meeting that football. It just gives Stanley a chance to ruck by himself.
Stanley hooks the kick wide. Dangerfield in the box seat, misread it. Runs underneath the footy, slides off his fingertips and out of play. Throw in on the wing.
Even the greats can feel the pressure. Corb.
This is why you play footy, isn't it?
This is exactly why you play, Corbs.
Brisbane by 5 points. Time on in the preliminary final. Final quarter. All on ABC Sport. Danaher wins it down. Bailey, hand pass to Ashcroft, to his fellow Blondie Lyman. They wax between them. Back to Lyman. Kick smothered. Ricochets to Hipwood. Hipwood kicks goalward. Great mark. Last line of defence, Guthrie has it on the behind line for Geelong. Brisbane by 5.
And it's out to Humphreys. He moves it short now to Duncan. The two West Aussies combine. Humphreys running by it, right half back. He'll kick towards the wing in front of the Shane Warne stand, and Dempsey marks. Tront's back with the pink boots. Humphrey be there. Hands it on instead. Gives it to Duncan. Kicks in towards Stengel, who slides to mark. 51 from goal. Stengel for the Cats. Gets told he has to play on. Steps inside Starcevic. Kicks inside forward 50. Wanted Atkins. Got a fingertip to it. Couldn't mark. Dunkley at the back for the Lions. Goes to the outer side. Sensational mark. Oh, Rayner leaping up for one of those magical moments in the finals. He'll play on quickly.
They are on in the corridor. Bailey runs onto it, steps his way around Jack Henry. Stewart's got him.
That is a great, that's almost a game-winning tackle.
That's a season saver. Holding the ball. The caller, Stewart, lays a big-time tackle at centre-half back. Now the Cats take the short way home to Bruin. Long kick to full forward. Hands on it, Stanley, no mark. Close. Hand pass through for the Cats to Cameron, to Ollie Henry. Ollie Henry's kicked it. Half man, half amazing. He's got 4 in a prelim. And Geelong have hit the front again with less than 3 to play. Ollie Henry, have yourself a night. Geelong by a point, lead change number 5. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Geelong 12-12-84. Brisbane 12-11-83.
The tackle.
If the Cats go on to win this, that'll be one of the greatest tackles in the history of the game.
Well, it's an open goal.
Yeah.
And even the deep mark by Guthrie, again, that's another save there. So their desperation has saved probably multiple opportunities, won't say goals, opportunities, which has then transferred the ball and both of them being converted into goals.
So it could have been an 11-point lead for Brisbane. Instead, it's gone up the other end after that tackle on Bailey by Stewart, and Henry's 4th means it's now the Cats who lead by 1. Back in the middle. Neither team can get it away. What a pulsating game. You cannot turn away. Can't speak about why you play footy, but this is why you watch footy. This is why you watch footy. Games like this. Again from the ball up, no one can get it out. McCluggage tackled the ground. Atkins going ball up once more. Still in the middle of the ground. Stanley won it down. Atkins got it. His kick was smothered by Danaher. It's spilled out. Here's an opportunity here for Ainsworth. Kicks Brisbane inside forward 50. Cameron couldn't mark. He goes to the ground. Archie sends it towards goal. Oh my goodness. Archie has got 3. Amazing. And they're back in front. The Brisbane Lions. 13-11-89 to 12-12-84. 26 minutes gone in the last. The Lions by 5 points. This is incredible.
Who let ball out? Up in the middle here.
It was Ainsworth, but it was a smother on Atkins. Atkins had the ball in his hands and had the chance to go forward, but Ainsworth come out and got the ball just going forward.
So it was Ainsworth that got the ball, It was very good play by Cameron, who actually contests that ball.
Kept it close.
And Archie, he's come into his own because all of a sudden he now becomes the player who wants to create, not defend. And I don't mean that in a bad way.
Cal Archie with 2 big-time final quarter goals. Lead change number 6. Brisbane by 5 points. Critical contest in the middle. Bruin tackled by McCluggage. Ball up, middle of the G. 2 minutes to go in the preliminary final. Winner plays Sydney and loser on the scrap heap of history. Duncan, hand pass. Ashcroft, what a win. Steals it for Brisbane. Hand pass to Hipwood. Handball away to Rayner. Rayner eyes the sticks. Rayner goals! They've answered the call. In season and in play.
That's a big goal.
They do it again in September, the Lions. And Cam Rayner is great when he needed to be. Brisbane by 11 points, 27 gone, final term, finals footy on ABC Sport.
I'll tell you who has been great. As Danaher. He hasn't kicked the goals. What he's done is competed, but more than that, though, he's been able to get the ball on the ground or create opportunities on the ground, and that's fundamental to a stoppage, is to be able to create that opportunity. And when you clear the football, clear it deep.
Here's a steal from Will Ashcroft, though. Presence of mind there.
The movement.
As a Brisbane Lions player on their opposite, that reminded me of Jason Ackermanis, just rolling around from 50. Big second half from Cam Rayner.
What have the Cats got left? Stanley wins it down. They'll get the clearance. Atkins to Dangerfield. Hands it out. Slipping over, unable to get to it, was Stewart. Atkins, though, coming the other way, is able to pick it up, and he broke one tackle. Moves it on by hand. Chance for Humphreys. Kicks the Cats inside forward. 50. They come from everywhere. Starcevic from the side. Got a fist on it. Neil tapped it over his shoulder. Here's Duncan. Payne got him.
Wow.
Ran him down. It's just his eyes were opening up with the sight of goal. And Payne gets the free kick for Brisbane at right fullback.
Well, we've seen Stewart do it, and now what we're going to say is Payne is probably may have saved the game.
This is over-delivered as a preliminary final. We had high hopes coming in and an 11-point lead for Brisbane in a final quarter that has had everything. Drama throughout, 6 lead changes, and the Cats are still coming. Atkins hooks a kick inside 50, comes down to Dangerfield, drives it to full forward. Stanley flies.
It's a free kick.
Free kick. It's going Geelong's way.
Stanley, I reckon.
Oh, wow. There was a marking contest at full forward, and the Cats are going to get another look to bring it back to a one-score game.
He's got to kick it first. 36 seconds to go.
Stanley, 45-degree angle, 15. Hits the post. He's hit the post. And Geelong's hopes go up in smoke.
Well, it's not totally over.
There is 26 seconds left, and Stanley's missed from 15 out. Brisbane by 10.
A big fly from Hipwood in a pack. Couldn't mark. Got it down to Berry. Was able to work it forward quickly to Rayner. He'll just look for distance. Thumps it towards Ryan half forward. Gets it another 70 metres further away from his goal. The Cats across half back. Marked by Manor inside the centre square. They'll go on a run. He'll take a bounce. Brisbane win a thriller. Brisbane becomes Believeland. They're into another grand final with a chance to go one better. And next week it'll be a Northern States skirmish as the Swans and Lions are going to party like it's 1899.
We'll always fight for victory like it's Troy and Bears of old. All for one and one for all. We will answer to the call. Go Lions, Brisbane Lions, we'll kick the winning score. You'll hear a mighty roar.
It's in the song, We Will Answer to the Call, and they did just that, the Brisbane Lions.
We are the pride of Brisbane, shall we wear maroon, blue and gold. We will always fight for victory, like it's Troy and Bears of old. All for one and one for all. We will answer to the call. Go Lions, Brisbane Lions, we'll kick the winning score. You'll hear a mighty roar. You'll hear a mighty
From 0-3 to the last 2. The Brisbane Lions, their story of redemption will go all the way to the last Saturday in September. They've done it in the season alone to bring it back from the brink, and they've done it in play in consecutive weeks in big-time road finals in Sydney against the Giants, and now here in Melbourne at the mighty MCG against Geelong without their ruckman. It is Brisbane by 10 points after trailing by 25 in the second half. We had 2 lead changes, time on, of the final quarter of the preliminary final alone. I'll let Cameron Ling, Brett Delidio and Mick Moldhouse give you their initial thoughts, but Brisbane are moving on to the grand final. They'll play the Sydney Swans next Saturday.
And throughout the entire night, we were talking about moments and the ability to nail those moments and execute. And that's what Brisbane did. Listen, throw the stat sheet out in the last quarter because it's going to look ridiculously lopsided Geelong's way, but it doesn't matter because Brisbane nailed those moments. 22-8 inside 50s Geelong's way. Plus 15 contested possessions Geelong's way.
Dominated.
But scores, 2 goals, 5 to the Cats, 4 goals, 1 to the Lions.
Which has been the Achilles heel of the Lions, hasn't it? Then that, the shoes on the other foot.
Well, it's 9-5, 4-6 since half-time.
Yeah.
Which you go, they've dominated. But it was only the last kick by Rayner. that not the last kick, but his last kick, that sealed it. Yep. Because even if Stanley knocks that over, he did the right thing. He goes back. He went back quick, so that you still got 20 odd. Was it 20 odd seconds?
Yeah, maybe 25, 28 seconds to go.
That's you score in 15 seconds, and the way the ball can be cleared, particularly with a non-ruckman. Anyway, that didn't happen, but 22-8. That's a monster last quarter by Geelong, who looked like they were absolutely being counted out.
How many times was this almost over? So Lohmann kicks that goal, it's out to 3 goals. You think, gee, it's done. He misses, makes it 12 points, doesn't get beyond.
Henry kicks the goal.
Game. Henry puts him back in front of the back of the Stewart tackle. Brisbane have to win it back again from that point on. It just had everything.
Yeah. I want to speak to what Chris Fagan has said to his boys at half time. You know, he spoke at the halfway through, at the start of the game, with his trust and what he instills in his boys. His half forwards, they got involved in the game, and
because they come up the ground, Brett.
Well, exactly, but he trusted them. I don't think he would have gone in there and torn shreds off them. He would have said, right, let's get to work, boys.
And well, you don't know what he would have said, but the simple fact, what I'm saying is, because coaches, and quite often you don't hear what the coach says at half time. It's more about what do I have to do. Okay, if there's a general rule, because the way they were playing, this was going to just peter out. Geelong would have been as fresh as a daisy because they didn't have to defend anything. Yeah. All of a sudden, Brisbane started to move the ball, and Geelong couldn't go with them. Geelong could not get to stop that ball going inside. In fact, Brisbane scored 9 times in that third quarter to Geelong 3. That's the difference.
The ball movement definitely sped up, didn't it? By far.
Massively sped up. It wasn't even, and there wasn't such like, I'll take a mark and I'll go back and hand pass. It was get it and go, get it, and then chains of hand passes when the ball hits
through the corridor. And you can't defend when it comes in through the corridor. You've got the whole access to the whole 50.
Exactly.
So it feels like when Brisbane win, they've got so much talent, they're a great team, and when they lose, it's the coach's fault. How much does the coach deserve credit for what Brisbane did in this to win this game?
Well, if he's, as Brett said, and one would suggest that regardless of how he said it, it had to be done on what, and that's what I say about, say, GWS. 3 things. On-ground leadership, structure to defend a 44-point lead, and what are they doing to get back in the game? So clearly, Brisbane have looked at it and gone, well, the only way we're going to get back in the game is we've got to get the ball into our forward line, which is look, we're just not getting the ball in there, and Geelong are taking it out. They're running through the middle. We're not moving the football. So that's what we said about, this is the way Brisbane play so often, is this slow kick the ball, mark the ball, kick the ball, mark the ball. But they had to change totally to put pressure back on Geelong.
We are going to have a first-time premier for the first time in a dozen years. So Sydney last won in 2012, and of course the Brisbane Lions haven't won since 2003. So 21 years ago, it'll be a non-Victorian grand final, which we haven't had since 2006. And Victoria have had a long run. I think they've won something like 16 of the last 18 premierships. So the cup will be headed outside Victoria.
And the Sydney Swans.
By the way, what about the joy from everyone involved in the AFL who put up with all the criticisms over the expansion into Sydney and Brisbane, and there was a lot of them for decades. And now we're going to have the northern states head-to-head.
You know what you'll have on Friday? A parade that so many Melbourne people will still feel they're attached to it. They don't have to worry about Brisbane and Sydney coming down. Old Fitzroy's still got a wonderful group of supporters, and South Melbourne are very, very strong. So it'll be fantastic to see those two supporter groups there on Friday. That's not saying anything about the game.
Oh, that'll be the narrative run this week in Melbourne.
If you don't reckon we're going to play on that all week, absolutely sure. The 2 of the original 8 going back South Melbourne and Fitzroy, but in their current guys, obviously, as Brisbane and Sydney, so many great crossover storylines, and we haven't had a Fitzroy South Melbourne grand final. There's only one back in 1899.
I reckon the Sydney Swans would be pretty happy watching that game.
100%.
That was a brutal game of footy, and we know Oscar McInerney dislocated shoulder. You have to say highly doubtful to play, given he's sounds like the second time it hasn't gone back into place. So I reckon the top of the table Swans would be sitting there very, very confident, quietly confident.
Gee, we could have picked 16 moments in that last quarter to spotlight and
we kept talking about them, didn't we?
Amazing. I want to be in the rooms when the Brisbane Lions make their way in. Tim Hodges is in the winners' rooms. Hodgie.
It's a great place to be if you're a Brisbane Lions supporter. Chris Fagan just walked in. It was like he was walking into his own rock concert. So, yeah, just a thrilled place, and you're going to hear the first of the Brisbane Lions walk around the doorway any moment. It's Dane Zorko who's leading the Lions. They're coming down the race, and you'll hear the crowd now. There's going to be a free-for-all with the open media, so I'm not sure how that's going to work after the song. Dane Zorko leading the Lions in. Logan Morris just behind him. Cam Rayner, Zach Bailey. Jubilation, arms in the air. There's family, there's friends, there's partners. What a vibe, it's electric. It's always Joe Dunner who I think we're waiting on. Jared Berry, Josh Dunkley, Will Ashcroft will be the last. They'll form arm in arm. I'm just wondering to see if they'll try and get Chris Fagan in. He doesn't want a bar of it. So Kai Lohmann's the last line in, and they will have a hell of a Lockie Neal is actually here. There we go. Was the last verse of the song, and then they jumped all over each other. What a vibe down here in the Lions rooms. Unbelievable jubilation. As I said, Corbin, they're doing an open media, so I'm not sure how this is going to work. I don't fancy doing roaming Brian, I'll be honest with you, but I'll send it back to you, and as soon as I've got someone, I'll be sing out.
I think we're up for a bit of roaming Hodgie downstairs. So Tim Hodges, we'll back him in. He'll get someone, no doubt about it. So updates to come from the Brisbane rooms, and we'll get the latest there. So the Lions by 11 points in a pulsating preliminary final. 2 lead changes, time on in the final quarter. It was everything we hoped it would be. What a game of footy. Unfortunately for Oscar McInerney, he dislocated his shoulder, not once but twice. Taken to hospital. He's going to have an interesting week ahead of him. Let's go back into the winners' rooms. The Lions through to the grand final. Hodgie.
The dual Brownlow medalist, the superstar, the co-captain, Lockie Neal's been good enough to join us. Lockie, a penny for your thoughts. How about that?
Oh, yeah, crazy. I'm just so proud of this team. The last couple of weeks we've found ourselves in a little bit of a hole, and we actually felt like we had opportunities in the second quarter, but Cats were pretty clinical, kicked some great goals, and we found ourselves a few goals behind, and then to come out and play like we did in the second half, like, just so proud of this group. And I knew we had it in us, but you got to bring it out on the big stage, and for us to deliver that performance is unbelievable.
Was there any doubt in the second quarter when the scoreboard was just starting to get away from you?
Nah, no doubt. Like I said, they kicked some unbelievable goals. Like Myers one, I was right there, and it somehow floated through, and he was sort of like, oh, well, what, you can't do much about that. They're tough shots, and we had our opportunities. I think Zach Bailey just said if we had lost that, Fags might have had my head because he had a couple of opportunities, but he put himself in that position over and over and ended up delivering with a couple of goals, I think, in the second half, and some really important moments. So, yeah, no doubt crept in. And because of last week, we had so much belief that you don't want to say you can flick a switch, but when we're on, we can play some unbelievable footy.
And now you've got a shot at redemption next Saturday.
Yeah, it's a tough ask. Sydney have been the top team all year for a reason, so it's going to be a great battle. The last time we played them a couple of months ago was a thriller at the Gabba, so neutral territory here at the G, interstate grand final, which is pretty cool, and looking forward to a massive challenge against the best team in it all year.
We couldn't be luckier to have Lockie Neal with us. I'll send you upstairs. Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling and Brett Delidio.
Lockie, congratulations on the win. I mean, what a game of footy. You mentioned at half-time the Cats had the run of it in the second quarter. What was the big shift in game style? What were you looking to do more that you got rolling a bit in that third quarter?
Yeah, we certainly didn't change the angles enough in the second quarter, and we kept kicking straight down the line, and we know that the Cats prey on that. They set up so well defensively. So we had to shift the ball off the line kicks, change angles, and we were very brave with our ball use, and I thought we were able to open them up a little bit, and we've got some pretty quick guys up front who found a bit of space. We obviously lost Big O as well, so Joe had to compete in the ruck, so we started surging a little bit more along the ground and just making it a little bit harder for the Cats in the air, I think.
With that ball movement, I understand forwards can get a little bit more space, but it felt like Cam Rayner, Kai Lohmann, those types of players got up the ground and actually really worked hard to then get back inside forward 50. Was a bit put on them at half-time that come on, we need you guys winning that footy in that forward half?
A little bit, but our ball use wasn't helping them, and we want to play to our strengths. And I think the Cats sort of have that same philosophy at times. They want to come up and beat you going back the other way, and we wanted to try and do that a little bit ourselves, get a bit higher and then work extremely hard to get back in our front half and get them out the back at times. So, we wanted to change angles off the line and then beat them out the back, which Cats are really good at as well. So it became sort of one of those games from both teams.
Lockie, we're having a debate up here about what was said at half-time. It just appeared, and this is our reflection, that it was Mark kick. It was almost like keep the ball away from Stewart. It was slow entrance. The forward line got stuck out. Geelong played in front because the ground was a bit slippery. Ball travelled 48, 49 instead of 55, 56. Fell in their hands. They were able to bring the ball with speed into their forward line and score. And all of a sudden, after half-time, outside the fact you had 50 more possession in the third quarter, there seemed to be an element of we've got to get this ball moving and put pressure on their back line and move the ball quickly out of our back and midfield into our forward line. Was something said at half-time?
Yeah, that's exactly what was said, Mick. We said that we didn't want to kick it to Stewart and the backs that sort of feast on that slow ball movement. And like I said, I thought we were really brave with that. Our backs were unbelievable, I thought, tonight. We all were a little bit down in the second quarter. But the backs in that third quarter especially, once they got into set possessions, just took the game on. They saw it, hit it, moved it quickly, and we were able to score that way.
Now, I know you wouldn't have looked at the stat sheet, but you had 12 clearances. Did you? You just seem to have, without a dominant ruckman, and full credit to
Big Joey.
Big Joe. He seemed to get into the game, and McInerney, look, I know it was brave, but then you had Hipwood, who was, you probably had one less tall to worry about having to defend the ball, whereas when it was McInerney rucking and Danaher rucking. Is there a big difference? I mean, you wouldn't have rucked too often to Danaher for a full quarter, so did you change your play? Because, 12 clearances is outstanding.
Yeah, I was trying to read Stanley a fair bit, to be honest.
Right.
That was sort of my plan. I knew that Atkins, and I think it's Mullen, I'm not sure if I pronounced that right, but the Irishman was coming to me, so I could sort of dictate my starting point a little bit and without giving up any structure. So for me, it was reading off Reece most of the night, and Joe just competed.
Yeah, well, one of the lads up here said young Mullen is going to get a big lesson here on an experienced Brownlow medalist.
That might have been me, Lockie, that I saw he had his hands full trying to learn your tricks. No, you were brilliant tonight. Brett Delidio's with us as well, Lids.
Lockie, fantastic game by yourself, mate, and congratulations on being another grand final. Just a bloke who missed out last year, Will Ashcroft. I feel like he's been a super inclusion for you guys in the back half of the year. He just adds that extra layer, not just the clearance stuff, but then he gets on the end of it and can deliver as well. Yeah,
absolutely. And I think tonight I saw a couple of his handballs that just opened up the game into space. He just reads the play so well, and he knows where the pressure's coming from, and he's able to release his hands so quickly as well. He's really composed for a third-year player now. Obviously missed 12 months with an ACL, but he just built so well. I think he was a little bit frustrated with how he was going when he first came back, but it's always going to take time. He's a bit of an impatient kid. He wants to be an absolute superstar, and he will be, but he just built, and I had some good conversations with him about that we want him primed for this time of year, and his last sort of 5 weeks, I reckon, he's played some excellent footy, and he's an important cog, and I can't wait to see him run around on grand final day.
And one more I want to ask you about, Kalachi. I felt like he injected himself in that second half, had some really big moments, kicked the 3 goals and some clutch goals. I feel like he's starting to make a bit of a name for himself, some big clutch moments.
Oh, absolutely. I actually said that to him on the ground. He's our clutch player at the moment. He snapped a similar goal against Sydney to get us a win, and he's just bobbing up at the right times at the moment. He competes so well. He's the absolute team man. We give him a job every week, and he just sticks to it and does what we ask, and he's no fuss. I think he's in super form, and he's one of our most dangerous forwards and most consistent, more importantly.
Lockie, Clint Wilden here. You're from a football state. You went across to play your first AFL club in a football state, now spent some time up in Brisbane. What does it mean for Australian football, do you think, to have the 2 northern state clubs going head-to-head in a grand final?
Yeah, it's excellent. I saw the crowd last night at the SCG and through the final series, even through the season. They've packed out the SCG most weeks, which is exciting. And in Brisbane, we're having more and more sellouts every week as well. I think most of our home games were sellouts, which is incredible. I know when I first came, we were sort of getting 15,000, 20,000, and now it's above 30 basically every home game. And yeah, the northern states are taking AFL in their stride and they're loving it, and it's unbelievable. Even the support, we know we've got a strong Fitzroy contingent of supporters here in Victoria, but we had a lot of travelling fans from Brisbane, and yeah, we're very proud of what the club's been able to do to inject life into football in Queensland, and Gold Coast are doing the same. So it's important, and yeah, can't wait for next week with 2 interstate teams. I'm not sure how long it's been since that's happened, but yeah, great for both states.
2006 the last time. The last one, Lockie, how's the heel?
Yeah, there's a bit of carry on about that. I've actually done the same routine for probably 8 weeks, but when there's only 4 teams in it, the news is a little bit slower between the teams, and maybe the media in Queensland aren't as sharp and don't pick up on those things. But I've been doing the same program and been in a moon boot after a game for a fair while now, and I'm sure I'll jump on the plane tonight in a moon boot.
We'll talk about it all week again, I'm sure. Have a great week, Lockie, experiencing it for the 3rd time. I hope it's the week you want it to be.
Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate it.
Lockie Neal in the victorious Brisbane Rooms. The Lions by 10 points. They win an epic preliminary final with 7 lead changes, 2 time on in the final term. They will play the Sydney Swans next Saturday for all the marbles here on ABC Sport.
You love your wrestling. Can you be a heel and a face at the same time? Because Lockie Neal...
He'd be a big baby face. There's no doubt about it. Lockie Heel. He's Lockie Neal. Lockie Heel. There's a headline for you. This is ABC Sports coverage of the finals. Corbin Middlemass, Clint Wilden, Brett Delidio, Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse up in the box. Tim Hodges is in the winner's room, so we'll get some more reaction for you as it comes to hand. We'll get the votes too in the player of the finals that we're doing. I might give that to Lingy, so I'll get you to put together a little 3-2-1.
No, Mick, I think. It's been hand passed to Mick.
Mick's just dished off the hand pass to me.
He's amazing at that.
Slick hands. You've got to put the headset on.
Here I am. You didn't hear that. So I was yelling as loud as I could. I said, we have agreed on these.
Okay.
So Lingy's quite welcome.
Collective
and I was pointing to the phone.
Yep.
And there's a message from my sister.
Let's go back to the Brisbane Rooms. The Lions by 10 points into the grand final.
Corbin, Dane Zorko has been good enough to chuck the cans on. Dane, can you believe that?
Well, after last week, anything's possible, isn't it, Hodgie? So, yeah, we knew we couldn't give them a lead like we did GWS last week. They'd set up 2 defensively. They set up 2 good defensively. So, but I'll tell you what, at half-time, there was really a lot of optimism in the group. They got a lot of opportunistic goals, I would say. A couple from the boundary, a couple stayed in, and they just socketed it through. So we didn't feel like we were playing that badly. The scoreboard just showed otherwise. So we knew once again we were going to get a run of momentum. And it's really difficult to do what they do. I mean, they played 1 game in 16 days. Before that, they had 16 days off that. So we knew we had the legs and we were match hardened. We just had to test them out, and we were able to do that.
What's it mean to you to be in another grand final?
Well, I mean, really, at 2-5, the whole footy world was all over us. But one thing this group did is we stuck together. We made a real solid pack at that point of view that it doesn't matter what's going to happen, we're going to take on games and we're going to give ourselves the best opportunity to turn this season around. And I've never seen a closer group than what we've got at the moment. And then you add in the excitement and the exuberance like a Logan Morris, Kai Loman, Darcy Wilmot, who just give you, they just give you smiles all the time. So, yeah, it means a hell of a lot, and it means even more this year given it's been tough, but we lost 5 guys to knee reconstructions, and most of those guys are start-on players for us. So to lose that, but blood some really exciting players, it's been a huge year for the club, and it's been superbly coached by Chris Fagan.
Don't talk about the kids. You were the chief ringmaster in that song. What is your official role?
Oh, I don't know.
The cheeky rascal.
Not really. I'm an Energizer bunny as well, but I probably just pick my moments a little bit better than what the younger boys do at the moment, which only comes through learning. So, yeah, I guess I feel as though myself, Ryan Lester, Harris Andrews, we were there when times weren't great at the Brisbane Lions, and we've stuck by the club. We've worked extremely hard. We've got some fresh faces in our group. We recruited in a lot of fantastic talent, and it's been a real process for the last 7 years. And I was captain for a large majority of that, so I guess boys still look up to me in that sense, and when I get pretty excited, they seem to follow.
And the bond, as soon as the song finished, when everyone was all in, that was really cool.
Yeah, it is. Like I said to you, this group hasn't been closer, and we know anything's possible given what's happened this year, given the results. We're ready to roll.
Dane's got the cans on. I'll send you upstairs. Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling and Brett Delidio.
Well, Dane, I just want to quickly ask on that theme of anything being possible, and congratulations on the win, first of all, but we noticed the banner on one side of the banner, and we've noticed it in your rooms, the word just believe. For the Ted Lasso fans up here, is that straight out of Ted, that one?
That's straight out of the media team. I don't know what they've done there. I got no idea, but yeah, I can see it now. I know what you're talking about.
I'll bet you they pinched it from Ted Lasso.
100%.
I'll bet you they have.
We were excited.
I'll tell you what, Fakes put up in the media a couple of weeks ago. We watched the whole Ted Lasso episode after we had our goal-kicking woes, and he just wanted us to be like goldfish and believe, and we've done just that.
Oh, well, you did it superbly well. Sensational performance.
Dane, we'll let you go and enjoy it. We'll see you next Saturday back here at the G.
Sounds good, boys. Thank you.
Dane Zorko, great work to Tim Hodges downstairs as well with the reaction from the Brisbane camp. We got about another 8 minutes or so before we're off air. So it will be the Brisbane Lions and the Sydney Swans in the 2024 Grand Final. Bit of recent history, by the way, between the two teams. So they haven't played a whole lot of finals against each other. They did play that preliminary final back in 2003 at Homebush, which the Lions obviously went and won that game. In recent times, if we look at their record, they played round 19 at the Gabba. Brisbane won that game by 2 points.
Brilliant game.
The Lions have won the last 3 meetings and 5 of the last 6. So Brisbane have the recent advantage against the Swans.
But then,
as did Port.
I was about to say exactly the same thing. But then so did Port after.
Well, what's the numbers even here? You said the numbers here, they've hardly, 2 out of 20. So
so it's now 3 out of 19 at the MCG.
Oh, 3 out of 19. So
it was 2 out of 18 now, 3 out of 19.
Yeah. But it doesn't matter if you're a good enough side, particularly the way this game was played. I think the two grounds that really bother people, probably Geelong, where it's a long cigar, or Sydney, which is really round. If you're a good football side, you'll find space and you'll also be able to block sides up.
But the footnotes out of the game. So Oscar McInerney suffered what looked like a pretty serious left shoulder injury. Came out twice during play, including a second time after it had been strapped. He's been taken to hospital. Is that... can he come back from that in a week? No.
So the fact that it didn't go back in, it came out a second time, didn't go back in, that's done probably a lot of ligament damage. With a shoulder like that, if it can go straight back in, the ligament damage might be minimal, and that's where you can come back out and sort of play. I mean, a lot of discomfort. But no, I think that's an impossibility, isn't it? No.
That's heartbreaking, isn't it? He's played all but one game this year.
He's such a good ruckman too. What a player.
I hate saying this, but I played every game one year, missed through a dislocated shoulder in the grand final, 1982 grand final. So I know what I know how it feels coming in and out, and also the heartbreak of missing. So he will be heartbroken.
I mean, this time of the year, every single player in the grand final, their backstory reads like a Hollywood script. And you think of Brodie Grundy in this moment. You think, well, here's your chance, Brodie. And you get the opportunity on grand final day at his third club to potentially impact a grand final next week.
Just on him missing out, and I don't mean to jump on someone who's obviously going through this, but the way Brisbane played when they had to put Danaher into the ruck, they did seem to lift. It seemed to give them a massive lift.
Gave them a different perspective because they didn't have 3 players that can't defend the football. They had 2. And the other one was up here. And I don't reckon Stanley, I thought Stanley rucked reasonably well against McInerney, but if for some reason or another he didn't have the same impact on Danaher where he should have, because he should have been belting him in the ruck. It's just that Danaher was very good at ground level.
The Geelong postscript, so Patrick Dangerfield, where we're going to focus on the tackle on Hugh McCluggage. It's not going to matter now. At very worst, it'll be a delayed start to next year for Patrick Dangerfield, whether that's ruled as a dangerous tackle by the MRO. Max Holmes did his hamstring again in a preliminary final.
That changed the flow of the game.
That's where the momentum went. As soon as he went off those 12 minutes.
Speed went.
20 touches he had and he would have played 2.5 quarters, perhaps.
When he went off the ground, the margin was 14 Geelong's way, and by the time he came back on, the scores were level.
He'd had 9 inside 50s as well. He'd been having a huge game. and then he goes off.
It's also the end of the careers, of course, of Tom Hawkins and Zach Toohey, two of the great servants of the Geelong Football Club. We've got about 4 minutes before we're off air. It is a Brisbane and Sydney grand final in 2024. Tim Hodges.
Corbin, Hugh McCluggage joins us. Hugh, a great day for your family. Little brother Miles won the Hampden League Premiership by 1 point for South Warrnambool earlier today, and now you're into a grand final. What's it mean for the family?
It's unreal. I think both teams were underdogs coming into the day. I watched the first quarter on the live stream. Thanks to 3YB down there, they put on a good show, and I can't wait to have a chat to him. He'll be pumped. Back-to-back premierships for South Warrnambool and a win for us, so it's a great day.
Did you try and search out the result at half-time, or did someone tell you?
No, my mind wasn't quite at that game. Brownie, our media manager, actually came up and said just before the game that it was even, and it was a tight contest. I think they only won by 1 point, but it was very low scoring, so it was a flip of a coin and they got there.
That's enough of the Hampden League grand final. What's it mean for you to be back in another grand final, to have a shot at redemption?
Oh, it's awesome. I think we've just been playing fearlessly. I've said it in a few interviews post-game, but if you had said to us, 7 rounds in, even halfway through the year, that we make finals, you would have taken it. And I think because of that, we've had a real attitude that there's nothing to lose. And here we are. It's amazing what happens when you just play without the weight of expectation. So we've just got to keep that going next week. We've been there. We know what it's like, but so have Sydney. So it's going to be two hungry teams going at it.
Hugh's got the cans on. Maybe one question from upstairs.
Congratulations, Hugh. Great performance. From your own game in that midfield, when we asked this to Lockie as well, but I'm interested in your perspective. When Joey went into the ruck, what were you trying to do as a group, as a unit, to make sure that you could take over and have that third quarter you had, knowing Big Oscar was out of the game?
First and foremost, we just had to make sure that we inspired Joey and made him know that we thought he could do a great job, because it's happened before. I think we lost in an elimination final maybe against Richmond in 22. So we know that he can stand up, and we wanted Joey to follow up, and we all had to lock on and probably be even more physical with our opponents, because we weren't quite sure where the hit to was going. But I thought Joey fought really well and made it a 50-50 in there, and that's all we asked of him.
Hugh, Chris Fagan told us earlier in the year that he wrote a paper to the AFL saying that grand final interstate team should be able to travel down at the start of the week and basically spend the whole week in Melbourne. Do you know what your travel plans look like?
I'm not 100% sure. I think
bus is leaving pretty soon, I think.
It was mentioned that we might head down maybe a day earlier than we did last year on the Wednesday, but we've obviously got our Brisbane fans that we want to get around as well, and they've ridden the whole ride or the whole wave with us. So I'd say we'll have Tuesday training there, and then we might head to Melbourne. But yeah, I'm just enjoying this one for the time being, and then we'll worry about that.
See you at the parade. Enjoy the week.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Hugh McCluggage with Tim Hodges. Great job from Hodgie downstairs. The votes.
Votes very quickly. One vote. I'm going to give it to Ollie Henry. 4 goals in a prelim final. And
big moments.
Yeah, huge moments. You're right. He deserved a vote for sure. 2 votes to the bloke we spoke to before. One of the blokes we spoke to before, Dane Zorko. Yep. 32 disposals. Had nearly 800 metres gained. And
10 kick-ins, though.
Yeah, okay, good point. Good point. I like that. Maybe that's why he didn't get the 3 votes.
Yeah, that's probably wrong.
Because the 3 votes I gave to Lockie Neal.
Yep.
12 clearances.
Star.
31 disposals, set them up, got them going, brilliant performance.
You need your best players to be your best players in September, and he was just that today. What a thrill. What a privilege from myself, and I'm sure a lot of us in the box to be able to share it all with you. So thank you very much for your company today.
Well called, boys. You don't get a pat on the back, but you guys called it fantastic today.
And let's do it all again next Saturday. We'll see you for the grand final in 2024. We'll talk about it all week. Thanks to the cult figure Adam Jones, to Stu Hollywood-Baker on the buttons, to Ben Cameron, Tim Hodges, Brett Delidio, Cameron Ling, Mick Moldhouse, Clint Wilden, and on behalf of myself, Corbin Middlemass, signing off from our team on ABC Sport. We've got a week to go to grand final day. The Sydney Swans and the Brisbane Lions.
Slip away. Yeah, they are. And it happened to them last week against the Bulldogs. They fought back, didn't they? But they've got to force a mistake here, get some field position and see if they can just turn